thankfully, all the adminning work is already done by me. We're facing up against House Cat of War. He's going to be playing as Tomb Kings. He's banned the Dwarves, the Empire, and Vampire Coast. And let's see, if he's playing as Tomb Kings, does that mean we're playing Slanesh? Does that mean we're playing as Slanesh? I guess, let's see here. I'm not sure, but first of all, hello, Spirit of the Gorg. Happy to see you in chat. Let's go ahead and double check that everything is running real quick, too. Should be. There we go. Yeah, looks like everything's running nice and fine. Sweet. How's it going, guys? No one's saying anything in chat, and it's honestly freaking me out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Dobes. With the what's up, and not too much. Happy to have you here. Whew. Oh my goodness. Oh man, the completely dead silent chat. Freaking terrifying. But happy to have you guys here. Just finishing up some last minute adminning, and we're gonna be jumping into the game. Should be quite fun. I'm pretty excited for this. Hey Jacko, hello, happy to have you on the Twitch side of things. Yeah, yo, I'm excited for this tournament. It's gonna be pick 1 ban 3 system for the first 2 rounds, nice and even as you flip, and then in the ace match it's gonna be blind 7, best of 3s. The goal is to make it where the first few rounds you get to play your main faction, and the ace match tests your versatility. Also should be fast for the general tournament, like faction selection overall. So like army building will be faster because people will actually know what they're playing. It should be great. Now against the Tomb Kings, what faction are we to play? I'm thinking honestly Warriors of Chaos is probably the best way to go. I do Slanesh, but Tomb Kings are great versus low armor factions. Slanesh doesn't have as much access to armor. So I think I'll probably just go Warriors of Chaos. That's right, there ain't no global bans in this tournament. I've still yet to find a good way of implementing global bans. As it turns out, many people just ban out the other person's faction mains instead of actually global banning the strong factions. So it doesn't really work out as well as you would expect. There's like also a really high incentive not to ban out strong factions because you want the other person to ban out the strong factions while you just ban by preference. Not exactly the best situation, but at the very least it's a new patch, new meta, so that means that we get to see exactly how these sort of top tier factions face off. Now, Warriors of Chaos, chat. Warriors of Chaos. What is it that makes them so strong right now? Well, literally everything. They have some really good Lord selection. They have some of the best melee and skirmish cavalry in the game. They also have some of the best infantry in the game, although they are a little bit slow. And they also have a great selection of monsters en masse, along with some buffs that they recently got. Chaos is absolutely terrifying. Regardless, Tomb Kings are quite difficult too. And by the way, we're playing with 2 mods this time. Isn't that crazy? Hey, hello. Hello, Gus. Hello, Aaron. Calling out the lurkers is a crime. Hello, though. Oh, man. Yeah. Happy to have you here, even if you guys are lurking. But important thing about Chaos. What in the world are we going to do versus Tomb Kings? Tomb Kings have a lot of really good options versus your traditional Warriors of Chaos units. Ushapti and Sepulchral Stalkers will snipe most anything that you try to field onto the battlefield. But the great thing about Chaos, the most marvelous thing about Chaos is that they do indeed have, they still have a bunch of options to deal with constructs. Usually I'd say, probably if you want to be killing constructs, you typically want something that is great versus, large single entities. Or you want large single entities to sort of dive bomb their constructs. That's a rough play style if you're having a problem there. I'm getting more DMs. Alright, anyways. Let's see here. Alright. So, Yeah, I guess, yeah, mostly you want something to dive. You mostly want some big targets to dive. Sort of the predicament that you always run into is that if you're constantly diving in with large entities, it does mean that you give a wealth of targets to your opponent. So you do have to be a bit careful. Hey, McRightface, hello, hello. Today I shall lurk. Alright, sounds good, Captain John Matt. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this tournament, though. I think it's gonna be absolutely sick. I really do wonder who comes out on top, though. High Elves got a massive amount of buffs. Tomb Kings now have access to all of their healing, as... what's it? Yeah, the Tomb Kings have access to all of their healing, since the healing bug was fixed. So... let's see here. Oh man, I'm trying to think. Someone's asking me what's the best counter to Lizardmen. I guess if you're gonna, or no, the best counter to ogres. I guess the best counters is like, I don't know, like Slanesh. Slanesh just being a really strong faction overall. Anyways, enough helping out random people. Hello, Loic. Yeah, man, I really wonder. I really do wonder what the pro strats are against the Tomb Kings. We have some pretty nice options. I guess this could be cool. Is this cool? Nurgle. Yeah, Nurgle, obviously. Yo, what's it? Oh, wait, no, I think I killed Nurgle with Ogres with the sick range build way back in the day. Back when kill times was way slower because of the crazy supply rate. Good times, man. Nice pronunciation, by the way. Why? What's this? What's this about the pronunciation, Loic? I guess I'm anglicizing. I anglicize everything like a madman. So, you know, we'll see how accurate I actually am. Now, I'd say I think I got a pretty sick build. Let's see here. I'm liking everything that I have against the against most of like the construct heavy style of Tomb King's play. Of course, we do still need a way of dealing with their sort of larger mass infantry play styles. But am I really worried about that? Am I really worried about mass infantry Tomb Kings? Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. I'd say like Tomb Kings, I don't know if they're top dogs right now. Is sort of what I'm considering, right? Tomb Kings, they have pretty, they're good across the board, but if you can shut down their stalkers and their shop, your life gets way easier. Not to mention the map is fairly massive this time around. The map is actually huge, so it shouldn't be that difficult finding flanks onto their backline, at least in theory. What happened to the France campaign? Is it over? No, it's still going. I plan to get maybe a little bit of that going tomorrow. Should be fun. Nice. Okay, I think I have a fun build here against the Tomb Kings. The question is, though, I guess the question is, what in the world are we gonna do about artillery and such? Tomb Kings do have a great amount of artillery, and on this map, it is quite strong. Screaming Skull catapults will just annihilate your infantry if you're not careful, so we will have to be a little bit wary of that. I guess I'll also have to be a tiny bit wary of... Let's see here. I guess it's artillery, constructs, and then mass infantry. Mass infantry aren't too much of a problem. Isn't their healing broken? It actually got fixed in the most recent hotfix, so we don't have to worry about that anymore, thankfully. Thankfully, that is now a non-issue. Alright. I think I have a decent build for myself. Is it an amazing build? I have no idea. No, I think this is a pretty sick build. I'd say this is a pretty amazing build. Can we get some bloated corpses? Perhaps? Perhaps. Maybe. Oh, right. Let's see here. People asking about the Vanguard spots. Points. A lock. I think if, yeah, what's that? I'm gonna get rid of the army blocker. These white Vanguard points, they unlock if you capture the points points. Unlock the vanguards on your opponent's side. Really interesting. I have no idea how I feel about this mechanic. So basically, right, if you capture one of these points, you get vanguard points behind your enemy lines. I don't know how I feel about that. It's in domination, it's very rare. It's very rare for you to, or like it's non-existent in CA's maps to have vanguard points behind your opponent. But this is rather strong. This is rather strong. Mostly I say that because it means that you can get something like Slanesh cavalry, some Hellstriders behind your opponent's lines before they can get enough supplies to react to it. So usually if I summon Hellstriders like here or here, also by the way, new map, guys. New map, it's all modded. We got 2 mods, new maps and draggable UI. But yeah, I think if you summon behind their lines right as you see them summon, you should be able to just wreck shop before they can respond. So you have to be quite careful about that. I guess if you do have the points, you are fairly safe. So it is possible to keep your artillery safe, but I do wonder. He doesn't respond in 15 minutes. And advance. Oh, right. There we go. Is it enough to hold the point? How do you feel about high elves? What's it? Love this build? Oh yeah, this build's quite interesting, by the way. Yeah, I got a lot of single entities, and then we just start spamming infantry, fill it with chaos warriors, and then get a little bit of cavalry if we need it. We have the sniping Plague of Rust strat, so if he gets a single entity on the spawn of Tzeentch, reduce their armor by 30, reduce it by 90 after we overcast Plague of Rust. They're gonna have 0 armor, blue fire them, infinite damage. Yeah, the map is sick too. But yeah, this is sort of this is the tech to try and kill off the stalkers. I'm hoping that with my Lord and double Shaggoth, we should be able to do it. And then also the very elite chosen just to win wherever. Alright, nice, here we go. Let's do it. Seems like a good old Warriors of Chaos versus vampire counts on land battles. Who's vampire counts? This is Tomb Kings. You can't remember the last time you saw a Shaggoth? I guess, I don't know. I like the Shaggoths as a big fighter. I like them as sort of a big, nasty fighter unit. It looks like he's going for Screaming Skull catapults, it seems. And this is where I get to test. Oh, and look at that. Ka-Tep. The man actually did it. He took Ka-Tep, the DJ himself, on a horse. Now, this will be quite bad for Ka-Tep, as he does not really have great options for defending himself against blue fire. So already he is a little bit worried about that, quite likely. I guess, let's see, if he has the Ushop defocusing me, I can sort of just dodge. That's not too much of a problem for me. And yeah, honestly, if I could just sort of get onto the back line of these catapults, I might be able to just straight up snipe them with my blue fire. So you can see here, just a little bit of dodging will go a long way with your Lord. You want to be avoiding as much damage as possible on the early advances, and getting a little bit of free poke is always nice too. We'll start off by getting a little bit of a blue fire going, and we'll see how much damage it does. Preferably it kills off one of the artillery pieces, but oh my gosh, look at that. Nasty, absolutely nasty. Gonna be surviving there due to the hill. Oh wait, no, looks like we do actually kill it. That's very good. All right, nice. Let's continue to dodge, and we're just gonna get some early poking game on. I have no need to really push aggressively and lose guys early. So we'll just play nice and aggressively. Or nice and passively, I mean. The opposite of aggressive. Alright, here we go. Let's get another blue fire on here. I'm hoping it doesn't target the infantry. Occasionally it will, if you're not careful about it. But it looks like, there we go, that one does snipe out another artillery piece. Sick. And that already softens up the enemy quite a bit. You'll also notice a Forsaken on the far side. They are quite self-sufficient. I'm not too worried about them taking too much damage. And oh, look at that, another Screaming Skull catapult. I wonder how this is going to play out. Let's see here. I do have hill coverage here. That is sort of one of the great things about this map. No global bans? Yeah, that's right. No global bans. I found that people were not really using global bans to get rid of the stronger factions, and instead were just using bans to get rid of your opponent's faction mains. Game theory-wise, it heavily incentivizes. You are heavily incentivized to play, to not ban your, to not ban the more stronger, annoying factions, and instead just focus on banning out, you know, just on just banning based on your own preference of like, or like based on your opponent's preferences more aptly, which is a little bit of a problem. That's not exactly what I want to be seeing. So I think sort of just figuring out global bans another way is just the better option. Just save it, figure it out, save it for later. But anyways, here's the plan. We're gonna get some Hellstriders here. We have the capture point, which means I can get Hellstriders here. We're gonna send them, let's see here, onto the back sides of these stalkers. And then we're gonna get some sick Plague of Rust action. Plague of Rust is insanely strong versus any Tomb King's construct, because they do very much rely on their high armor to perform well. So we'll see how it goes. We got the Hellstriders moving on in. We're gonna get the Plague of Rust on these guys, and we'll see how much a Mighty Charge works for them. Looks like pretty massive damage indeed. Pretty massive damage. Yeah, I would say Plague of Rust is probably a good idea. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. Oh man. Yeah, this is what I mean by Chaos getting buffed. The Tomb Kings or Chaos really like the they really do like the sort of that extra lore of magic option that they have accessible to them now, as they can now much more easily deal with these sort of high armored units. Because before, the Demon Princess used to be far too expensive to really be good. Now they are much more terrifying. Pretty good. Nevertheless, we'll keep up the pressure. Let's get the Shaggots in onto those Stalkers, and that is already one of the most difficult to deal with Tomb King's units out of the way. See, they're just getting annihilated by my anti-large. And now to clean up the infantry, we just start spamming Forsaken. We can move in with the glorious, let's see here. My guys did rout off, unfortunately. But anyways, we can move in with the good old, what's it? Well, yeah, mostly just Forsaken. Hopefully, I want to eventually dive in on this Catapult, since it is a fairly large threat to many of my guys, and especially those Ushapti Great Bows in a second, too. There we go, they're down, and then we can drop another Plague of Rust soon. In the meantime, we also got some good skirmishing here. And I guess, I don't know, what do I really need to do? Catapult's already shut down. I guess if we just dive bomb the Chosen of the Gods now, that might just be it. Let's see if we can get it done. In the meantime, we'll keep on bullying Kotep with some blue fires. Get a minor Plague of Rust on those Ushapti. We don't need to hit them as hard. And I think we're in the clear. I think the healing bug got hotfixed. Yeah, the healing bug for the Tomb Kings got mega hotfixed. It is no longer a problem. We no longer have to worry about the Tomb Kings getting fully healed max HP infantry. What a blessing, man. What a blessing. Nice, we'll just keep bullying Kotep. I think the double Shaggoth, the fact that we were able to dive bomb all of their larger single entities and anti-large tools so early, I think that basically has us set at this point. Because otherwise, the Shaggoths would be in a pretty rough situation, but we just really shut down everything quite fast, it seems. Alright, nice. Another Hellstrider. We'll park him over here. And you'll also notice I'm not very much playing for points here. We're mostly just focusing on trading up because I have high confidence I can capture points in the late game if I need it. If I need to. I have loads of infantry, a lot of capture weight. Hellstriders are great capture weight. And so are my Marauder Horsemen, so that's why we're not really worrying about that. Ayo, what's up? And not too much. Just having a fun time hosting this here little tournament. Let's see, Stalker's going down. Do I want to Plague of Rust it? Honestly, not really. I think it's already getting low enough where it's where we're fine. Let's see here. Looks like he's actually trying to go for the point. He's actually just trying to win by a point victory instead of through capture points. That should be to my advantage, honestly. I don't think his skeleton warriors capture that especially quickly either, so it should be pretty difficult for him to come back here. There we go. We'll Plague of Rust, that Tomb Scorpion, now that I have my Hellstriders. And I think, honestly, that's probably the super meta play, isn't it? You just grab your Hellstriders, and then you Plague of Rust to kill any armored target. That way, Hellstriders truly become the anti-everything tool they were meant to be. Looking good over there. Skirmish cavalry retreating from this location. And I do have to be a little bit wary, right? If trading keeps going evenly, there is a chance that my opponent here will manage to sort of pull back and just stall me from capturing points. So I do have to be a little bit wary. I guess with the double Shaggoth, do I really have to be fearful? I guess not too much, though I will need to capture a point sometime soon. I'm thinking I can hard dive this right flank. And then I can also, actually, no, I think we go all in on the middle. He just summoned a bunch of guys here, right? It's skeleton warriors, they'll get taken out in due time. And in the middle, I should be safe just bringing in all of my cavalry, I believe. So like we just bring in the Hellstriders. We have the double Shaggoth, they have pretty good capture weight. I think that should be fine enough. Finally caught me live. Hey, nice. I had a good time. We're having a great tournament so far. I think we're just about ready to pull in a pretty massive lead. Kepler Guard, we're going to reduce their armor by 1,000,000. Oh my gosh, minus 90 armor. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. We charge them with the Hellstriders. They're going to lose their HP quite quickly there. Nice. Then I can summon a horseman to secure this area. We'll have the double cap on him, and that will mean that we have a load of time to just sit back, relax, and finish our trading game. No need to really worry about the capture points, as domination mostly, I would say, is a trading-based game at the current moment. With, you know, you gotta keep the capture points in mind, but most of the time you are just focusing on trading up. And it seems like the theory is working out for us. This point over here looks like it's getting captured quite well. He's actually brought in Codtep to try and stop the capture. We're gonna, let's see here, just ward off these skeleton horsemen real quick. And in the middle, it's looking alright. Now, I do need some more, let's see here. I'm gonna bring in a bit more infantry just to secure the middle. I guess we can also use the Hellstriders to push back these guys. Looks like we have stolen that point, so we're no longer in a triple cap situation. Very, very nice, which means all we have to do is secure this middle area for us to not really have to worry for the rest of the battle. I might lose this area, but holding it even for a little bit should be great. And now it's mostly about cleanup. So now we're transitioning phases into thinking about capturing. So that means mostly summoning in Forsaken, mostly summoning in a bit of cavalry, sort of the works, like that. I can, let's see here, I can also transition my mobility. Moving around your sort of skirmish cavalry to steal points is a great way of sort of securing points. There we go. And I think I'm just going to aim for this point over here. He's focused pretty hard on taking this area, so no real point going heavy in that direction. I'll bring in one unit of Forsaken just to clean up here. And then my cavalry force should be able to out-capture these skeleton warriors. Let's see it, let's see it. Okay, there we go. We're capturing it at a pace of 2, which means we need roughly 2 minutes to seal it. I don't know, it could be a little bit sketchy. Tomb Kings might be able to, they might be able to stall me out here if I'm not careful, so we'll have to see. We're going to be sitting in a 2 cap for a little bit. We'll see, we'll see. A little bit of cycle charging here should be able to secure that point. I'll have another unit of Hellstriders, but we're still trading up. We're still trading up, which is important. Looks like my capture rate is now, it's still quite low. It's still quite low, but we have secured the middle. Even if he does bring in a few guys, they shouldn't be able to steal the point too quickly, I think. We also have the Shaggoths to beat up some of his guys. And over yonder, it seems like, my cavalry's doing okay. We will have another point secured, but we're at about, we only have a few minutes left to secure this game, so we do have to be a little bit wary now. Thankfully, I do finally have my cavalry force. We can now rotate them towards the middle to steal back the middle capture point. It's very contested, so shouldn't be too bad. Or it should be, it's gonna be a little bit sketchy. It's gonna be a little bit sketchy. Let's see here. We do have this point secured. All of those guys are crumbling. Can we secure this middle point in a quick amount of time? If we do, we have, let's see here. We have a few minutes to steal the last point, so that should be fine as long as that doesn't take too long. Here we go. Looks like the point is capturing at a very fast speed at 16, so that means only a few seconds. It's going to summon another unit of infantry here. We'll block them up with one of my horsemen. And then we're going to pull everyone on this right side to make sure that he doesn't hold that for too long. I gotta say, though, his ability to stall my captures is getting pretty scary. Let's see here, some skeleton warriors. We'll just go ahead and beat them up. I don't think he'll be able to take this point anytime soon. And I should be able to secure this flank point very quickly. I have a load of guys here. We just gotta maneuver on there. And it looks like he's gonna be pushing on over here. We're gonna have to summon some very slow warriors, unfortunately, to try and stop that. Also notice that he's stalling up my infantry here by bringing in the skeleton horsemen. I'm actually just gonna disengage from them and just hard push onto this point, because we do need to take that as soon as possible. That is of the utmost importance here. Seems like the right point's gonna be getting picked off in a second. I don't know, it's gonna be a little bit sketchy. I gotta say, his ability to stall is really screwing me over, and I think we didn't have enough cavalry. I was missing a little bit on the cavalry front, and was sort of suffering because of it. There we go, another unit of Forsaken that should be able to take this point. Over here, this capture point is going really slowly. Dang! Look at that, the stall! I haven't been stalled this hard before, but look at that! Maybe I was just wrong. Look at that. The Tomb King stall strats, guys. I really should have had more horsemen, though. They would have been able to hold the points way better. I was a little bit too slow in the early game, it seems. And honestly, the double Shaggoth, they did kill the constructs really well, but now they don't really have a lot of capture weight. I think that's it. Oh my gosh, we got stalled, chat. I guess if I had a bunch of marauders too, we also could have cleaned up the game. But wow, maybe I should. It was a less of a trading game than I thought. Tomb Kings taking over the world. You know, I really thought the Warriors of Chaos were going to be top dogs. If we take a look at the Shaggoths, I don't think they really paid for themselves. Although they were a threat, not nearly enough capture weight. Honestly, if I had just gone mass infantry, I probably would have been able to overwhelm them. Even more chosen, maybe. I'll probably do that next time. I'd say Chaos is still probably favored. But regardless, that's game number 1. Oh my gosh, starting off with a loss. Washed up city, guys. Absolutely washed up city. Do I know nothing about the meta anymore? Yeah, Tomb Kings, they, I honestly, this was a pretty light capture weight build. That was my bad. Is chat picking army compositions today? Not today. Unless I pull a lead. If I pull a lead, chat gets to have a bit of sway. Alright. Should have gone Beastmen? Ah, yes. Alright, here we go. The next map. Chat will be picking my factions, though. That should be fun. Gotta get the game face on. The next one is Border Low Landing. Alright, chat. This one's a big, wide open map. I'm going to give you some options, and you guys can figure out exactly what we're going to be playing. The options are for today, and it is just going to be YouTube, just because it's easier to only set up in one place. I would think, I think Slaanesh is the top tier faction. Dark Elves is, should be quite strong on Border Low Landing. Could go Norska. Let's see here. We need something to deal with Chaos, I guess, but Dark Elves should be fine there. Let's see here. Empire. Maybe some Empire action. Maybe some Lizardmen action. I guess, maybe not Lizardmen. I'll have Tomb Kings there. Alright, chat. Pick a faction. Pick a faction. The Empire one is like the spiciest pick. Will we get knocked out round 1? I think that'd be hilarious. Druchi? Yo, Druchi are pretty hype. Empire with the 41%. I think it's very likely going to be Empire. And then I'll go ahead and work out the bans. Obviously, Slaanesh is terrifying. We don't want to play versus them. Warriors of Chaos, though. We'll probably ban Warriors of Chaos. Slanesh Warriors of Chaos are like, it's two like mega meta factions that we don't really want to be fighting. Although, can we kill the Warriors of Chaos? Nah, that's not really a great trade. So Slanesh Warriors of Chaos. And then, I guess... I don't know, I guess Dark Elves, maybe? Looks like it's a hard Empire. You guys are such Empire fanboys. Is it all Turin viewers here today? What's going on? Alright. Empire. Yeah, honestly, that seems like a fairly good lineup. Let's try it out. Let's get some Empire games in today. If we do get knocked out early, we will continue to cast a tournament, by the way. Should be quite fun. Empire. Alright, here we go. Let's see it. War wagons. Yo, chat. Calm down, chat. Calm down. I know what you guys like. You don't gotta worry about it. Oh, man. Isn't every Warhammer fan a Turin viewer? In terms of the multiplayer scene, most definitely. Galmaraz is hungry for players. Yo, Luminarch? Oh my gosh. This is my campaign chat starting to leak in. What is this? Luminarch stack? Gelt on a horse? Yo, Gelt on a horse. That's a new one. I haven't heard that before. Yeah, I'm real interested. I'm real interested to see how this plays out. He goes for the Dowie. The Madman. The Madman actually hot picks dwarves. What in the world? You're gonna pick dwarves against the Empire. This guy. This man thinks that dwarves is gonna win it versus the Empire? Really? The might of the Empire against the Dowie. What a fool! What a fool to think so. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a cakewalk, guys. If I lose this one, all right? If I lose this one, I am world renowned for my anti-dwarf empire empire builds. This should be good. This should be good. I'm not worried in the slightest. All we really gotta do is make sure that we outgun them. And honestly, it's not too hard. There are a ton of options that you can bring against the dwarves to sort of shut down their ranged styles of play. I also think the Empire in general, they're pretty versatile. They're pretty versatile. I gotta say the map is also bloody massive, so we don't have to worry about any like having to fight them in any choke points where I think the dwarves would excel. I'd say we're fine. We're fine. Not a worry. Not a single worry in sight, chat. Make them write some. Make the itty bitty dwarves write a few more grudges in their books. Oh Nelly, they're gonna be in for a rough time. Let's see here. The real question, though, I guess, is how do I round out my build? How do I round out my build now? I just have to make it. Just have to make sure that it is indeed so that we have good expenditures here. At the moment, it's a little bit janky. Oh, I guess I could do this, couldn't I? Oh my gosh, yeah, this could be sick. Chat, the dwarves, they don't know what's coming for them. It's over. It's over for them. War wagons. Oh my gosh, it's always war wagons with you, chat. It's always war wagons, I swear. Huntsman Empire build. You know, Huntsmen do actually have decent armor piercing damage. They have slightly less than crossbowmen though, and against the dwarves, I think it is quite important that we have a little bit of that. Let's see here. Oh, I guess I could do this. That's pretty great. Yeah, chat. He's doomed. He's doomed. He's doomed. There's no way. There's no way he beats his build. Okay. Slayer rush. Artillery rush. Ranged spam. Nothing's gonna beat this build. Zero things shall beat this build. I have foreseen it. We're going full Kairos here. I don't think it's gonna be that much of a problem. Light wizard plus 5 luminarchs. Mass miners. Yo, the miner stack. Oh my gosh, terrifying. Getting PTSD. Marcus Wolfhard, let's go. Yo, Marcus against dwarves though? Like, what's he gonna kill? What, Felix? Poor Marcus, man. Marcus ain't that hype. Here we go. We're going a classic build, guys. It's about as bread and butter as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no war wagons. You guys already picked my faction. But fortunately for us, Reichsguard Doomstack. Fortunately for us, we got some pretty good pew-pew in classic Enticity fashion. Just an insane amount of range is what we're going to be fielding. Rigged. Yo, we're already down one game, okay? We're down one game. I'll bring war wagons if we're up a game, okay? How's chat feel about that? But alright, taking a look at the map, we're going to be seeing some pretty interesting positions with points. They're actually quite spread out on this map, which is to our advantage, I would think. We will have to push towards the middle, though. Very hard to steal this far point. And also, if we look over here, we have a very interestingly shaped tower in the middle. Gonna be great. We definitely want to take that and capture it for our own. Should be pretty sick. I have a nice good old ranged gunpowder build with the Lord Sunmaker artillery piece, and it's just gonna be a million range. Nothing too complicated here. You've seen this in many a battle before, and as long as we don't get in range of the dwarves and we can get some focus fire, we're fine. If he goes ranger spam, we have a wizard with burning head. He'll be able to catch out all of the rangers. Ready. He'll be able to catch out any lines of rangers and basically buy me room for my range spam to actually be able to fire. So it's very important that we use that magic to our advantage. And of course, the rocket batteries just to pepper the dwarves down and desummon. This is actually clever. We're outranging the dwarves. It's a rare strategy, but it does actually work. For the reinforcements, we're going to have a Boris and summon, so that if he does die, we don't get the Lord loss penalty. And we also have a million Great Swords and Empire Knights to make sure we can actually clean them up towards the end of the battle. The question is, though, will we get stalled out by the enemy? No infantry needed against a defensive faction? Exactly. Dwarves are incredibly bad at rushing. So if he does try to progress towards me, we just shoot him in the face. It's full Napoleon, guys. It's Napoleon Total War. The Napoleon Enticity build. Checkerboard those range. We don't actually need to checkerboard them. Checkerboarding is a strat against melee. And if he's not going heavy on the melee, we don't got to worry about that. Of course, if he has gyros too, we'll be fine. And then the Empire Knights are here just to force him to spread out further. The wider he goes, the more focused we can get with these guys. So I'm pretty excited. Slanesh. Be gone, Slanesh. Oh, it's Slanesh bots. It's alright, I got him. Fast on the mark for the Slanesh bots. I thought you banned Slanesh. Oh boy, chat. Oh, chat. Alright, here we go. He's ready for us. He's ready for us. Let's see how it pans out. We're gonna grab our ranged full-on gun line, advance towards him, and oh, look at that! What a cute play! What a cute little play with his tiny little legs. He's gonna be trying to sneak into the forest. What a fool! What a fool he is to try and move into the forest. As we should be able to actually hard push to this point if we wanted to, thus catching him out in an awkward position and allowing us to sort of just secure this far position over here. I can go ahead and get myself some Empire Knights to go over here. And then we have the Sunmaker and the Hellstorm rocket batteries to sort of just punish him as he emerges from the forest, because he will have to get his guys onto the very edge for that to really work. So I think we're good. I think he forgot the tower is there. The tower. The who what tower? What, this bad boy? Yeah, we're gonna be great, guys. We're gonna be great. I just sort of secure this area. He's gonna be stuck on the far end of the map, and then as he has to transition into this pass of death, he's gonna get shot up in the face a lot. So I'm not too worried about that. We can even just grab our range and position here. My knights can secure this point, as they can sort of maneuver out of there quickly if they want to. Oh, look at that, the Thoric Ironbrow. One Thoric Ironbrow is gonna... Oh, okay, actually, he's going pretty hard on this area. This tells me I want to actually... tells me I actually want to advance a little bit there. Since he split up his forces, we are sort of clear to advance here. And that should allow us to get a lot of work done. Because we basically just outgun him by a million, right? He has nothing over here to really beat this amount of range. Sure, he can maybe summon some artillery, I guess. That's what these Empire Knights are for. So they're just going to camp the middle area and sort of make it really awkward for him to maneuver. Should be quite nice. He's also quite slow, which means that we might even be able to steal the point early. This map's actually massive. You do have to take that into account. Jeez, the map is huge. This map is insanely large. The dwarves, they can't even get here fast enough. Alright, regardless, let's get our gun line set up. Let's get the capturing going. Let's get the anti-artillery tech going. That way he has to spend a load of money to actually deal with that. And then we'll get our flanking sort of gun line over here, as we know that we outgun him by quite a bit. We're also saving up for Boris. We want that terror for sure. And it looks like he is trying to reposition now. We've taken the points, which is great. And, oh my gosh, he's gonna suicide Thoric. Come on, don't do Thoric dirty like that, man. Oh, look at that, there's some Ulthars. Nice. I'm gonna disengage from them instead of charging, just to make sure that they don't get too many volleys off on me. And then we're just gonna get a sick little flank charge over there. We, of course, have insane ranged firepower. And we also have the rocket batteries. They're gonna start focus firing down his ranged. Absolutely no problem. Thoric is advancing like a madman. Has a death wish. We'll see how well he does with that advance. Gonna be yeah, just gonna right click focus fire him. That should be a pretty big leadership loss penalty for the dwarves. Of course, he is getting a bit of damage here with his guys. Thoric even holding fairly well for himself here, but I'm not too worried. We also got some burning heads. Looks like the Rangers are going down, and he does have a pretty nice concave here. We do have to pull back to get a little bit into a safer position, but look at that. The artillery is doing great, and they can just sort of pepper these guys down. I'm not too worried about that. Plus, we have Boris here, finally. He can start punishing these guys. Then we got to pull back from the miners just so that they're not a problem. Now, we do have to be careful about our knights and such. We want our knights sort of online and operational. And they need to be chasing down these guys as much as they can. Little bit caught up on the rocks here, which was my bad. But as long as we can take out most of the miners, I think we're okay. Over here, we can turn and fire on these guys. My Empire Knights need to shut down these here. Minor pieces. Over here, my cavalry's doing great at shutting down the Quarrelers, as he doesn't have any Slayers. Always great to see. And you can see how effective the focus fire is here. It's looking pretty good. We got another burning head on the dwarves, surprisingly enough, actually doing not terribly against them. Turn on fire at will. And then we'll just sort of hammer these locations. We won't be able to use all of our ammunition on the artillery pieces, but that's sort of okay in the end, even if we don't. And soon enough, we should just be able to trade pretty well. Of course, time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. If we don't trade fast enough here, we could run into a few issues. You can see those Slayers are actually beginning to move on in. And actually, you know what? He's sort of diving my artillery positions. I have to be really wary of that. What's that? Just some Slayers? Oh my gosh, what a massive charge. Huge charge from my guys over there. We're going to start spamming out some great swords now to beat up these guys. And then we're going to get another charge on those Slayers, I think. I will say, it's a little bit sketch. I think my Empire Knights are doing great. His sort of hard flank on the side there isn't really going to pay off for him. But I will say his miners are starting to get into range. We are sort of blobbed up real nasty here. Thankfully, fairly decent volley over here. We're stopping them from firing. That's good. We're gonna burning head them just to give them the leadership penalties. Boris should be able to rout them off. Come on, come on. Oh, crap. I accidentally let one of my artillery pieces get caught. We're gonna have to dismount that and disengage. And now we just start spamming our great swords. Great swords can be amazing versus the dwarves in a vacuum. Over here, though, I gotta say, he's dived in on my guys pretty well. He's got a pretty sick surround. We're gonna have to back up here. This is going terribly. This is going terribly. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my gosh. Look at that. The nasties. The nasties. He's gonna be diving in on top of my my range pretty hard here. I guess I should have focused on one area, maybe the further point. We're gonna have to pull away here and get a little bit of kite action going. The problem that I have right now is that I don't have a lot of time. I gotta say, the reinforcements are quite terrifying. Regardless, we should get some D-summons going. And I will have my great swords on the battlefield to start pushing back and capturing points in a second. We can sort of just fall back in that direction. And we'll see how this pans out. Yeah, the Dowie Tide settling a grudge. I gotta say, the mass amount of dwarves is actually sort of... Just going for pure numbers here is actually becoming a little bit of an issue. I guess I really need to secure this far point. The thing is, though, time is of the essence, and can I army wipe him fast enough? Was I overconfident? Perhaps? Perhaps? Is this gonna be a lost farming stream? I'm gonna have to rename the stream to Warhammer Lost Farming? Man, he fielded out a lot of guys. Let's keep getting the great swords in here. Man, I feel like I should have had just like only great swords or something. This is a tragedy. This is an absolute tragedy. Alright, let's go ahead and get Boris over here. We are still trading up, which is a good sign. Gonna get Boris back, pull it with our Fire Wizard. But the problem is, we weren't actually able to secure any of these positions. I need to be able to push onto these points if we want to, and actually capture them if we don't want to get timed out. I think he might have just gone the timeout victory here. Just by stopping us from actually capturing any points. He might have just been able to secure his position. Regardless, we continue the fight. We'll push on over here. Let's get our range pull back. And we're going to try transitioning into the middle here. Wow, that's a lot of damage on my greatswords. You know what? I think he's just a better player than me. He's just a better player. Look at that huge push. Look at that huge Dowie Tide. Terrifying. The truth. Oh my gosh, we're getting annihilated. We're getting absolutely annihilated. Regardless, we do still have a few great swords here. We've only burned out half the time in 9 minutes. We'll see if we have enough here to win it. I'm going to keep summoning in great swords. So the map is so massive. The fact that he's already captured the points means that it's going to be very hard for me to actually recapture here. Regardless, we keep on pushing forwards. My range had to fall back all the way back here, unable to hold any ground for themselves. And it seems like he's just reinforcing the middle. I don't think I can retake it. Enticity going from we can't lose to we're getting annihilated. Yo, I gotta say though, he played really well. I thought I knew what was going on, but just by splitting in a way that actually held all the points, I wasn't able to secure anything. That was terrifying. I really thought over here was gonna be the play. I genuinely thought like that was gonna be it. Man, I'm gonna have to host another tournament now. Gonna have to host a revenge tournament. We can't be losing round 1 like this all the time. I've been playing too much campaign. Oh, the brutality. Look at that massive minor blasting charges going off there. Thorek actually surviving the onslaught. We're not capturing this point anytime soon. I think it's over, chat. Is that tournament elimination? It is. It is. We got annihilated. I guess I also didn't account for the map. I don't know. I feel like on a smaller map, is it even better for Empire? I don't know. I gotta say though, regardless, he definitely did great. I feel like almost... What if I went like a cavalry stack? The thing is, he went for both flanks and reinforced the middle. That was actually a really, really good play. And then I just couldn't... I had to fall back from here. I thought that I had this area easily secured, but he just pushed in. He just walked in like it was nothing. You know, I'd probably cut the Hellstone rocket batteries. They're really bad at holding ground, and just replace them with like 4 great swords. That would have easily changed the tide of this battle had I just 4 great swords instead. Hellstorms was a bit too cute. That was just a long trading game, but he's won it. He's won it. He earned it. We had some misplays on the builds. GG. Well played to my opponent. I just gotta get my practice going. Washed up city. Oh my gosh, the brutality. The brutality. Well, we're gonna just spectate some games from here on out then. Oh man. Should have played Skaven to beat him. I feel like Skaven would have lost against him if his name is Housecat. Alright, let's get the window open. Lost farming confirmed. I know. Absolute lost farmer here. Lost farmer Enticity. I need to catch up with the meta. You know, I've only played like 2 tournaments now in this patch. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. GG. The Hellstorms were actually a really bad idea. They should have been Great Swords, because I had to run away from basic Dwarf Warriors. Had I had Great Swords, I could have won that right flank engagement. Would have gone way better. Because, like, he split off my Hellstorm crew on the side. So, like, you know, it could have been sick if I just did, like, this instead. And then taken, like, a Cavalry Corps. Or even, like, Pistoliers, just for extra capture weight. It could have been better. Something like this, I think. Something like this-ish is probably what would have done it for me. Great Swords are the bane of the Empire roster. I actually needed more. Regardless, well played to House Cat of War. We're gonna go ahead and I guess just get onto the spectating part of the tournament. Dang it, that's 2 tournaments now. It's 2 tournaments with total loss farmer Enticity. Alright. Let's see if we can get some spectating going. Who do we have? Who do we have here? Let's see here. By the way, brackets in the description if you guys want to check it out. You needed war wagons, the war wagons fan. Mortar war wagons. Could have been sick. Honestly, they would have been better than the artillery pieces. Alright, what are we looking at? Who is facing each other right now? They would have been able to kite the dwarves. Yeah, totally. This reminds me, I'm getting campaign flashbacks now. Terrible. Terrible. Other than high elves whose range units beat melee units, it depends on situation most of the time. It's okay you played Empire, not your main factions. Yeah, I know, but I should know how to beat the Dowie. I should know how to beat the Dowie. Oh, man. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can jump into this game as a spectator. If I join with code, can you join with code as a spectator? I feel like CA done did. They done did it dirty. What's that? Tomos? I think we joined as a non-spectator. Alright, at least I found the right game. It's our fault for voting Empire? No. That game was totally winnable. If I had Great Swords, I 100% would have won that. 100%. My confidence is not unwavered. Oh, man. Yeah, no way I'm losing this. Yo, the thing is, to actually train to be a top multiplayer player, you have to spend so many hours in the game. I haven't, like, hard trained in weeks. Focusing too much on the vid production. You have some plague of rust to shake. Some plague of rust to shake off. It's fine though. You know, nothing gets me wanting to play tournaments more than losing tournaments. I might even play in one tonight. Should we go hardcore? After this tournament, should I just keep streaming and then stream the NA tournament? Wouldn't that be sick? A good spectator but not good player. Oh man, that's regardless, we move on. Yo, that would be, what's it? When does this tournament end? So the NA tournament, the Redemption Arc tournament, when does that happen? That's gonna be in, let's see here. That tournament is gonna be starting at 7 p.m. today. If this one lasts for 5 hours, we could back-to-back it. That would be real interesting. Everyone's all about it. Yo, chat, you know how much time that is? Let's see here. How long would that tournament go on for? It's a best of 1 tournament, single faction tournament. Dude, do we sign up for it? How do you choose your faction? Yo, I'm already on to the next tournament, chat. I'm already on to the next tournament. I'm looking at the page right now. It's this one. I'll post a link. I have 5 hours to warm up. No, I gotta cast. Sorry, guys. Gotta quit casting the finals. Have to play my own. Have to play another tournament. Yo, okay, let's take a look. What do we got? We have Black Arc, Black Ark, Itza, Arnheim. Man, I can't believe we lost on the capture weight, though. It might be because I'm not used to playing on the larger maps, and it's actually much harder to steal points than it is on the smaller maps of classical CA domination. It could also just be because my builds are bad. I'm recognizing that my builds are getting abused the same way, capture weight wise. We need a bit of reflection. It is a single faction tournament though, so potentially I can just go for I can just play whatever. I can play something super OP. Everyone in chat signing up now. Yo, okay, here's the strat, chat. Here's the strat. I need you guys to sign up. And then I need you to throw when you get matched up against me, okay? It's the only way we can buffer my ego. Let's see here. Let's see. Semifinals is streamed there. There's a link to their Discord. Let's see. So they have a Discord link. Where do you declare your... Ah, there you go. That's where you have to declare your faction. Yeah, what should we play, chat? Should we decide now? I guess we can wait until the tournament's a little bit closer, can't we? I'm too invested in this, considering I won't be around for that time because I can't be bothered. Yeah, it's gonna be quite late. Many of you guys will not be watching 5 hours from now, but regardless. Yo, yeah, I can play ogres? That'd be sick. Hey, hold on to your milk bags, ladies and gentlemen. What faction do we play, though? What's like a good... Are all factions available? Let's see here. Lobbies, no-shows, crashes. Can people play... I'm seeing, like... Not a lot of people are playing the super OP factions. Does that mean that they're banned or what? Control F. Oh, okay, here. Vampire counts, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, and Slanesh are banned. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll while we wait for these guys to pick their factions. Let's go ahead and see. I'm a Xinshin cultist. His loss is all according to plan. Oh yeah, totally. Oh man, what a brutal way to start the day. Turn round 1 loss. I need to host another tournament just to catch up, I swear. Vampire Coast is up there. As one of the top factions that I love. What else is good? I feel like what else is like a really what's a nice Empire? Redeem yourself? I guess I'll have Empire there. Let's see here, a little bit of Empire. I don't want to play Demons of Chaos. I'm not a fan. Let's see. We could do High Elves did get a pretty massive buff. I'll have High Elves there. And I'm actually just a personal fan of Dark Elves and Khorne. Khorne could be fun. Khorne could be very fun. You know, in a tournament like that, Khorne that doesn't have to face off against the top tier factions, Khorne could be pretty sick. Demons need some love. They need some love. They need so much love that I refuse to play them. Oh man, shouldn't those factions be unbanned now that the bug was fixed for healing? A lot of people don't like them because they severely outmatch many of the other factions. So the way that tournaments are sort of choosing right now, you have like the top tier factions and the mid tier factions. So you choose if you want the meta to be sort of the 5 top factions like Tomb Kings, Chaos, and Chaos, Tomb Kings, Slanesh, and Vampire counts, where they're all really strong, but they sort of face off against each other quite evenly. Or you can choose to have the other meta, which is sort of just like all the other factions sort of duking it out against each other, with some of them being lower than the others. I can understand how people really like the sort of wider faction pool of the lower meta. I sort of wanted to see if people had some techs against the stronger factions. Because honestly, right, if we just constantly ban out the stronger factions, no one's actually gonna figure out good counters against them. And I feel like that's bad for meta innovation. I want to see people beating top tier factions with weaker factions. And that's what we're sort of testing out in this tournament today. If it is just only those 5 factions that are played all the time, then we might sort of alternate between banning them all or keeping them in. How did the Mad Lad beat the Kraken King? With dwarves, it turns out. With dwarves against Empire. Cause I goofed. I didn't bring optimal builds, and it felt like he brought pretty good builds against what I had going. He played the point game, the capture point game better than me. And it seemed like it was instinctual. Though I feel like I screwed up. Play Dowie, they're clearly the best. I refuse. I'm not touching the Dowie. Bretonia? Oh man, Bretonia's so weak though. I guess it depends on the maps. Are these gonna be massive maps? It's unmodded. It's unmodded, so I don't know if we'll actually get sick maps. Let's see here. Man, not too many good suggestions for factions. What's like a good last faction, guys? Can someone give me some factions? The Hellstorms were missing a lot from shooting the terrain. The Hellstorms honestly don't have enough DPS there. Not on such a big map. I think you need a smaller map actually for the Hellstorms to do well. And even then, you probably don't even want Hellstorms at the start. I would bet that the best strategy is just to have like an extra 3 greatswords, so they can actually block the dwarven advance. Because the strat is your greatswords will beat all of the dwarven front line except for miners, and then your guns sort of shoot down the miners. Fortunately, in that case, it did not go as planned. Try Cathay. Cathay's pretty fun. High elves. We have high elves. No greenskins. Nah. You know, Cathay. I don't know. I'm traumatized from Cathay. Corn. That's true. Yeah, corn. All right, here we go. Thank you very much, Twitch chat. Vampire Coast Empire. High elves of Corn for the single faction tournament. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What's the vote looking like? The true Bretonian made a good Bretonia. What's this? With the Green Knight? So like, there's some like cool Green Knight playstyles. Lizardmen? Lizardmen was a hard maybe. Oh wow, look at that. 39% corn. Are you guys all corn fans? Is that the strat? Everyone just wants to see corn. You know, that could be pretty sick. But for now, we load into the game against Hadri's and Tomos. It's gonna be seeing a pretty standard Tomb King build here from Tomos. He's gonna be having a whack load of infantry frontline. Of course, he has the sepulchral stalkers, double Ushapti Great Bow instead of double sepulchral stalker. I'd say I actually do prefer the sepulchral stalkers in testing, but I lost, so what do I know? Regardless, the Ushapti should be quite strong against something like the Empire. He's probably quite fearful of maybe the war wagons, or maybe he just wants to kill knights at a distance. Against an old Warhammer 2 strategy tech, you would see a lot of Ushapti play over Stalker play, so I think that could be quite good. Looks like the winner is Corn. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be playing Corn. We're gonna be playing Corn in the single faction tournament. Yo, guys, if I lose in that tournament, I'm just gonna end the stream right away and start streaming campaign. We're just gonna become a full-on, full-time campaign streamer, guys. Nah, you guys know the drill. You guys know the drill. I'm a masochist. The thing is though. Oh wait, is there actually a war wagon? I haven't looked at the Empire build. It looks like no war wagons. That would be almost suicidal versus Tomb Kings. Though I wonder, would war wagons actually work? If you have some way of shutting down the Ushapti, it would, but there's basically no way at that. Hammer of the Witches will kill quite a few models, so it's quite strong. Unfortunately for the Empire, though, this hill is quite detrimental for them. There's actually a lot of cover here, and I would say the artillery piece might have a hard time this battle. Ushapti can duck for cover over here. Could be a little bit scary. Either way, they do have a fairly mixed front line of very hard to kill units. Classic against undead factions like the Tomb Kings. Halberds on the flank. Some basic Empire Knights. And oh, look at that, Knights of the Blazing Sun. Slightly stronger Empire Knights. The problem is, they will be a bullet magnet, and they could very well get shot up like crazy. You'll see over here in the top area, the Tomb King's passive. Also the Winds of Magic situation. You can see Hadri's instantly going for the slightly faster Winds of Magic replenishment. Not going to be giving him that much of a lead, though. They're actually both quite similar. But let's see what's it going to do for magic. The Wizard Flyer is actually a pretty interesting choice. You'll also see with the UI mod, abilities are actually not all on the same line now. So the more notable castable abilities are all on a second line. Very, very nice. CA, please. CA, please copy this. I guess, you know, losing is a good excuse for showing off the sick UI too, isn't it? Is Hadri still a Ratman? He's 100% still a Ratman. Faux show. I'm a masochist, Slanesh. Then surely 100%. But Slanesh is banned, so. Yeah, and we gotta keep the Slanesh worshipping under wraps. Yo, Corn should be fun, though. I'm excited to play some Corn later today. Poor Empire dudes pushing the cannons uphill. It's gonna be quite the task. But, the big question, though. Will the Ushabti kill absolutely everything? Right now, they do not have many targets. Mostly having to focus down some flagellants. Focusing down maybe a couple, well, that's basically it. Empire Knights are doing a good job zoning out of the way. And if this continues, the Hammer of the Witches could get a lot of damage. You can see the target fire is there. Firing actually over this little center monument over there. And the first shot comes out, knocking one of the Ushabti Greatbow down. But they are tankier than you would think. He actually survives a cannonball to the face, which is going to be pretty rough. If we had a player to cheer for, by the way, indeed, Hadri's is among the top. He's a really strong player, but sticks to his guns and plays mostly non-meta factions a lot of the time. Oh, look at that, but the fireball sniping on the Lich Priest, that's a pretty nice pick. But yeah, Hadri's a big fan of going non-meta. So he's going to be, we're going to be really interested to see if he has some sick tech against the Tomb Kings. Any Empire win is great in my books. And you can see over here, some Carrion are being summoned. Now, this could go very well for the Tomb Kings. It could go absolutely terribly. If the Carrion dive the Hammer of the Witches and kills it, it's great. But very often, you see artillery pieces like this being a bait to try and get your opponent to summon these flyers so you can kill them. And look at that, Outrider grenade launchers. Actually, no, not normal Outriders. They won't be able to kill the Carrion. And it looks like Hadri's rapidly trying to get his Empire Knights to defend the artillery piece. And it looks like they will get there in time. In the meantime, most of the infantry suffering, as you would expect. Empire, not very known for their infantry, both in campaign and multiplayer. But Hadri's still doing great on the low ground. Nice captures over here. But much more importantly, big charge from the Carrion. Will the cannons be saved? Hadri's gonna be having his micro put to the test here. It seems like he's slightly distracted by his silver bullets getting annihilated by the Screaming Skull catapult reinforcements over there. And the cannons are still undefended. Mild misplay from the Hadri's. Gonna be looking very rough for him. Carrion even splitting. Anti-large Carrion too. No, just an extra 25% damage. Gonna be annihilating those Outriders. And oh my gosh, everything crumbling for Hadri's. This is terrible. This is terrible. Some really rough engagements all around. Now, we have to remember though, Hadri's does still have a good amount of time. He has the capture point advantage, and that's going to be pretty nice for him. It means he can dictate the battle, he can fall back and retreat, and he doesn't have to be on the aggressive. He even kills the Carrion. You can see how quickly they fall there. Fortunately, the cannon crew does still rout. Outrider grenade launchers are routing too, but Hadri's does control the center. Tomb Kings haven't really pushed too hard there, and a nice play from Hadri's, actually intercepting the infantry early on. Really great way to stop them from getting onto the points where they'd be able to fight and capture at the same time. Same thing goes over here. Empire Knight's going to be clashing against Nahakara Horsemen, and they will go down most likely, but very, very slowly. Empire Knights are insanely armored, so they don't really worry about sitting in a fight against a few Skelly boys. H is looking like Enticity out there. Yo, chat. Chat's vicious. Chat's vicious. I gotta say, when I was in my prime, I thought chat was nice. It turns out chat's just a bunch of vultures. They're just waiting for you to fall down the stairs before they can pick at your bones. I swear, chat. I swear. I don't know why I use falling down the stairs as the analogy. Regardless. Regardless, a bunch of vultures out there. Hadri's is still doing pretty good. He's held off the middle. He's going to hold off over here. And the Tomb Kings are on the timer. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to win the game. Chat equals Skaven. Confirmed. But Hadri's is trading a little bit down. Now, it's not by that much. As we've seen earlier, apparently a 500 gold deficit doesn't matter very much when it comes to actual capture points. And a rogue Blessed Legion of Petra gonna be getting sort of annihilated here. Blasted down by the Knights. They do not have a lot of mass. Just getting plowed through. You're going to be taking a load of damage there. Nice pick from Hadri's. Tomb Kings not really going for the captures, and Hadri's even catching up on the value as the fight continues. Tomb Kings sort of struggling by the looks of it. Even on the high ground, it's sort of contested, and it seems like perhaps the Tomb Kings is pulling in Enticity. We'll see though, we'll see though. This is a very precarious position. Empire Knights capture the Ushopti, but won't be killing them anytime soon. And it looks like with one of them online and operational, this is sort of the main problem. You're always going to have to be dealing with Ushopti poking at you. They're very hard to shut down. And Empire Knights, Knights of the Blazing Sun no less, getting shut down is going to be very powerful. Going to be very, very devastating for those Knights. But thankfully, another wave of Knights does shut these guys down. And that means that most of the Tomb King's anti-large is going down. This means that the Empire will be able to have the mobility advantage. And using that mobility advantage, spamming out the armor to shut down these Tomb King's reinforcements on the side. Meanwhile, in the middle, barely holding it. I don't even know how that's possible. 62 swordsmen and 40 halberds. Now remember, capture weight is based on entities over here. And entities, even if your units are really damaged, they can still have a lot of capture weight. And that is actually going to be slowing down the Tomb Kings by a lot. You can see the rate is actually only 0.9. You need 200 points to steal the point, which means it's going to take like 2 minutes to take that point. That is a long time for the Tomb Kings. It's going to be pretty uncomfortable for them. Pretty uncomfortable for them pulling in Enticity. I'm just embracing it at this point. Until I need it as motivation to get better at this game, I swear. I can't be losing at this game 24/7. But Bright Wizard takes a huge snipe at the Lord. Fireball spam finally paying off, but will the Bright Wizard go down in turn? That would be a rather massive loss. However, Knights of the Blazing Sun coming into support. In the middle, Empire actually retakes the point with a single unit of Flagellants outweighing the Tomb Guard with the extra swordsman. Nice play from Hadri's, having a really good sort of map control style of build, and at the same time pressuring the Tomb Kings, opting for a actually fairly ranged heavy build, sort of suffering. Chosen of the Gods are getting annihilated over here. And it seems like the Bright Wizard is actually taken off. Hadri's even getting a value lead against the dreaded Tomb Kings. All of their healing passives has procced. So that means that they will no longer be picking themselves up in this battle. And I would say Hadri's is doing pretty well with the Empire. I gotta say, as someone who likes playing some of the more meme factions from time to time, Hadri's is actually commanding with the Empire quite well. In this format, actually being able to clear up the Tomb Kings very efficiently, using a mix of infantry like the Flagellants when they're needed, along with a fairly cavalry heavy style of play, looking like it's working out with very important picks, picking off those Ushopti and making sure that they're out of the game, allowing him to go for this playstyle. It's absolutely huge. Over here you can see plays like this being very aggressive with the Empire Knights just to slow down the infantry. It's gonna take at least 2 to 3 minutes for Undead to get from here to here. And if the Empire Knights are disrupting them, that's gonna go up to 4 minutes. And if we just look at the timer in the top, thanks to the UI mod that we have activated, 4 minutes is basically the rest of the game. That is terrible. Absolutely terrible for the Tomb Kings, and gonna be quite good for Hadri's. In fact, he even captures the high ground since the Tomb Kings committed so much trying to secure the low ground area, and that very likely is going to be the nail in the coffin here for the Tomb Kings. Really nice plays from Hadri's, but as always, the game is not over till it's over. We'll see how it goes. Is this Minecraft? Yes, totally. It's modded Minecraft, 100%. You know, we have the you know, the better lighting mods from Minecraft, the realistic textures. You know, we have a village over here. What else is in Minecraft? I don't know. I don't know. I can't draw that many analogies. I haven't played Minecraft in ages, man. But regardless, Heiji's doing great. Yeah, Total War mods. Armchair generals have perfect micro, but also no credibility. The classic. Regardless, the only way to prove them wrong is to get good. And hopefully we'll be doing that tonight when I play that other tournament. Get some corn revenge. I feel like I need that. Skeleton archers, Minecraft confirmed. Really? That was it? The one skeleton archer unit? You guys. Regardless, Hades is in a great position right now. It's 3 minutes before the end of the game. Skeleton spearmen do not have a lot of capture weight. You're going to see when they get onto this point. They, I believe, have a capture weight of 3? 3, I believe. And that means that's going to take them at like a minute and a half to seal that point. Hades does not care about that. And look at that. On the point. Oh! Did skeleton spears get a buff? Did they get a buff without me realizing it? A capture weight of 5, you say? A capture weight of 5. Did CA Chen change the, CA change the capture weights of expendable units again? Am I that washed up? Am I actually that washed up where I didn't even realize that they changed that? Was that always the case? They were meat shields. Oh, they're not expendable. Did they just always have 5 capture weight? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The brutality. The brutality. So they actually do have quite a bit of capture weight. Gonna be doing quite nice for taking the point then. Actually only gonna take like, what's it, like 40 seconds to capture it. They always had 5? Wow, I'm just actually that washed up. Who would have guessed? Anyways. Man, do I feel like a noob now. Look at this, Noob City. Noob City's gotta get better at multiplayer. The Kraken peasant. The Kraken, I don't know. What do you call, I'm trying to find what's a synonym for peasant? I feel like there's a better word I can go for it. Regardless, Hades has won it. They're not going to capture fast enough, not with these injured knights on the battlefield. Even if they capture 1 point, Hades can just lock down 1 point and he'll be fine. Also, fun fact about the mod, you also get to see global abilities. So you can see how long stuff like Kindle Flame is actually going on for. Pretty sick. Plebeian was close. Kraken pleb is alright. It doesn't really roll off the tongue as well as I thought it would, but Kraken commoner. Yo, Kraken clown. Now that one's brutal. That's like some high school insults right there. Oh, look at that. They de-summon on the knights. That's actually quite a surprise, but I guess Hadri is quite confident that his flagellants can hold here. It is an injured unit of skeletons and Ushapti, so they could probably stall for 20 seconds. Honestly, it's fine. Even the middle point, gonna be capturing at a speed of 0.9. Gonna be very slow. Not gonna get captured in the next 8 seconds. Hadrius has done it. The Mad Lad's actually done it. The Snotling. Alright, guys. You gotta call me a Snotling until I win my next tournament. I need the encouragement. This is a tragedy. I used to consider myself among the top Warhammer players. Now look at me. Casting games. Like I don't know. I don't want to say casting games like I'm Turin. That's just a low blow to Turin. Turin's a sick player. He casts games because he's too busy doing insane things for the community, like making a website. Something that I don't do. Something that I only use to my advantage. Oh man, anyways, yeah, we're Turin now, boys. I shouldn't. Someone's gonna go to Turin's chat. Someone's gonna clip this. They're gonna clip this, send it to Turin, and he's gonna be like, what? What did Enticity just say about me? What is this? Enticity's like suddenly just losing games and smack talking out of nowhere? I'ma ban him. I'ma shadow ban him from all my tournaments. Oh my, anyways, Stalkers did okay. Ushapti only did okay. I think Hadrius did a really good job at shutting them down. Even though he did lose his artillery piece, even though he did lose his silver bullets, I think he did a really good prioritization of targets, and much more importantly, took those points early. Huge, absolutely huge play from Hadrius. Loving to see it. I would say, on these larger maps, I'm noticing that trade-based playstyles are actually working a lot worse than I thought. Which is really weird. I thought that trading would actually be more optimal on these sort of larger maps. But as it turns out, because the points are so far away, actually capturing a point matters a lot more. Capturing points matters a lot more. Because you gotta send your forces all the way over. Your opponent has free reign and easy maneuverability on the map, so you can't just stop them on the choke points. And that causes a lot of problems. That causes a lot of problems. Even if you capture it with just infantry, you can sort of stall sort of trade-based armies by advancing towards them. I would say it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. This is what it's weird though. It's weird. I honestly thought for the longest time that factions like Wood Elves would dominate on these sort of larger domination maps because they would have so much time, so much space to kite. But the problem is that they actually have a lot less time to kite than they used to. Very important. Very important for maps such as these. Maybe I will go heavier on the infantry. Maybe I will go heavier on the infantry. Alright, here we go. Let's see. I got a message from Turin. I got a message from Turin, chat. 1 second. Let's see here. Alright, nice. We're just talking about the maps for the... He's just messaging me about the maps on my tournament page being all messed up. I sent him a message to see if he could get that fixed. We're good, guys. Turin has not shadow banned me. Oh, man. Alright, let's see here. Alright, nice. Yeah, there we go. Turin has been messaged back. We're good. Let's go ahead and continue watching these games. He's coming for me. He's coming for me. It's a grudging, chat. It's a grudging. Alright, Surf? Ooh, yeah. But the thing, Surf City? Dude, Surf City, that... I think Twitch has got it. Surf City is, that's it. That's it. I will hold that title until I win a darn tournament. It's been too long. It's been too long since my last tournament. The dreaded Duke of Haggard. Hey, what's up? Aldrigmaw, hello, hello. How's it going? Yo, you want to see our sick wind farming streak? Look at that. Look at that sick wind farming. Amazing. So I was thinking, chat. I had a fun idea for a format. For a format that totally sounds bad now that I finally lost this tournament in round 1. I was thinking I could do a stream where it's chat versus Enticity, where you guys are playing against me in a 3v1 situation. Each of you guys have control of 4,000 gold, and you're trying to beat me. The thing is, though, do I even win if it's a 1v1? I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's been too long. It's been too long. Surely. But regardless, I think it'd be a pretty fun idea. Do like a stream where we just do play with chat, because usually I don't do like a play with chat thing. The Flotsam King, Flotsam's such a great word. That'd be pretty fun. It's in the same way that like free for all streams are fun. You just sort of hop in, play some games, it's chill. So even gold, but 3 micro versus 1, and they get access to 3 different army like compositions, like units from 3 different armies, and they get 3 times the winds of magic. That's probably the thing that would make it super OP. Against a coordinated team, what I imagine would happen is if they just all bring like Bright Wizards and triple Burning Head me at the same time, we might just straight up die. It could be hilarious though, that's the thing. Even if it's super challenging, it could just be fun. You know, put me in my place. Put me in my place. It'd be pretty good practice though. I feel like that would actually be pretty great practice. Yeah, give me 2 people in chat, and then we 3v1 someone else. Obese chicken. There you go. That's the mentality we need here to climb back up in the multiplayer scene. What's it looking like? It looks like it's gonna be counts against chaos. All right. I would put my money on chaos here, though. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the stall strats are gonna be sick. All right, nice. Sorry, just getting more messages. What's it? All 3 chat players just use Beastmen and Ishin units to Uber flank me. The thing is, we'll have the same amount of money. If I can suspect it and see it coming, it shouldn't be too bad. The thing is, their micro is gonna be impeccable, which is actually sort of sick. As a way to practice, sort of getting into multiplayer, playing against people that are like putting yourself in situations where you're outmatched is a really nice way of gaining skill. Which is why we play round 1 in tournaments and get knocked out instantly. Dang it, that's twice in a row. Twice in a row, chat. How am I letting this happen? How far have I fallen? How can I even play? How can I look at myself in the mirror after a France campaign? I even lost my last France campaign. What's happening? Oh man, we'll get there though. Yeah, I want to play more games now. I want to just host another tournament. I want to say like, I want to message people and just be like, you know what? This tournament's done. We're going to reset it. I'm going to try again. That's how much I want to play right now. I'm itching. I'm itching to play a tournament. Dang it. Oh, you know what we could do? We could try out the idea while we wait. The thing is I need to get dinner though. If this tournament finishes early, I'll need to get dinner and then like, maybe I'll start up another stream. Right, I don't want to just like sitting around eating dinner in front of stream again. Maybe we'll do like a break, right? We can set up a break and then do like a be right back. Then I'll come back and once I'm ready. Speaking of the France campaign and the recent events, what about some France hungers? Oh yeah, no, we'll be doing some France campaign tomorrow most likely. I don't have time to do a tournament tomorrow, so yeah. But what do I have time for a tournament? I have time for a tournament on Sunday, guys. Enticity Sunday tournament's happening. I need to get some games in, man. I need to get some games in. Yo, it's been too long. It's been too long. Man, I want to play some multiplayer. I got to get some revenge, I swear. Oh man, anyways, in other news, yo chat, I finally got some editors again. I grabbed a hold of some editors. And they, my most recent video, the I Declared War on 200 Factions video, it's pretty great. It's pretty great. Thank you very much to the Glorious Puling for getting that together. Here's the plan, chat. I would love to make my streams. I want my streams to have edited down, sort of videos to accompany them so that it's a lot easier to digest because I'm putting out a lot of streaming content. Like if you just look at the last week worth of streams, what I have how many hours of streams do I have in the last week? Let's see, since October 23rd. Since October 23rd, I've put out 4 hours, 8.5 hours, 13, oh my gosh, 14 and 17 hours of streams. 17 hours of streams plus this one, which is gonna be another 5 hours at least. Ain't nobody got time to watch Enticity as a part-time job. Well, actually, maybe some people do, but most people don't. Most people don't. So that's why I would love to have some editors to sort of help out with these stream reductions and make it a sick little bite-sized piece of content for you guys. I'm pretty excited for it. Me against 4 noobs. I was thinking about a 1v4. I was getting worried about the lag, so I feel like starting 1v3 is a good way to begin. Tournament isn't finishing early. Round 1's still going. Oh man, if we just straight up bleed into the next tournament, because the next tournament starts at 7 p.m. That is in 4 hours. That is in 4 hours. So let's see here. If we just refresh the page of my own tournament. If we just refresh the page of my own tournament, we can see how far we've progressed. In 4 hours, I have to do the single faction tournament. This tournament has 4 more rounds. At about 1 hour per round, it should be fine. Should be fine. Alright, here we go. Let's get into some analysis. This is it. I'm just going to steal everyone's builds, chat. The best way, if you want to get better at tournaments, because now I can finally implement the Enticity strategy of getting good, all you gotta do is steal everything, okay? If you lose to something, copy that build. Play that play style. You're not above it. If you're losing, you're not above a play style, okay, chat? I'm taking a hard stance on this, okay? I'm taking a very hard stance on this. If you lose to a build, and you have the ability to play that build and win tournaments, you are not allowed to say that build is too good for you, okay? You're not allowed to be like, I'm above playing this this build that totally wrecked my face. Because it's clearly OP and that person's just using OP strategies to beat me. That's coping. That's just coping, okay? I don't want to hear none of that from anyone learning how to play Warhammer. No coping in that fashion. Coping in other fashions is fine, but in that particular instance, I would say, you're only allowed to complain about it if you're stomping that build into the ground. Because that's the only time you're truly superior. When you're like, oh my gosh, he's going this crappy build again. Well, I guess it's another easy win with no challenge. That's the only time you're allowed to BM your opponent's builds for having no skill. All right. That's my hard stance of the day. Regardless, the builds from the players. We're seeing a massive, obviously no skill zombie crypt horror stack from the vampire accounts. Obviously super duper no skill, you know, just like he's a terrible player for bringing this clearly. Anyways, Manfred, Fate of Buna, Wind of Death, Zombie Summon the Heck, classic kit on Manfred. Actually quite stacked though, does make him quite expensive. For Chaos on the Hadri side, he's going for a mobile build. Quite strong, I'd say, on this map, with the capture points fairly close together. I think he's pretty happy with a build like this. Vampire counts will have a hard time splitting on both points, so I think Hadri's is pretty clear to sort of get a good amount of territory like so. He should be able to sort of have really strong control over here. Unfortunately, we don't know what his reinforcements looks like, but I would assume if some basic zombies get summoned here, he'll just summon like some Hellstriders or something to get him caught up. Is Invocation fixed? Invocation of the Heck is indeed fixed. Indeed. This is a mini map. All right, calm down, chat. I don't need this. I've had enough of a bad day. Now, Fate of Buna, as we all know, insanely strong versus Marauder Horsemen. It's actually just an insta route on any sort of skirmish cavalry base unit. It's great. Burning Head dropping on the skeletons. Bit of a misplay there. Gonna be psycho-charging these guys a bit, but that's a bit rough. I will say, Archaon the Everchosen, a bit of a rare pick. He is pretty jacked though. Take a look at his damage. He has ×2 damage capabilities. He's also getting bonuses from the passive, the Lore of Fire passive. And also, I should note, there's also a giant on this battlefield. These armies are actually, or at least the Chaos army is actually a lot more spicy than I would have thought. Now, a very interesting thing to note about the Fate of Buna, if you cannot chase off the Marauder Horsemen, they're gonna come back with all of their entities. Thankfully, Fate of Buna does so much damage to Marauder Horsemen, they straight up just run off the map most of the time anyways, apparently. So, if you really hate skirmish cavalry, Fate of Buna them. Fate of Buna them, it's great. Skulky saying I'm above winning, dang. Alright, anyways, I haven't been able to keep up with chat. How's it going, chat? Sunday fun day? Sunday fun day, sure. Yeah, I would say Hage is doing pretty good right now. He's done a lot of damage to the zombies. Take a look at the Necromancers. They're getting a lot of winds of magic. You can see the reserves is quite high for the vampire counts. They actually have quite a lot of magic, but can they really use it that effectively? Manfred's mostly just going to be using it to pick off a couple horsemen. And while that is quite a bit of value, it's not the biggest thing in the world. And honestly, Chaos is bringing in a lot of very heavy hitters here. And even better, I'm noticing some very nice maneuvering here from Hadri's. He's actually going really hard on the he's going really hard on skirmishing these units over here, and this is a really nice play from him because these units are extremely elite. Graveguard taking damage from these guys is very painful, even taking a burning head. So the slight amount of damage there, thankfully the armor does prevent that. Regardless, means that Hadri's is getting some amazing picks, not to mention he's using his vastly superior mobility to sort of give the vampire counts a hard time. If we take a look at the vampire counts right now, they are not in any position to steal points very quickly, and that means Hadri's will be able to rack up a lot of victory points in the early stages of this battle. Gonna be huge for Hadri's, but the big question is whether or not he'll get army wiped. That is always a big fear, and with most of his forces committed here, there is a bit of potential for it. Archaon the Everchosen. Did I just call him Archon? Did I just call him Archon the Everchosen? I think I might have earlier. Regardless, He's taking a bit of damage from the crit horrors. These guys recently got buffed as of Warhammer 3. They got massive stats now, poison, insane damage. They're gonna be really hard to kill. They're gonna be slowly wearing him down. You have to remember this guy does not have any real damage, or no, real healing. He doesn't have a lot of healing, but he's gonna be making the most of his HP right now. Going for the Manfred Snipe. Giant, swing and a miss. Terrible at golf. It should be practicing its swing. Unfortunately, and that means Manfred's actually going to be taking very little damage, but a little bit of a sneaky maneuver here from Archaon is actually going to be blocking Manfred. Also, can we just appreciate for a second how massive, how bloody massive his Archaon is compared to Manfred. Manfred is like a tiny little baby child compared to Archaon. He's huge. He is massive, as all Chaos Warriors should be. And that's going to be quite terrifying. He takes up into the air. Manfred is back to safety. And it seems like Chaos is pretty comfortable. Gotten a ton of victory points, all the way up to 300. And the question is, will they be able to continue holding this point? It seems like they will be, just based off of this sort of engagement here. They have just a huge amount of forces in the fight. And it doesn't seem like they're really planning to rout anytime soon with the support of the Hell's Riders. I guess these guys on the flank are sort of starting to break, but Hadri's clearly has a fairly dominant position here, and it seems like he really knows what he's doing. He's blocking up the vampire counts and just stopping them from ever getting on the points. Like, look at this play. Sent in the Marauders with some huge sort of foresight as he saw the zombies get summoned in, allows them to actually block up this location and stop the zombies from getting on the point. Really nice plays, because as we know, getting on the points is absolutely going to be exactly how most of the undead factions are going to be playing. And if you just stop them from getting there and manage to trade up at the same time, or at least evenly, you get a huge lead over here, which buys you a lot of time to just control the battlefield and continue getting trades. And over here we can see the combination of Archaon and the Giant are doing great. Actually getting the smackdown on the Necromancer. Gonna be getting obliterated. Not getting too much value on that guy, except for said Winds of Magic. But his healing's finally dead. And it seems like this combo is actually gonna be quite strong. See, the Giant is an insanely strong choice against units like Crypt Horrors. And the Vampire Counts don't really have a good option for it. In this case, Tomo's actually bringing a little bit of walking into some issues with this build. Doesn't really have a lot to take out some larger single entity pieces. Archaon doesn't die to archers as much. No, yeah, Archaon's not going to die to archers. He's fun. Yeah, Vampire Count situation looking kind of dire for a lot of people who say who dislike Vampire Counts. It seems like Chaos still have a lot of fairly good options here. Though I wonder if it hadn't been Manfred and it had been a Dragon Lord instead, maybe like a Blood Dragon Lord, would it have gone better for the Vampire Counts? I guess we may not know until I next host my tournament. My next tournament, that is. Gonna be seeing a Halberd summon over here. And this is gonna be a really interesting play. If the Vampire Counts manage to push through here before the Halberds show up, they will very likely be able to take the middle point. We're also seeing trading is fairly even if you take into account Vampire Counts healing. And even worse, tragedy strikes. Archaon getting surrounded by Blood Knights, taking massive damage here. The big boy, there is a downside to being big, and that's the fact that Blood Knights will absolutely tear your face off. And you can see Hadri's in a state of panic now, having to send in many of his forces to try and take out those Blood Knights. Now, they are burned. That means that they will be getting less healing, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna be dying anytime soon. It doesn't mean that they're taking more damage by any means. And that's gonna be pretty bad. Archaon looking like he's getting pretty low. Massive Winds of Death. Massive Winds of Death. I believe that was a normal cast Winds of Death. I did miss the Winds of Magic expenditure. But this could be very bad. This could be very bad for Chaos. You can see, despite having held out on a lot of factions, will they really have enough steam to continue pushing back the Vampire Counts? I would say maybe not. Maybe not. Are those Black Knights? Oh, those are Blood Knights. Yeah, those are Blood Knights. Those are Blood Knights, and I'm pretty sure Hadri's very much knows that is the case right now. Archaon does not have the mass to escape these Crypt Horrors. He's getting obliterated, and now Manfred. Now Manfred's cackling. He doesn't need large single entities to cycle charge these guys down. All he needed was a little bit of surround and a lot of mass, and that's going to be really roughing up Archaon here. Now, he still is a beast. At 60 melee defense, he's been able to sit tight in this area for a while, but it looks like the death blow is coming. And And with the trade like that, I would say, oh my gosh, another burning head. With the trade like that, I thought it was Wind of Death for a second, but with trades like this, it seems like Hadri's is probably going to have to worry about the capture point plays. The Halberds did get on the point, and they will be able to stop the Counts from stealing it, possibly for the foreseeable future. And if he manages to get that going, that would be huge. Over here on the side flank, Heroic Marauders with -7 leadership, somehow, some way, barely holding. It bounces back to 1. They need to be in the negative for a few seconds for it to actually get them to rout. There we go, they do actually rout there. But they did soften up the Skeleton Warriors enough where it'll probably take a while for the Vampire Counts to steal this point. 5 minutes on the clock, though, still quite comfortable for them. But look at this. Disaster. Disaster strikes for the Vampire Counts. It seems like they may lose this point. Hellstriders looking like they're going to be stealing, holding for long enough here. And with the Hellstriders capturing this, like I said earlier, on these larger maps, capture points are pretty important. Capture points are very, very important here. And if the Hellstriders actually manage to hold it, Vampire Counts are going to have a really hard time taking it back if Hadri's keeps on stalling. But the Blood Knights, Destroyers, Bringers of the End Time, trying to stall out the capture point. They barely bring it back, but the returning Horsemen come on in. And the point looks like, at a capture rate of 2, looks like it will be stolen in a decent amount of time. But it's gonna take a hot second. There we go. Hadri's just barely manages to take it back, getting a load of points. That could have just been the swing play there to have won it. Vampire Count's panicking. He's pulled an Enticity. Tomos, what are you doing? What are you doing? You should have known. If you only saw my stream early on, you would have known the pain and suffering of trading up so well, killing Archaon and the Chaos Giant, but just not having the meta maneuvering needed to actually carry out the win. You can see very close trading on both sides, but Hadri's with the early game map dominance being the tipping point for the very close trading. Archaon, yeah, Archaon's totally dead. He's totally dead. He was dead ages ago. I didn't actually look at it, but yeah, he's 100% dead. And Hadri's over here bringing in the Forsaken, actually going for a lot of infantry heavy playstyles. I gotta say, I am surprised. I'm surprised. I honestly thought it would be a skirmish cavalry fest, but I'm really liking these sort of infantry pulls to stall for a long time. It seems like it's giving the Vampire Counts a very hard time, but it's not over just yet. It seems like they might be able to capture this point with the full maneuver over here, and Hadri's can't really retake the middle. Vampire Counts will simply rotate over here, and it's still not done yet. It's still not done yet. I would say the Vampire Counts have a pretty decent chance. It really depends on how quickly they can retake this area. And if we just take a look at it, if we just take a look here, it's pretty sketchy. It's pretty sketchy. They're capturing at a rate of 5 per second. It takes 200 points. I've said multiple times, 200 points to capture a victory point. This means in about 20 more seconds they'll steal it, but we have to remember Hellstriders have 4 points a pop. If they both just get on this point, they will be able to hold it, but it seems like Hadri's opting for trading instead. He knows that they can't hold for 5 minutes, and it seems like the Vampire Counts are actually just gonna win by trading. They're just gonna win by trading. Another Fate of Buna coming down with the infinite winds of magic. You love to see it. Vampire Counts with double winds of magic boosting items are gonna be very powerful here. Hadri's desperately going for the final capture point, but no! The Vampire Counts win it nonetheless. He may have pulled an Enticity, but he pulled it back. He pulled it back by just capturing the points. Who would have guessed it? Who would have guessed it? You just gotta capture the points once you're ahead. It's that simple. It's that simple, chat. The recovery of the Vampire Counts. He actually did it. Cleared off Hadri's. I think the killing of Archaon there was definitely quite great. And obviously killing off the Giant too. I will say I was quite surprised. But honestly, we just take a look at Manfred's value, 3,000, and still kicking it with full HP. Gonna be pretty rough for the poor Vampire Counts here. See, these poor Chaos Knights never got summoned. And actually just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. The Vampire Counts were a little bit too chunky. And let's take a quick look at Archaon. The Ever-Chosen himself, 2,000 value. It's okay. It's okay. I gotta say, though, the Giant did great. I think the Giant would probably be able to kill Crypt Horus like no tomorrow with a bit of infantry support. Skirmish Cavalry did okay, but they sort of got shut down by Manfred. A little bit of an underperforming there on the Skirmish Cavalry, and Hellstriders too. Not doing nearly as well as they usually do. They're not as great against Vampire counts. And that means we're going to be moving on to the Ace match. Ace match indeed, guys. Giant OP confirmed indeed. Ace match here. It's going to be on Bleakspire Labor Camp. And, funnily enough, we are going to be using our spicy pick ban system here. Very often, you see people playing as the super duper meta factions every time. But your boy Enticity here has devised a way for people to both play a little bit of the hard meta, and in case it's close, they also get to play their show off their skills in versatility. So it's going to be blind 7. The way that it works is that both players are going to blind pick 7 matchups, and between them they choose the most even matchup out of the 7 by banning 3 each. Should be pretty fun. This means that potentially you'll have these players playing their 9th worst faction, or more often than not it'll be like about their like 5th best faction. It really depends on how the matchups play out, but very often you do see some fancier matchups here, and oftentimes less meta factions. Occasionally you will see some meta factions in there too, but it's a pretty good time. Let's see here. Nice. So I really wonder. I would love to see Hadri's whip out the Skaven here. Skaven are really good. If we take a look at this map, by the way, I'll get rid of the army blocker. There we go. This map's an interesting one. Bleakspire Labor Camp. This one is actually much more in the vein of other Warhammer domination maps in that it's actually quite small in close quarters. You have... it's actually sort of roughly the same size as Itza, I believe. Which means that potentially trading could be more important here, as you can retake the points faster. Giga Chat Giant going back to battle with 2 HP. Yo, Giant leadership is insane, man. They don't know what death is, I swear. Yeah, it really looked bad for the vampire counts, though. I would say Hadri's, if he didn't lose Archaon, there's a very good chance he would have held long enough for him to win by victory points. The loss of Archaon was massive, though. It's a huge hit to your leadership. It's a huge hit to a threat that the vampire counts don't have to worry about anymore. And then from there, they can just sort of push aggressively wherever they want to go. We need Ogres versus Skaven. Ogres versus Skaven. Yo, I would put my money on Hadri's, though. Hadri's knows how to play as Skaven. The problem is, this map is actually pretty rough for many ranged factions. It's has a lot of forest coverage close to the points. And I would say that'd be pretty scary. I would expect these players to lean a little bit harder on their melee factions to win it here. But you never know. You never know. Maybe it'll be like something just absolutely crazy. You never know. They could whip out like I don't know. They could whip out like it could be, I don't know, the Ogre Mirror. They could bring out what's good? I guess they could bring out I don't know. What's like the least seen faction? I feel like a lot of people are playing Empire nowadays. So they realize that war wagons are insane. What's like the least played faction? I guess shout out to TotalTavern.com. You do have access to these stats on factions. Unfortunately, I can't sort by most played or least played. But it seems like on Total Tavern at least, the least played faction is gonna be Tomb Kings. At 0 games. 0 wins, 0 losses, guys. Yeah, there you go. Tomb Kings is the least played faction. I guess it's just due to the fact that Tomb Kings has been banned in most of these tournaments. So this is actually... Is this tournament legit the first time Tomb Kings is seeing play since patch 2.2? Because then I feel much better about allowing the stronger factions here today. Because we actually get to do a test run and see how common they will be in normal play. Demons of Chaos. Chaos Demons have 11 games. Which is only down compared to Vampire counts, who have 13 games. Not many games between those guys. Vampire Coast quite low too. It seems like it's just a factor of which factions are banned the most. In terms of factions that aren't banned, that are played very little, It seems like Nurgle takes the cake at a solid 25 games since the start of the season. Nurgle has been played less than Ogre Kingdoms. They've been played less than Norska. They've been played less than Tzeentch. They've been played less than Kislev. And Kislev is by no means a very popular faction right now. Despite actually being a pretty decent faction, I think. 0% win rate buff Tomb Kings. I have a mad theory. I have a mad theory that someone at CA is really bad at playing undead factions. And the reason we see undead keep getting buffed is because someone on the testing team's like, man, I just can't win with the undead. I think they need a buff. A lot of people hate on the undead now. To that, I say, just play them. Just play them. I want to see some people innovate. I want to see some people innovate. Though they are quite strong. I think I don't have problems with people that I think in tournaments, if you're joining my tournaments, expect some shenanigans, you know. I like hosting tournaments with slightly unpopular rule sets just because it diversifies a little bit. We don't want to just hard follow all the other tournament formats. That's why we have mods going. That's why I allow the stronger factions. That's why I often don't ban things, because I really want to see what people bring to the table, and I want to see them push the meta and figure out some sick plays against these top tier factions. Halloween meta? But yeah, very spooky, it's true. But the problem is that a lot of the time, if you do allow these top tier factions, I think I agree that it does drown out the more minor factions. Outside of like a few people who will play Empire or High Elves no matter what, hey Zyphos, you do have, most of the time, it's like a small bubble, right? You have the top factions of the top 5, and that does drown out, you know, that's only 20% of all factions, or closer to, what's it? We're at 21 factions now. So that would be 20... We're not at 21 factions, are we? Are we at 25 factions? I'm gonna go with 21. I think it's 21. Let's just quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 6, 10. No, we're 24? 24 with Demons of Chaos? 1, 2, 3. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 23. Every number I gave was wrong. We're at 23 factions, guys. 23 factions. So, if only 5 factions are seeing meta play, I could see it. I could see it. Though I do want to see people... Oh my gosh, is it a Skaven mirror? Are you kidding me? Did they actually arrive at a Skaven mirror? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. This is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean. This is why Blind 7 is amazing. Blind 7, chat. Blind 7 creates the most interesting matchups you've ever seen. No other pick and ban system has this. People that do blind picks. Alright. This is going to be the first Skaven verse. I swear it actually is going to be. I'm going to double check. I'm going to double check. Let's see here. Skaven on the stats for Total Tavern. Skaven against Skaven. Dang it. There's been 2 Skaven mirrors before? Ah, come on. I thought I was unique. I thought I was unique, chat. Apparently Skaven versus Skaven's like super common or something. Skaven versus Skaven is more common than like 50% of the matchups because they haven't been played before. Dang it. Alright, never mind. I want to see people play Nurgle. Honestly, Nurgle's pretty weak right now, sadly. Only 1 Skaven mirror. Oh, wait, yeah, because it's 1 loss, 1 win, right? So it's 1 Skaven mirror. Okay, I feel a bit better about that. Yeah, 1 Skaven mirror counts as 2. Sick. The 2nd Skaven mirror ever, guys. One of the most rare matchups. You've never seen it before. We're going to be seeing who the better Skaven player is. Now, by the looks of it, both players are looking to troll me. They're looking to troll me, and they both have the same banner. Are you guys seeing this right now? They both have the same banner. Are they gonna... Guys, there's no downside to going for the sub-faction banners. This is Warhammer 3, not Warhammer 2. Don't do this to me. Come on, don't do this to me. Change banners, please. How do these rules work? So if you are playing game number 1, top bracket picks 1 faction, bans 3 factions, and then you get counterpicked. So I might go Vampire Coast, ban Counts, Tomb King, Slanesh. And then you're like, oh, you're playing Coast, I'll play Empire as a counter. Pretty simple. In the Ace match, it's different. Ace match, you blind pick 7 factions using the link. You use the link. I have a whole section on my Discord called #HowToBlind7. Explains it in immense depth. Immense depth. You'll get it real quick though. Yo, the Clan War Civil War. Come on, don't lock in. Don't you dare lock in, guys. Change those darn banners. If you guys don't change your banners, if you guys are watching the stream right now, Tomos and Hadries, I will spoil both of your builds to your opponents. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. I'm a madman. I'm unhinged. I lost round 1. Don't make me do it. Good old Skaven. It is thematic though, isn't it? Oh, thank goodness, Tomos. Clan Eshin. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. All right, we got there, guys. We got there. A little bit of blackmail, a little bit of threatening. Classic staple in your everyday Enticity tournament. Don't think I've seen a Skaven mirror since Warhammer 2. Yeah, yo, this is gonna be sick. I love Blind 7 for this. This tournament, it's sort of like it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid because a lot of people feel like for like pick 1 systems, right? A lot of pick systems, unless you just straight up ban the strongest factions, you typically see the strongest factions a lot. So then I created Blind 7 to get more diversity of matchups. But the problem is that the Blind 7 pick system is quite complicated, and a lot of the times in the early rounds, people just want to get through the games quickly, right? They don't want to have to do a whole blind pick, like, you know, system, just so that they can, like, especially for newer players, right? They just want to play the factions they want to play. And that's why we have the pick 1 system, pick 1 ban 3. Really nice and simple, so that sort of, if it is a 2-0, it's nice and smooth. Blackmailing contestants. Yo, I gotta do what I gotta do, man. All right, first stream you've made. So hi, hey Carter, Carter Craven, nice. Are you more of a campaign viewer or a multiplayer guy? I do a bit of both. It's really weird. I put out a video a while back saying that I get fewer people watching multiplayer instead of campaign. Literal days after I posted that video, I took part in CA's tournament event where I hosted one of the invitationals, and as it turned out, my multiplayer viewership bumped up by a lot. So honestly, I'm happy to host more multiplayer stuff like this. We'll probably be doing a mix of this and single player content, depending on what I feel like. And honestly, right now, I really want to get revenge. I really want to win a tournament, chat. It's been so long since I won a tournament. I want to be top dog again. You don't know how much pride I get in being top dog. The problem is that it takes so much time to get into peak condition that it's just like, anytime I'm training to get good at multiplayer, my YouTube channel's just like stressed up by a million. Because it's like, okay, and now I have to post a video, but I trained for like 3 hours today. So I have very little time, so I just gotta cram it out. And yeah, it screws me up. But yeah, we're gonna be playing in the tournament tonight, should be great. In the event that I miss the tournament tonight, it's fine. We'll probably play some campaign tomorrow. Free Company Militia Doomstack in game 2 with Volkmar, no less. Yeah. Next campaign, you can only play using the keyboard. Only play using the keyboard. That is... So I can't even left click? I already had a hard enough time doing the no right click challenge. The thing is, playing with only your keyboard is technically doable if it's battles only. I think you can win with only keyboard commands. It does mean that you have to use the stock formation. And how do you select units? Oh, you can select your units by using the hotkeys for selecting ranged and melee, right? Yo, that's gonna be sick. That's gonna be sick. Is that a sick idea? Keyboard only? Warhammer key... board only. Like, that is hilarious. Oh my gosh. So, like, so the only way you can select your units is by using the hotkeys to select all cavalry, select all melee, select all ranged. You hotkey them so they're more accessible. And then you have to position them using arrow keys. Oh boy. Yeah, that's terrible. Vikes click. Oh my gosh. I need to play more than just Empire. I feel like 50% of the memes are just Empire nowadays. I gotta get that France campaign done. You know, with Vlad finally dead, spoilers. With Vlad finally dead in that campaign, I feel like if it is just a dwarf tide, I think my odds are much better. Anyone feeling that? Anyone think we're about to explode in that campaign? Yo, tomorrow's gonna be insane. I won't be streaming for that long though, because I got weekend busyness, but yeah. Any underrated factions, chat, or you personally would recommend to try out in campaign or PvP? In PvP, underrated factions, I'd say Lizardmen. A lot of people say that they're weak. If you have good kite play with chameleons, it's pretty good from my own testing. I would say in campaign, I would say try out Tretch. Try out Tretch with the Wolf Rat stack. He's in an actual pretty fun position. It's a lot more defensible than you would think. Tretch's campaign is actually quite sick, I'd say. Look at you talking about such great challenges. Challenges, washed up relics don't take on great challenges. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we gotta win. We gotta get a W somewhere. When was my last W? Chat, when was the last time I actually won on stream? Tell me, when was the last time I won something? Sad times. You actually have the population, which you need to replenish. Yo, yeah, the campaign's gonna be sick, man. I can't wait to get that continued. Skaven Slave Lords? Ah, yes, yeah, builds, I forgot. We have an actual tournament to run. As you can see, chat, gonna be running the Natty Boobos, some actually ranged heavy play here, lots of Globadiers, very meta, and the Skaven Slave Lords. You de-summon these with the Chieftain, gives you +8 leadership, great way of sorting out your Skaven builds. It is legal as it stands currently because it's just sort of cute, and honestly, Skaven need a way to compete with the stronger faction, so might as well, right? For on the Tomos side, we're seeing some Poison Wing Globadiers. Once again, we're seeing some more artillery play. Is this just the same build? Are they just going literally the same build? Is this like... He has Death Runners. Hadri's has a little bit more infantry. He has Gutter Runners. Hadri's has Rat Ogres. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit more of a heavy infantry style of play from Hadri's, while Tomos is going more of an artillery ranged plus elite style of play. Will it make a big difference? I have no idea. I have zero ideas if it'll make a big difference. Honestly, Hadri's is the de facto Skaven main. I would expect him to do a bit better. We've been seeing infantry heavy builds generally tend to be pretty commanding in terms of the capture point lead, but on a map like this, capture point's really gonna matter. I guess we'll see. A lot of cheese, for sure. Finally killing Grom as Orion. Hey, nice. Yo, killing Grom is like the first thing you gotta do as Orion. Grom will end your campaign if you're not careful. Alright, here we go. The battle begins. Now, the big question. Who's gonna push up first? There we go. D summons on the Skaven Lord. Hadri slightly faster. Doesn't make any difference. See, leadership now all the way up to 67. Massive leadership boost. And it seems like Hadri's actually opting for the trading game today. Perhaps it's because he knows he has an infantry advantage. Perhaps because he's on the phone. Maybe he's just waiting for the points to unlock. All definitely very viable options. It seems like maybe just waiting for the points to unlock in this situation. And we're already seeing some claims on these various points here. We're seeing fairly nice sort of group here, some slingers. The biggest strong point on the high ground is going to be the Globadiers, supported by infantry so that they don't have to see melee. Meanwhile, Hadri's going a bit more fighty on the infantry front. Globadiers too, and the Natty Boobo sharpshooters. Some Rat Ogres also hanging out in the back. A bit strange to see that. Maybe they'll get activated sometime soon. And he's going to be pushing on this far flank. Now, funnily enough, the Death Runners actually managed to sneak by unspotted. Those are some sneaky Death Runners. That is such a tight gap to have fit through. But they might be able to snipe out the Poison Wind Globadiers. This could be huge. We'll keep an eye on them in the distance. In the meantime, Hadri is quite confident at taking the high ground, as he does have his Lord here. He can dive the Globadiers, which would be quite powerful. And it seems like the blue Skaven, Tomos, is just going to be giving up this area for slightly better trades with the artillery pieces. You can see, even does quite a bit of damage to Globadiers too, who would have guessed. And it's actually getting a bit of work done on the Clan Rats. If we just take a look at its value, this is not kills. On this mod, it shows value instead. 130 gold value. Haven't really paid for themselves yet. And while the artillery is firing, it means Hadri's does have a little bit. He has about 700 gold to make a play and get some pushing in before these things get their value back. Rushing into melee, gonna be helping him push back so that he can get in here. And actually, the picks on the Globadiers is quite nice. 81 value already on that catapult. But over here, we're gonna be seeing the nasty Death Runners. They finally launch into their attack, but they get spotted by the Warp Grinders. And will they get netted down by the Warp Grinders? It seems like Hadri's trying to get in range. Will he actually grind it up? Seems like potentially might just be waiting instead. Doesn't really care about netting them because the Wolf Rats, man after my heart, gonna be diving in on the Death Runners, trying to shut them down. But some Rat Ogre support will probably be able to save them. Hadri's, however, does have 2 capture points, as we predicted, going for the heavier infantry style of play. And Hadri's actually doing quite good. He's pushed back some of the Skaven slaves. Tiny bit of losses over here, but his Rat Ogres are pushing in. And I would expect him to get into this area quite quickly. Ike Claw taking a bit of damage from who knows what, probably the Natty Boobos maybe. Not entirely sure if that was just the Poison Wind Globadiers. 62 value? Most definitely not. I guess I don't know what dealt so much damage to him. Or maybe just a volley of the Natty Boobos, I guess. Regardless, Ike a little bit injured over here. Rat Ogres plus the Death Runners making short work of these guys. Warp Grinders, unfortunately, will likely not be able to kill this, but Hadri's does have the triple cap, and that means that he will have a lot of space to fall back to sort of reorganize his forces. The big question, however, though, is he really going to be able to do okay here? If we take a look at this situation, right, we've got some Globadiers pushing on in. Trading is really fast here, and if Hadri's gets army wiped again, that's still going to be the loss. Getting army wiped in this game is absolutely terrible for you, and an easy way to lose a game. You have to play on the knife's edge, where you're trading well and holding off your opponent, but you never run out of units. Typically, you want to try to reduce the speed of your trading, and units like Wolf Rats can sometimes accelerate that. Alternatively, they can also help you trade up, and you can see where they're doing great damage versus the Natty Boobos. They're doing great work versus these Rat Ogres, surprisingly. They might be able to chase off quite a bit here. A huge play from Hadri's too, actually collapsing in on the Globadiers and the Plague Claw Catapult. Hadri's potentially could actually climb back on the value trading at the slight cost of losing 1 victory point. Not a bad trade, honestly. Not a terrible trade. Hadri's is probably quite happy about shutting this down, although Catapult's actually being a bit aggressive and not getting charged in melee either. I guess most of the fight's happening here. Ike Claw coming in with his final transmutation, dropping it on the Chieftain. Flinching Rune, great ability, can do like about 1,000 damage to everything that it hits. But it doesn't mean that Ike Claw is going to be making it out of that too healthy. You can see the Natty Boobos is making short work of him, already down to very little HP. And now Flinching Ruin on Ike Claw too, taking loads of damage. He's hiding behind the hill, but the Wolf Rats don't care, sniffing him out and diving in. No, going for the Rat Ogres instead, but Ike Claw's definitely looking pretty sketch. Meanwhile, in the middle, barely held. Nice play from Hadri's, opting to go for trading here and taking just holding the middle later on. And I'd say, yeah, there's a pretty decisive advantage right now, especially with the Ike Claw going down. You can see 800 gold lead. Tomos taking the mirror against Hadri's, as it turns out. Taking a Skaven mirror against one of the strongest Skaven players in the game right now. Gonna be a little bit sketchy. Yeah, rat versus rats. Looking pretty rough. I would say it's looking quite good for Hadri's, but You never know. You never know. Army losses can always happen, and the rogue summon of Globadiers annihilating these rats, plus a summon of clan rats to clean up. Gonna be pretty good here. We could see a very large Skaven push. If they manage to secure the middle in due time, I think they have a very good chance of... They have a decent chance of winning here. But if you just look at the builds and compositions, I believe Hadri's is actually just more mobile. He has more infantry, he has wolf rats to clean up, and he has enough firepower to sort of stop this push on the high ground hill. I would say Tomos's odds of actually securing a point are quite low. Claw's far too injured in this current situation. And despite the Globadiers doing well, it's going to take at least 2 minutes before Tomos even secures his first point. Then after that, he needs 2 minutes to get the next point. And with trades like this, it's just looking very rough indeed. I don't want to play in the Dust Bowl map ever again. What's wrong with the Dust Bowl map? Don't like flat maps? When you have a... You know, as a fan of MP Crossroads, I gotta say I'm a fan of Dust Bowl. What's it? When you have a unit of 60 men, there's no way to shoot a precise target versus certain location. What is this? The back ranks can actually see the target. In Warhammer, they can, funnily enough. So, yeah, Warhammer units have a great way of seeing through many ranks of units. It's just Warhammer things. But it's looking pretty good for Hadri's. He secured this area. He's going to be losing one of the points, as predicted. It took about 2 minutes. Actually, slightly under, so Tomos is in a pretty good pace. But he still has to secure another point in 2 minutes. So, with that one captured, 4 minutes on the clock. Hadri's could potentially hold this one for 2 minutes and this one for 4 minutes. You can see he's actually focused quite a bit here and has warded off any capture attempt in the distance. And I would say Tomos is still stressing a little bit. Strangely enough, though, Hadri's doesn't have the power grab ability. No, he still has his Lord. I guess it's just a UI glitch. Yeah, all of his guys still have crazy amounts of leadership. But we're seeing here a nasty summon of wolf rats. Now, this could be huge for Tomos. He's actually going for both points at the same time. It's a bit of a gambit, because if you don't, you might just end up losing in both areas by splitting. So he's trying to play on the knife's edge to barely win in both areas, and in this case, it's looking pretty good. Shuts down the Natty Boobos, actually manages to start capturing the point, but not enough capture weight to outweigh the clan rats, unfortunately. We're talking about tabletop. I see, tabletop. I am not versed in the ways of tabletop, so don't expect me to know much there. But it's looking pretty sketchy over here. I don't know how quickly the wolf rats will be able to capture. And with another pullback of injured wolf rats, I would say this attempt is probably going to fall. If we look over here, looks like it's going to be pretty rough too. And if we look for the Claw of Tomos, it seems like he eventually did get sniped out or desummoned. Take a look at this. Oh, Lord lost penalty doesn't exist because Skaven always summon in their Lord, I forget. Regardless, it's going to be pretty sketchy by the looks of it. And I would say Hadri's probably has a win. He can play for a long time too, just to play for value if he really wanted to. Tomos, with basically no victory points, has zero opportunity to play for value. He knows it, and that's gonna be game. It's gonna be tapping on out. GG, Hadri's moves on. He's done it. Is there a hard meta in Warhammer as of now? Not a hard meta. In fact, even tournament formats tend to be pretty wishy-washy too. Everyone sort of hosts with their different rules. So, in terms of, man, those catapults did not get their value back. In terms of, I'm really feeling like you just want to go melee. But yeah, in terms of meta, there's sort of a soft meta, but people are innovating constantly. So, it's not exactly like you're always seeing people just say like, yes, this is the build you're gonna run. Just focus on that and it'll be good for the next few months. Very often, the meta shifts every 2 weeks where somebody somewhere figures out some way to beat a faction in a fancy way. There's also so many factions that it just gets really hard to... It's very hard to get anywhere. No. It gets really hard to learn all the factions. So people tend to just figure out things... by maining things. Oh, right, nice. Yeah, like you even see like Zyphos innovating on like high elves, getting some wins there. You have people that just really like playing one faction and will go hard on it. What I don't like about mods that nerf archers. What, we're talking about mods that nerf archers. Honestly, I'm not a fan of like Warhammer mods. I love me some I love vanilla Warhammer too much. Alright, who's this? House Cat of War? The man who defeated me? Can I even watch this guy? I feel like as a serf, it feels gross. It feels gross even to it feels gross to have to like I feel like I should be kneeling to this guy's playstyle. Hey, Hooded Wizard, hello, hello. What would you say are the top factions right now compared to launch? Who are the launch factions? Who are the strong launch factions again? I think everyone said vampire counts are strong, that was for sure. Honestly, all the launch factions are still pretty strong. I guess if we're talking pre-launch, people did play Ogre Kingdoms a lot, which is quite different from right now. Ogre Kingdoms were really, really popular. Kislev had a bit of bite too. Khorne was actually quite popular also, because of Fleshhounds. But vampire counts have been strong throughout, and Tomb Kings have been strong ever since Immortal Empires. Warriors of Chaos, ever since the DLC and Immortal Empires, have been rocking it. You also have, what's it? Tzeentch has always been sort of a mid-faction. He's always had some bite, but he's never been dominant. And Slaanesh has been creeping up. Slaanesh wasn't strong early on. A lot of people didn't really realize the power of Marauder spam. And when they started realizing, when Marauder spam started to become part of the meta, as of CA's big Summer Championship tournament, that's when CA buffed them. So Marauders used to not have the mark of Slaanesh. So they actually were missing the physical resist, I believe. I forget if they still had ITP, but they were missing the physical resist. And once they got buffed with the mark of Slaanesh, they got so many buffs, they stayed at the same price, that Slaanesh was like, okay, players were already innovating on that front. And they just started going ham. They went ham with that and ran with it. So then you would just see Slaanesh Marauder builds 24/7. There was also the Exalted Demonettes got a buff. They're not like beyond crazy OP or anything, but they're still a good unit. So they went from sort of very, very niche to actually quite usable. And that gave Slaanesh a lot of strong units, and that's what accelerated them into the meta. Before that, though, it was Khorne every day, 24/7. Everyone complained about how Khorne had tons of very expensive troops. And I was very against that, because Khorne was actually one of the best factions pre-patch. He would do great. And you know what? Funnily enough, there's a time when Nurgle. Anyone remember the Nurgle meta? Yo, guys, the Nurgle meta. Oh my gosh. Back when domination was all about capture points, when you didn't have to worry about trading and you just needed to be a wall of flesh, Nurgle knew what was up. That was the golden age of Nurgle. He just sat there, indestructible. You're like, alright, I gotta take the point. You walk onto the point, he's like, Mortis Engine. Plague Bearers, tearing you to shreds. Just like Exalted Great Unclean Ones with their crazy combat stats. Insane healing. There was no way you could army wipe Nurgle. Nowadays, he's easily army wiped, but yeah, that's the meta. That's the meta. Enticity, you must watch him. Let the hate flow through you. I think that's a good strat. Yeah. And then we come back later and tear him apart. Oh yeah, and Cathay. Cathay has been so out of the meta, they don't even get a mention. I don't even want to talk about Cathay, man. CA they buffed Cathay in the land battle scene. From day one, people were like, yo, Cathay is OP in land battles. CA, please don't buff them. Please don't buff them. And then they got a buff. Then they got another buff. Harmony buffs. Crazy harmony buffs. Then they got their stance buffs, extra melee defense for being in their stances. But before, Cathay was like, Harmony was much weaker. Their stances was actually a detriment. You had to disable it to get work done. They were not built for domination. Poor Cathay, man. Though they did well in quick battle, I will say. Gorgers, yeah. Rest in peace, release Gorgers. They really did define the meta. Though I much prefer Iron Blasters with manual fire. The double tap Iron Blaster tech was hilarious. And you know, guess what? In my tournaments today, you are allowed to manual fire. Manual fire is allowed because you know what? If CA can only buff... if CA can decide buffing Hellstriders by 50 gold is enough, I'm allowed to allow people to use manual fire with Iron Blasters, okay? I'm also allowed... You missed the Toad screen blocker? Yeah, I can find the Toad screen blocker again. But yeah. Yeah, and I'm also allowed to let people do the unsummoned tech with Skaven, okay? I got no problem with... I got no problem with a little bit of OP. Just a little bit of bugs and stuff. I know people draw a hard line on bugs, where they say, like, if it's a bug, it should be banned. And that stance is just... That is a silly stance. Though I go pretty hard the other way, though. I think there's probably a safe middle line between me and those people. Let's see, where's my army blockers at? Where are my army blockers at? I'm not seeing, I don't really have great ones right now. The Toad army blocker was, was great, though. I guess we have this. I guess we have this if we really want. Can enjoy. It's no Toad blocker, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Let's see, where is that Toad one? Oh my gosh, I have so many thumbnails. I'm looking through my thumbnail folder, guys. It's been... I've been making videos for so long. You don't realize how many videos you've made until you look at all your thumbnails. Oh my gosh. Man, the saturation is boosted like crazy. I like that. You get the alternative. I've used Festus Blocker for so long, I feel like we could mix it up, like, you know. Like, come on, look at this. Look at this bad boy. Funnily enough, that head is photoshopped in. For when I made this thumbnail, when I made this thumbnail, his head was like looking up and it was really hard to see. So I did like, if you look closely, it's real janky. It's real janky. But the thing is, right? The thing is that on the thumbnail size, they tend to be so small that people don't really see the janky edits. It's all about what pops out the most. So I just like copied his face and just slapped it on top of his face, gave it a bit of transparency. I think if you look really close, you'll still see his head underneath his head. If you look really close, but yeah. Belly dance Gugath. It's quite the mood. It's quite the mood, that one. Hey, Tomato, thank you very much for the $2. Let's see if this thing works. Let's see if this thing works. Wait for it, chat. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. It's coming. Here we go. Any moment now. Any moment now. It's... Alright. I don't know if it's coming. Did it not register? Oh, there we go. There we go. There's the donation. I should make that a bit bigger, maybe.
Show us them enticey toes.
There you go. I did it, chat. I finally did it. I got a thing. I got a thing so that I don't miss donations anymore. Yeah, it was a bit quiet though. It was a bit quiet. I feel like I need to boost that up a tiny bit. Here, let me see if I can. Can I audio boost that? OBS dashboard. Yeah, I finally got a voice thing. I feel like nowadays I've missed enough donations, and it's also better. It's also better because then I don't have to read it. Hey, thank you very much for becoming a member. Wait, no, that's me. That was me. I accidentally clicked the thing. Yeah, look at this. Oh, I'm getting so many members, guys. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, amazing. Oh, look, someone just donated. Where is it at? Where's the donation? Oh, look at that. Oh, someone just donated $32. What a weird amount. True streamer now. Yeah, proper streamer. Yeah, I'm still figuring things out. After all these years. After all these years of streaming and I'm still fooling around. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna audio boost that a little bit. Guys, tell me, does this sound about right? I was looking for who became a member. I was so confused. Does that work? Is this loud enough?
This is a test donation for $15.
It feels a bit quiet, doesn't it? Doesn't that seem a bit quiet? Anyone else feel like that's a bit quiet? I feel like it should be louder. Let's just... Oh wait, no, I forgot to save the thing, that's why. Am I going Nurgle for the single faction tournament? I'm going Corn. I'm going Corn. Alright, this should work. Come on. Come on, work.
This is a test donation for $6.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, why is it the lady voice? I thought I had it on the guy voice. It's supposed to be Brian. What's up? What's going on with that? Am I on the right thing? Super chats? Donations? Oh, I goofed it up, chat. I goofed it up. I'm clicking the wrong button. Alright, here we go. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Don't worry, I'll get this figured out soon enough, chat.
Campaign, heart.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Murchia Memina. Alright, I gotta... Okay, so it's when you guys donate, it's that one, and then it's the button for the other one. Jeez. You can tell how experienced of a streamer I am with these sick... what's-its. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, everything's done. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, super chats is different from donations. I was getting it all mixed up. I think we're good though. I think we're good. What's this game? How's it looking? Why is the map so dark? What is going on with this map? This is like, why is it pitch black? Is this normal, chat? But yeah, thank you very much. Make it the loudest you can. I feel like I feel like that'd be a bad thing. It does have to be loud enough where I can hear it over my own talking. So maybe it does have to be a little bit louder. We'll get there eventually, though. Let's see here. We'll boost it to 32%, and we'll see how it sounds. But for now, the Halloween filter. Yeah, it's a Halloween map, guys. It's Halloween. So, what are we looking at? Oh my gosh, that hair. Everything looks so green compared to this map. Is the lighting actually just subtracting color or what? It's so gray. This is the most gray map I've ever seen. Regardless. War Dancers. It's a Wood Elf versus Chaos game. Actually, it seems like people are trying to figure out how to beat these more meta factions. I love it. We're seeing Spellweaver from Charix. Charix, a very famous elf player, all the way from the early days of Warhammer. And it seems like he's going to be going for a kite approach. Now, earlier... Man, this map does lag my PC a little bit. Earlier, what we saw was that skirmish style of play tend to get outcapped because it's quite hard to recapture points towards the late game. And even if you do get a mild win early on, the cavalry don't really have that much pulling power, and you can sort of get bogged down. The question though is whether or not Charix has some maybe reserve army late game capture weight. You can see he already has a War Dancer, so he has some idea there to sort of have some cleanup crews. And it'll be pretty hard for Chaos to reinforce the points too, right? A mix of a little bit of infantry and some skirmish power could be the secret. It could be the secret for this situation, right? I would love to see a kite playstyle actually work, but you never know. For House Cat of War, we're seeing a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Death, Buna, of course. Classic, absolutely classic. You love to see it. Great anti-skirmish potential, lots of Chaos Warriors. He's going for a tanky build. Doesn't even have that many skirmishers, and whoa, look at that. Double Exalted Heroes on a horse, naked, except for their 120 armor. Gonna be pretty interesting. This type of army is basically saying, alright, Wood Elves, you're gonna shoot me, but I honestly don't care. I don't care about your arrows. You got no armor piercing damage. It don't matter. It don't matter. I'm just gonna sit here and relax and it'll be great. And strangely enough, it's actually not that great. These guys take a nasty volley from the Way Watchers. Hawkeyes of Jakira. Insane accuracy. Leadership debuffs. and crazy armor-piercing damage combined in their missile strength. Gonna be pretty good. But they do evacuate and get into safety. Gonna be keeping them rather safe in the... What's it? Zamtama? Actually from Vietnam? Dang. I don't think I've had many people from Vietnam. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty sketchy for these guys, and actually a bit of an overextension, I would say, plowing right into the Dryads. This is gonna be a lot of unnecessary damage for these guys. I worry a little bit for their health, but we'll see how well they do. In the meantime, if we go all the way over here, we're seeing some doggos trying to push back the cavalry. Pretty nice play, but oh, look at that. Sisters of Thorn using their superior charge bonus to just annihilate those dogs. Very likely they'll be routing off. Cavalry can't support unless they get countercharged. And Chaos is honestly looking a little bit rough right now. They're taking some bad trades. Exalted Heroes are getting surrounded. But can the Wood Elves actually capitalize on this? If we just zoom over here, it's looking pretty sketch. It's looking pretty sketch. Hey, Bacon is life. Hello. Love your settings, brother. Yo, everything's gray on this map. I don't know what's going on. What factions would you say are top 3 at the moment? Probably Slaanesh, Chaos, and Tomb Kings are among the top. I think Vampire counts are very good, though. They might be able to compete, but it's pretty sketchy over here. If we just take a look at the Exalted Heroes, they are actually surviving pretty well. It seems like the Wood Elves were not able to capitalize on that, possibly just not having the right summons. But it's actually going to be a pretty nice W for these Exalted Heroes, having getting caught up and pulling out without taking too much damage. But pretty nice Dwellers below catching out these Chaos Warriors. They're going to get annihilated. Marauders routing off. And it seems like Wood Elves are pulling a pretty nice value lead. Minor though, very minor. And the Chaos Warriors will continue to be a problem. Chaos 2 ahead in the victory tickets. And Wood Elves looking a little bit sketchy. They're going to have to make some plays. But it does seem that strangely enough on the infantry front, they're actually doing alright. Dog vision filter. Oh my god. Dog vision filter? I love it. I love it. That is sick, man. Though we do see red. We do see red. What's it like? Dogs have a hard time seeing red on green. So the red is very popping at least. But yeah. Overall I'd say it's great. Slaanesh spots did get banned. We're good, chat. We're good. And overall, in terms of major plays, Chaos is looking a little bit sketch. Some of their cavalry actually got blitzed by the Glade Riders, routing off in fear. But now, with the Hellstriders on the field, I would say Wood Elves have to worry a little bit. Exalted Heroes going down, though, is a nice pick. But the question is, what can even trade up into these Hellstriders? Wood Elves will need to get a pretty nice charge on them to do that. Some Glade Rider Spears look like they're actually going to commit there. And this should be pretty nice. Hellstriders did not get a massive charge. And that's actually looking like it's going to pick them off. Really nice pick on the Wood Elf side. All the way over here, the Horsemen do manage to pull back and rally. So, very nice for them. But Chaos is starting to suffer a little bit. A lot of their stronger assets are getting shut down. But the Wood Elves over here aren't really winning too much on this flank. I would say point number 3 is looking good for Chaos. And most of the plays now are going to be made in this area. Seems like Wood Elves will secure the middle. Points are still fresh. And it seems like points are trading hands quite actively. This means that trading will start to come into play at this point. Any tips for getting into multiplayer? Indeed. Copy a build that you see in a tournament and just start using exactly that. Try to mimic their playstyle and then play whatever you lose to. Really nice way of getting good at multiplayer. But overall, I'd say the Wood Elves are pulling a bit of a lead. Exalted Heroes are getting less and less useful by the second. Wood Elves seem to have very strong command of the middle, which means that they could potentially blitz to any side that they want. And these guys over here are a bit occupied by the Treekin, so they likely will not be able to make the transition towards the middle. Which means that the Wood Elves, really all they have to do is beat off some... You guys stop saying beat off as a verb. They have to beat the Hellstriders, and that's going to be a pretty difficult task unless the Dwellers below land, and a massive one at that, gonna be annihilating these poor cavalry forces. They are gonna get just annihilated. There's no retreat over here. They're all routing off, and this is probably one of the swing plays that Wood Elves is looking for. Not to mention, Dwellers does actually have a nasty contact effect. Gets a little bit of damage on the single entities too. They take a little bit of damage, and it's looking pretty rough for them. Regardless though, Wood Elves don't have that much actual capture weight here. And the trading is still quite close. That was a nice swing to bring things back into balance, given the Hellstriders. But I would say things are going to be looking Enticity sus just a little bit. It's going to be looking a little bit sketchy here. I will say, though, too, the Spellweaver of Dark. Oh, I see. She's just in the forest. Power of Darknessing herself. Look at that. What a loyal Spellweaver. And instead he's using a caster elsewhere, the Spellweaver of Life. So we'll give him a good amount of Winds of Magic, but will it really matter? He's going to have some good Dwellers. We'll see. If the battle manages to last long enough, this will come into play. But as it stands right now, both players are still about even in terms of Winds of Magic spent. So it's not actually a value lead here. And the Wood Elves really are committing hard onto this sort of long-term kite playstyle. And as we've seen before, this can lead you into some issues. Over here, Forsaken, getting shot at by Hagbane tips, taking decent damage, but there's still no real good solution for these Exalteds. They just keep bullying everything they run into. Honestly, if he had some tool to catch them out early on, it would have been better, but just not having the cavalry to pin them down is really making him suffer now. And over here, right side for the Wood Elves starting to collapse. See the Chaos Force is still managing to secure that with their skirmish cavalry. I'd say the Wood Elves are looking pretty sketchy right now. Just looking at the army, the gold on the battlefield is much higher for Chaos as it stands. Yeah, army's actually bigger for Chaos somehow, some way, despite the trading. I guess the trading does lie a little bit. It doesn't track skirmish damage. Potentially, Horsemen have been doing that. It might not be tracking them chasing off targets. I'd say Chaos is now in a decisive lead, by the looks of it. Local Life Wizard being OP. She's doing quite good. Spellsinger is getting some good value. 2,500 is actually massive. But we have to remember that the Power of Darkness spam does cost a lot of money. This makes her quite a bit more expensive, and it means that the Wood Elves don't actually have more active forces helping out their infantry. So the entire army suffers because of that, but maybe it's going to be worth it. However, one of the core units for the Wood Elves now getting chased down by the Exalted Heroes in the backline. Blade Guard, serving well throughout the battle, finally get caught out. And there we go, just like that. The Spellweaver of Life gets double charged by the Exalted Hero. She's going down. Chaos securing the middle. And it seems like, despite going for the more grindy style of play, Chaos do be just a little bit too strong. Spellweaver going down. Double Exalted Hero. Pretty interesting tech, but it seems like it worked out, at least in this case. She's going to be dying. And I would say Chaos has done it. Not really much that Wood Elves can do to come back, aside from maybe some sick Dwellers plays. They're gonna have to find some way of killing off these skirmishers if they want a comeback, though. I don't get why the Way Watchers weren't focused and finishing the single entity monsters. Way Watchers can do that. There was some pretty good maneuvering from House Cat of War to stop his Exalted Heroes from getting shot at. The Way Watchers possibly could have transitioned, but due to the nature of infantry line of sight blocking, it can be pretty hard to snipe out a unit as small as the Exalted Heroes, so I don't blame him for not being able to make the pick, though I was surprised not to see more cavalry actually finishing them off. Regardless, his priorities were set elsewhere. Potentially helped him capture some more points, but at this point, it's pretty rough. He will be able to resecure this far point, though. Should slow down the Chaos win down to about 4 minutes, slightly above 4 minutes, but look at that. A Fate of unit drops. And this is what I mean when I say these sort of Winds of Magic boosting lords isn't actually as worth it as you might think. Except for maybe the Vampire Counts, because it's very rare, or it can be very rare in some battles, to use all of your Winds of Magic. You can see the Power and Darkness gave him about 30 extra Winds of Magic, and none of that is actually being used. If you look at the battle, he's going to end up conceding before he uses any of the extra wins that he gets from the Power and Darkness. Not to mention, Power of Darkness also costs you Winds of Magic right now. It's sort of like an investment. You're putting away some Winds of Magic, and you get it a little bit later. But investments don't really matter if Chaos has absolutely annihilated you. And in this case, it seems like that's what it's going to be. So on top of like a roughly 500 gold investment, on top of a roughly 8 wins of magic investment, it seems like he's just going to be getting no gains on top of that. And then with the even trading on top too, and chaos even trading up even better than even, slightly on top, it's going to be absolutely dominating for them with an army wipe. All of the tree kinda gang now shot down, and the chaos will be taking the win. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for all of you Wood Elf fans out there, but it seems like Chaos gonna be a little bit too strong. I think there were some points that Wood Elves definitely could have won that fight. But definitely Chaos is, especially with the Hellstrider play, like just look at this, Hellstriders. 650 gold, I swear. Anyways, Weight Watchers did pay for themselves. They did get pretty good damage. The Skirmishers didn't do as much because of the majority of armor at the beginning of the game. They just sort of stood there and held their shields up, and in a sense, that's what got them their value. And much more importantly, these Exalted Heroes were unkillable. And look at that. Chaos Sorcerer Lord. 2,400 gold value gained. Spellweaver of Life. No, Spellweaver of Life. Where's the Spellweaver of Life? Here we go. 2,600 gold. Power of Darkness got her value only 250 more gold than the generic Chaos Sorcerer Lord, plus she's squishier. Seems like it did not really pay off, sadly. Yeah, the map is supposed to be brighter. Last time I checked, the map was much brighter. I don't know what happened to it, but it was super dark and super laggy because of the filter. Hopefully... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright, there we go. Almost spoiled everything. My bad. Sorry to the players. As a tournament organizer, it's my responsibility not to show off your builds. Thankfully, he was still on the Wood Elf builds. But House Cat of War takes the first win. Let's see if he can keep it up. The map effects are randomized for that one. Maybe. I've seen the map look different in other replays. But nice. Looking pretty good so far. If we take a look at the brackets so far, a lot of 2-0s actually. A lot of 2-0s, which is a good signal to me. One of the things that I was sort of that I want to keep an eye on is how often we see just win trading because of the meta factions being allowed. And it seems like with all factions allowed, no global bans, it seems like the better player is still winning it 2 games in a row, rather than it always going to ace match. So that's a good sign from the balance perspective of the tournament. From a fun perspective, that's more debatable. Of course, we're going to be seeing more meta factions in the first 2 games, which people might not enjoy. But regardless, we'll continue to keep an eye. I'd say I quite enjoy the pace of this tournament, though. We are, We are 3 hours in at this point, and people have progressed roughly 3 rounds in. Some people are still in round 2, unfortunately, which means it could go a little bit longer than I would hope for. As long as it doesn't go for another 3 hours, though, we're good. We're good. I don't want to drop my own tournament to join the other one later today. Nothing more fun than debating fun. Ah, yes, yeah, Hadries. Classic. Let's see, Enticity using total a turn map pack. I am. On Twitch chat, how does Warriors of Chaos work in multiplayer? Can you choose different variants of Marauders? You can, but only up to 4 marked units. So, Warriors of Chaos is mostly unmarked, mostly the vanilla troops, and then you get a few guys that are special. And by special, I mean Hellstriders. And to see, wouldn't you expect the first battle to be 2-0 because worse players are still in it? I'm noticing that a lot of even the second round games are also 2-0. Though it's more split, but I'm not seeing, you know, ace matches 24/7, which is what I'm keeping an eye on. As long as it's not like constant ace matches back to back to back, I can be a little bit more okay about the data. Of course, you know, if players are constantly coming to me with their problems, we have that to consider too. But so far, it looks all right. And honestly, this is satiating my need to see how people fight up against the top tier factions. Are you saying people that lose 0-2 are worse players? Mick Whiteface? Don't do this to me, Rick Whiteface. Don't do this to me, Rick Whiteface. I know where this logic is going. I don't need this right now. We still have our redemption arc in 3 hours, okay? 3 hours! And you guys wait and see. My sick Corn Masterclass show is about to show up. Oh, man. Been experimenting against a friend. And there's so many alternate styles. What, for Chaos? The thing is, Chaos have a lot of options. The problem is that Hellstriders dominates it. If you want to play meta, Hellstriders is like, oh yeah, you go Hellstriders and you're good. Maybe you mix in one fancy Lord, and that's it. That's it. You get one fancy Lord and it's good enough. Minobus. Yo, the Minobus corn. Oh, man. I want to get a few wins, and then we mix in the Minobus with chat, okay? It's fine emote when? I guess I do need an it's fine emote. What would an it's fine emote look like, though? It could just be text, right? Just a text-based emote. YouTube emotes are quite small, though, so I don't know if that actually is visible or not. Should Hellstriders be nerfed? 100%. Hellstriders, if you think about it this way, Hellstriders beat Centigores, okay? Hellstriders beat Centigores, and they have more utility than them. So that means they can win in a straight-on fight. They also poison. They're also faster. They also have ITP. Alright? So for those 4 things, Centigores have Perfect Vigor, which is good. But with the type of unit, Perfect Vigor is less important in most cavalry versus cavalry engagements. So, Centigores cost 700 gold. Hellstriders are better in a vacuum, and practically, and cost 50 less gold. Now, I'm not saying this is a clear option for Hellstriders to be nerfed. But, you know, when you think about the fact that if Hellstriders were added to literally any faction, that faction would bring 4 of them all the time, every time, regardless of situation. I think there may be a little bit of a problem. There may be like a tiny little bit of a problem about Hellstriders. Now, I've heard the argument before that Hellstriders are totally the faction identity of Slaanesh, you know? Slaanesh is supposed to be about cavalry. They're supposed to be about strong mobility, right? Hellstriders should be strong. I understand that. I perfectly understand that. I don't think that's exactly why that's how CA balances the game. If you look at Dwarf, even if you look at Dwarf Longbeards, they don't trade that much better than most infantry. Dwarf Longbeards are decent for their price, but they don't cost 600 gold, is what I'm saying, right? Even if you look at Beastmen, they're supposed to be all about strong cavalry. I get that. They still don't have Hellstriders. Chaos isn't supposed to be about Hellstriders. So Chaos shouldn't even be running them. What I think should be done instead, Slaanesh should have better Seekers of Slaanesh. The demon unit should be much stronger so that they can still be a strong cavalry faction. And Hellstriders, because they show up in 2 areas, should be a bit weaker. Sure, Demons of Chaos have access to Seekers of Slaanesh, but Demons of Chaos need a little bit of a pick-me-up anyway, so I think that's it. I wish Longbeards cost 600 gold. Dude, that'd be insane. Yeah, and then they keep their buffs during the resummon too. They just naturally have good bonuses because of domination stuff. Hellstriders should, even if you had Hellstriders at 750 gold, they would still be a defining unit for Slaanesh. That's the crazy thing. If Hellstriders were in another faction, Empire would pay 800 gold for Hellstriders instead of Empire Knights. So it's like, oh my gosh. Like, which faction would not run Hellstriders for 800 gold? Give me one faction that wouldn't run Hellstriders for 800 gold. And then Slaanesh has them for 650. And 600 in the last patch. What? What is that? What is that even? Oh my gosh. What? What? If there's one thing I love ranting about, it's Hellstriders. There's not a single faction that would look at 800 gold Hellstriders and be like, I wouldn't run that. It's too expensive. Oh my gosh, they are so strong. They are so incredibly strong. Cathay, because they wouldn't be run. The only right answer. Regardless, we have a Tzeentch battle against the Tomb Kings. Fancy. Tzeentch about an A tier faction against Tomb Kings, an S tier faction. We'll see if House Cat of War has what it takes. Obviously showing off that he is quite proficient Tomb Kings player. Rocking the Spawn Marauder playstyle. Heavy infantry. I like it. As we've seen before, Tomb Kings can stall you up quite a bit. Though this map is a little bit better for more of a straightforward fight. You know, as long as you're not hard kiting. Very easy to capture this point. Very easy to capture this point. But the real question... No, I'm not Turin, guys. I'm not Turin. You really think I would do it? You really think I would do it? There's a lot of people in chat that were ready for it. You were tensing up. You were tensing up. We're not Turin, chat. Calm down. Calm down, chat. Ain't no Slaanesh bots here. Now, for the Tomb King side, they're going to be playing a very heavy infantry build too. We're seeing a lot of Kepler Guard. We're seeing a lot of Skeleton Spearmen. Lots of Skeleton Warriors and some Nahakaro Warriors too on top of that. We also got, it's actually basically just a lot of infantry too. Not a lot on the single entity front. I would expect like maybe some Scorpions. Maybe a few Scorpions in reserve. Maybe something to kill off, sort of, you know, just to have a bigger force. But maybe he just fears the blue fire. And that's why he's going for the Arc and the Black instead. Fate of Buna, very popular spell right now. And to see his Turin confirmed. We're not. I've been in the same place as Turin before. We know for sure. We know for sure. Draws 2 bags of milk. Yo, can I get some milk bags going? Yo, I'm still getting the milk bag t-shirt going, but right now there's some problems with the artist, so unfortunately we have to wait a little bit, but yeah, we just gotta get the, there we go. And just, there we go. Yeah, there's my milk bag, guys. It keeps fading. It keeps fading. It gets jankier and jankier as you go on. Regardless, though, Milk Bag City continues. Hopefully we get that art done at some point. I might just have to contact another artist, though. You find Tomb King's only sort of weakness is heavy cavalry? Yeah, but then, like, the Ushopti are just so painful versus them. But regardless, early stage of the battle. Nice pick on Arc and the Black. Blue Fire. Really strong. Bit of a misplay from House Cat of War. Taking a bit more damage than he should have there. Chosen of the Gods, Ushopti. Gonna be getting a nice volley off. But the spawn, good play from Charix. Gonna be pulling away there. Pretty interesting initial trading. A little bit of back and forth. I'd say House Cat of War mildly in the lead in an almost inconsequential sense because of the damage dealt to Arc and the Black. He's one more blue fire away from dying. But if he doesn't die this battle, it doesn't really matter. It's not bugged anymore, but it's overtuned. Are we talking about the healing from the Tomb King's passive? Yeah, Tomb Kings get a whack load of healing. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see their healing percent, but it'll still, we'll see it pop up when it does. The question is, though, can they even trade into this Tzeentch army? This is a much more melee-focused Tzeentch army than we're used to seeing. And really, the only way of killing off the spawn is the Eyes of the Desert and the Chosen of the Gods. And so far, they haven't really gotten that much damage off. A few shots on the Marauders of Tzeentch is not going to work too much magic. Blue fire, nice blue fire on the Kepler Guard. Stops their healing too, gets a little bit of damage. And the Screamers are going to be dropping. Now, I did hear a Fate of Buna drop off. And it was on the Marauders of Tzeentch. Fate of Buna on Marauders is a spicy choice, but you gotta do what you gotta do to win the frontline engagement. That will take them about half of their HP down, about almost 4,000 damage. But they're still quite tanky. Blue's pulling back over here. It seems like this frontline's going fairly well for Tzeentch. Reduced armor all the way down to 0. The Marauders are doing full armor-piercing damage to these guys. And I would say Tzeentch looking decently comfortable so far, especially with the Screamers doing well against the Constructs. I would say Tzeentch is feeling okay. He also has 2 captures, one over here, one in the back line, getting it just about now. And the Tomb Kings are gonna be sweating a little bit. Now, here's the thing about Tzeentch, though. Tzeentch is not an exceptionally proficient. I just like to hear, the laugh of Fate of Buna is insane. But Tzeentch doesn't have exceptional capture weight. It might be a bit different with a build like this. This is actually a very heavy infantry focused build. And I would say that's actually a really smart play from Charix over here. Charix opting to go for heavy infantry Tzeentch is really, really good because as it turns out, Tomb Kings can get outmatched in melee if they opt for a more ranged heavy style of play. And in this case they did for the Ushabti, but potentially a game changer here. Some of the Ushabti do barely manage to break. If they can recover their leadership and stop crumbling, they could very well become a menace this game with the other 2/3 of their ammo there. Over here, the Stalkers looks like they will go down to the spawn. But we're seeing a few breaks here and there. Tomb King's even taking the middle area. And the Kepler Guard, what a beast unit. They are not going to fall anytime soon. I would say things are looking much worse for Tzeentch at this point. Tomb King's also with a massive healing, going to offset the balance of power. You can see they actually have much more gold army on the battlefield currently. And it's actually quite even in terms of gold on battlefield. So I wouldn't count out either player so far. But Tzeentch with the routing is a little bit sketch, I will admit. Wouldn't Doom Knight Barrier Cheese be good here? So Barrier Cheese is actually not super great in domination. It's a bit too slow of a strategy. Doom Knights are actually incredibly off meta. They are very, very niche, as they're just a bit too expensive, sadly. But over here, they also don't have armor piercing damage, which is a bit sad. If they were armor piercing, Doom Knights would be insane. Regardless, the battle continues. Lord gonna be finishing the job against the Ushabti, very much needed. You can't be leaving 8 entities alive over there. And the dreaded Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch coming in with their fire damage, fire weakness missiles. Gonna be great against these guys on top of the Warp Flame debuff. Gonna be pretty good. Kepler Guard are gonna be suffering a little bit, but can Tzeentch retake the point? I guess as long as he holds 1 point and doesn't get triple cap, there isn't too much fear of getting capture points stolen here. So Tzeentch is probably still feeling decently comfortable, but he does still need to find either a way to recapture or take a massive lead in trading. I will say Blues over here on top of the Nehekar Warriors, undefended at 40 armor, will be taking massive damage. As you can see, single volley already chunking them down. And it seems like Tzeentch pulling out of this point number 3 to opt for a bit more trading, getting a bit more support here. But I would say Tomb King still have a pretty nice advantage here. If you take a look at the Tomb Scorpion, gonna be diving on in over here onto this area. Gonna be routing off probably the Marauders, not likely gonna be routing off the Forsaken, but overall making sure that the trading goes well here. And I don't think Tzeentch really has a lot of good tools to deal with something like this. Chaos Sorcerer Lord on a disc does not have a lot of armor piercing against the 90 armor of the Tomb Scorpion. It will need to get hit by spawn for that to work, but the spawn are a bit occupied in spears. And overall, even the Forsaken pulling back, I would say Tomb Kings are starting to pull ahead. You can see, let's see here, Tzeentch is building up his army ability though. Potentially, we might see a big old bombardment here. That would be a nice way to pull things back. But first things first, he needs a way to kill the Tomb Scorpions. Seems like the Scream of Tzeentch is a good option. Another poke on Arkan the Black, potential for a big swing play here, because he needs Arkan the Black to stop Fate of Buna and his cavalry. Look at that, Fate of Buna annihilating those poor horsemen. Gonna be routing off the battlefield. Fate of Buna, just such an insanely strong spell. If you're worried about skirmishers at all, Fate of Buna, 100%. Yeah, the dreaded Marauder Horsemen getting shut down by the dreaded Fate of Buna. Chat's gonna have to figure out what they hate more. Do they hate Fate of Buna more? Do they hate Horsemen more? I don't know, they're both strong. What do you get rid of? Maybe you just complain about both and pretend that they're both problematic despite being countered by each other. And then we all live angrily ever after. But surprisingly enough, a really nice pink flame dropping on all of these skeletons. They're all crumbling, getting a decent amount of damage going in there now. But undead, not known for their fast crumbling, they're still going to be holding regardless. Nevertheless, it's a nice win anyways. Tomb Scorpion still taking some pretty good damage all the way over here. Tzeentch looking like they are getting some pretty good matchups, so the Kepler Guard will still be a problem. I would say Tomb Kings are still pretty comfortable, but we have a lot of time on the clock. 7 minutes to take this victory point. Of course, it's not actually that much time because they'll lose immediately after. They'll have to take 2 points on that. And Tzeentch doesn't really have that much coming on in. They do have slightly more supplies though, so we'll be keeping an eye on what they decide to reinforce with. And we'll see if it's a big swing play. Forsaken of Tzeentch. Pretty nice choice. Will they beat the Kepler Guard though? At minus 60 armor? Perhaps. Perhaps with the minus armor from the Marauder Horsemen there, it will be enough to kill the Kepler Guard. Of course, the fire damage is great too. And actually, that's a really good option for dealing with them, but oh no. Oh no, look at this. The Menace, Archon the Black. 20 Winds of Magic. He doesn't have enough for Winds of Magic. He doesn't have enough, but he will in 10 seconds. Archon the Black, he's running there. He's trying to catch his Marauder Horseman, but the fear, finally in Tzeentch. They're running away. They're running away. He finally has enough wins though, and he's itching. Archon the Black is itching for another cast. I love that we can finally see Winds of Magic now. Amazing. Have I played Elden Ring? I have. I'm currently trying to beat Melania. It's been a while since I got back into Elden Ring, but you know, I was thinking of just doing like a Masochist stream where it's like Masochist plays Elden Ring, and it's just a stream of me trying to beat Melania. It could be fun. It could be fun, though. There wouldn't be that much variety going on, regardless. Tomb Kings are a menace. They are currently pushing down the middle over here. Despite the Kepler Guard being in a little bit of danger, Archon Black has successfully secured that point. Forsaken have to relocate, and now they're trying to defend over here. Looks like the capture weight of Tzeentch, though, sort of falling apart. They don't have that many good summons left. There's no spawn, ain't no marauders, ain't no nothing for Tzeentch to really retake this location. And oh, there we go, Archon the Black with another massive cast. Marauders of Tzeentch are going to be going down, and I think that basically seals the fate of the tomb or of Tzeentch. Just a little bit too much pressure here coming in from the Chaos side. Another pink fire goes down, not going to be enough. All the damage, all the extra damage lead not really paying off either, as Archon the Black, of course, is still alive, undeterred by the blue fire, and I believe that's going to be it. The late game Tomb King's mass infantry push seems like it is a menace. Absolute menace. Have we seen someone beat the Tomb Kings yet? Technically the Empire. Technically the Empire has solved the Tomb King's paradox with massive amounts of armored cavalry. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I'd be willing to bet maybe $5 on the fact that Empire have something against Tomb Kings. Although it might have just been a skill difference for the players though. So players not allowed to have the mod on, I assume. This mod, so the thing is, this extra information doesn't show up for the players. It's only for the caster. Dwarves should have some Hellstriders. Dwarves with Hellstriders would legit be one of the best factions in the game. Dwarves with Hellstriders would be hilarious. Yo, you know what I should do? You know what I should do to really just be MCA? I should make a mod that has Hellstriders for every faction. So every faction has Hellstriders. And then, what's it? Yeah, every faction has Hellstriders. And then we host a tournament to see how often we see Hellstriders chosen. And then I show that video to CA. And then they're like, Enticity, you already told us that Hellstriders are OP. We're good. We're good now. You already let us know. More information doesn't change anything. And then I'll just be sitting there satisfied with letting them know yet again. Regardless, though, Tomb Kings are doing pretty good. Another win for the Tomb King side of things. I would say the Tzeentch pick, they fared pretty well on the early game, but Archon the Black's just such a menace. He didn't get that much value, but the value of shutting down the Horsemen is very important in a build that otherwise wouldn't have anti-skirmish. So Archon the Black didn't get value, but he also made sure these poor Horsemen didn't either. 0, 0, 626, 428 for multiple summons of Horsemen. Brutality. Screamers did pretty well though, but Unfortunately, those poor Forsakens. Not enough damage. Regardless, though, GG. That means that we will be heading on into the ace match, which means we get the spicy game today. We get a little bit of spice. Should be fun. Grand Cathay can outshoot Tomb Kings. Don't bring up Grand Cathay against Tomb Kings. Oh, I played that matchup. I played that matchup once. Many a moon ago. Many a moon ago. We annihilated the Tomb Kings with our front line. We shot them to death with our machine guns. But the ammunition ran out. We got Zap Rannigan, man. We got Zap Rannigan by the Tomb Kings. It was so sad. It was so sad. That was the beginning of my dreadful losing streak. What just happened? Why did he leave? Was that the final match? But yeah, that was the beginning of my losing streak. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It was so sad. We got decimated. We traded so well. We had so much infantry, but Cathay was too slow. And we ran out of good summons. The brutality. Let's see. What is this? Proving Ground, Celestial Lake. Yeah, they should be in the ace match, right? Did House Cat of War win both? You got confused? Cat 1-2-0? Never mind. Oh, yes. Cat was playing as... I thought Cat... Oh, alright. Well, whatever, chat. Cat has won it. Cat has won it. 2-0. Congratulations to House Cat of War. You did well. You did well. I believe that means that he's facing up against Call Harmon now. So we'll stick in this lobby. And to see if you're having trouble with Melania. I don't want to do the pot strat, man. I don't want to do the pot strat. That seems too cheesy. Is it just me? Or do I just play Elden Ring like I play Warhammer? I feel like the pot strat is far too cheesy. I don't like it. I don't like the pot strat. Screw that. Screw blocking with the shield, man. Like, that's like... I don't know. That's like saying, oh yeah, you know, you're having a problem. Spoilers for Elden Ring Melania, by the way. I'm sure it doesn't matter for most of you guys, but minor spoilers for an in-game boss strats. I won't go into any lore though, but I feel like you're not playing it right if you aren't just dodging like a madman, tanking maybe a couple of hits, and just getting like enough DPS so that it just doesn't happen. I don't know. I feel like the pot strat is too niche, right? What's it? Are you so rusty that you actually forgot? How can you remember the meta in this state, yo? I can't even tell who's winning anymore, man. What's going on? I'm not even a caster. I'm a washed up tournament caster. That's terrible. I'm below tournament. Enticity, with the latest changes to poise damage, which is really easy to stagger with thrusting swords. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, there were some changes. So, like, I think she got easier, right? If you fast roll, you move further away now. Yeah. Anyone watch Chase? What's it? Chase the Bro. It's the guy that plays multiplayer in Elden Ring. Insane guy. He's the guy that kills the phantoms first instead of the main guy, so that the fights last longer. That's what I want. I wanna be in that state in Warhammer where I'm like, I'm so good. Let's handicap myself. But no, instead I'm just here casting. I'm just casting. Love his content. Yo, he's sick. So sick. Oh my gosh. Chase the Bro. He's like, oh man. Great stuff. Been watching since the Dark Souls 3 days. Yeah. He's like a long-time Dark Souls multiplayer guy. The commitment, man. How do you even do that? Like, you just play Dark Souls and then like... Because the thing is, right? I'm here playing Warhammer and I'm like, man, the next DLC is like so long away. The next DLC is like, who knows how long, chat. Next DLC could be many months away from now. And I'm like itching. Chase the Bro. He's like, well, Dark Souls 3 came out. I'ma play that game for a few years. And then Elden Ring drops. And he's like, there you go. There's the new content I needed. Man, imagine that, right? Imagine like CA. That's like, imagine if I just kept playing like 3 Kingdoms multiplayer for another like 3 years. All right. After they shut it down, I'm just like, you know what? That's just my thing. I just play 3 Kingdoms multiplayer. Insane. To be fair, Dark Souls 3 did get DLCs. I guess. It was still a long gap, though. Insanely long gap. Yo, Ariandel. Oh my gosh. Father Ariandel. That's screaming, man. That screaming. What a boss. I will forever remember him screaming at me and then getting cut up by a scythe lady. Good times, man. Good times. I was pretty under. I was like, actually, I don't know. I don't know how under leveled I was. Maybe I was just bad, but I remember fighting that fight a lot. Yeah, when they put the bonfire right by the fog, right by the fog wall, then you know you gotta worry. You should play Troy multiplayer. It's a fresh market. Yeah, huge fresh market. It's like looking at a single tomato and being like, that's a pretty fresh market. You should get into that. Dark's DLC for Slanesh with ROR Hellstrider for 775 gold and armor piercing damage. Yo, armor piercing Hellstriders when, CA? When? You know what? We've gone far enough. I feel like it's about time we see some armor piercing Hellstriders. Now, at this point, we are seeing Call Harmon, ODM Call Harmon, as you many of you guys know. I am ODM Enticity of Clan ODM, stands for Order de Malta. Order de Malt. I'm pretty sure it's not just Malt, right? There has to be Malta. Anyways, ODM Enticity here. We're cheering for Call Harmon, chat. Okay? Ain't nobody telling me. They said Q2, so 5 to 8 months. It's so sad, man. It's so sad. For Warhammer DLC, but nobody said that tournament casters have to be unbiased. Okay? We're making a change to the tournament casting meta. Okay? I don't care. I don't care who you are. If you're fighting against ODM, I'm cheering against you. So, Call Harmon. I'm going to send you all of Housecat's builds, okay? So we're going to copy paste them right now. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He ain't watching the stream, all right? Send them on over. Call Harmon. I need you to hard counter them. And then as the moderator, when Housecat comes to me to ask to moderate the game, I ban Housecat for his insolence, saying that Call Harmon would cheat. And then we're good, all right? All right, that's the play. That's the play. We can still win this, chat. We can still win this. All we gotta do is a little bit of shenaniganry. I think he's Dutch. Who? Housecat? Yo, Call Harmon, I swear, if he goes Dowie against... If Call Harmon goes Dowie against Tomb Kings and beats Tomb Kings after I went Chaos, I don't even know what to do anymore, chat. It just means, like, I'm mega washed up. I retire, man. Leader of ODM is Napoleon. I knew this day would come, and Tissia has gone power hungry. I need it, man. I need it. The one day I lose the power. What? Is it Dwarves versus High Elves? Are you kidding me? Is that actually what's happened? Dwarves versus High Elves? Say what? Alright. I will say... Also, by the way, we're running on Black Ark this time. You gotta have a few CA maps in there, right? Interesting. Call Harmon is Dutch? Thank you. I forget where Call Harmon is. And he's my clanmate, but neither here nor there. If Housecat wins, Enticity can still claim to be second best. Oh, I guess, yeah. If Call Harmon loses this, Housecat needs to win the tournament. It's the only way my ego can survive this. Come on. You need to show him the skills you've been training and go Empire. Yo, if Housecat goes Empire and wins it, I don't even know. If Housecat goes Empire and wins it, I'm just gonna throw up. I'm just gonna throw up. Thankfully, it seems like he's going High Elves, so I don't have to worry that much. Now, this is recently buffed High Elves, but Call Harmon is a dwarf main through and through. He's a dwarf Giga Chad, man. He's been playing dwarves, winning with them since Warhammer 2, mid-Warhammer 2 days, man. Bursted onto the scene, kicked some butt, ripped some faces off. I joined ODM. I stopped playing dwarves. He joined ODM, doubled down on them. 1-2. Call Harmon's a beast. High hopes for Call Harmon. You better not lose this, I swear. I swear, Call Harmon. I'm hyping you up too much, man. Please. Please win against Housecat. He's a scrub. He's a scrub. I'm just more of a scrub, alright? Call Harmon's got this. It's fine. Why is Turin messaging me again? Let's see here. Turin's saying that the tournament isn't stat tracked? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Is the tournament actually not stat tracked? Can I still turn on stat tracking? Come on. It's checked off. Dang it! Everything goes wrong every time. Turn is call Harmon. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had stat tracking off. Oh my gosh, it's just tracking leaderboard. Would you look at that? Well, I'm not even a good tournament host. What am I doing? Now Turin's in chat. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Turin. Thank you. You saying you tried to fix it? Thank you very much. I just enabled it. I'm hoping that didn't explode everything. It's no problem, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. By the way, guys, Turin chat, you know, very esteemed multiplayer player of the community. Awesome guy, chat. I would never say anything bad about Turin. Ever. He's a great caster and a player. And you know, comparing myself to him at all, even in the slightest, you know, it's an honor. It's an honor to be compared to Turin. By myself. Yes. Oh man, yeah, Turin, I don't think you were here earlier, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. You'll have my chat numbers explain it to you next time you stream. Oh man, anyways. Enticity in literal shambles. Dude, I don't know what's happening, man. I don't know what's happening. We got annihilated today. I'm reeling. I thought I got enough sleep tonight. I lost a few tournaments. I was like, oh my, I got it. All I got to do is get a bit more sleep and we're crushing it. These guys got nothing on well-rested Enticity. And then boom, annihilated. Turn one, round one of a tournament. I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. All right, it's fine. Lore Master of Sotec tournament, all right. Different format, I'm not used to it. Host my own tournaments, and then boom, House Cat of War rips my face off like it's nothing. Dame, thank you very much for the 1 membership. But yeah, then my own tournament. I'm like, this is a format that I am so used to. All I gotta do is just play classic Enticity. I even allow the meta faction so I can go ham. And then what? The end comes to me. But on the plus side, we have to remember I do have the special ability of not having a life. The power of no-lifing Warhammer is still within my gut. And dare I resummon it if I have to against these guys. Call Harmon rocking the wow. That's a build. That is a wide build. Going with the wide dwarf build. I like it. Anyone else liking this madness? Oh my gosh, look at that. How goes the wind farming? We lost 0-2 and got knocked out round 1. Yeah, Minimaz. It was a pretty good wind farming stream. The thing is though, I can't just rename the stream. I need the click-through rate. I need the click-through rate, chat. Alright, we can't... Enticity training arc? Yo, legit, that'd be sick. I can do the stream where you guys 3v1 me. That's my training. But no, I need the click-through rate, okay? If there's one thing that I still have going for me, it's that I got some sick clickbait. And I'll farm those clicks as much as I can. Wind famine? Yo, wind famine is... Oh my gosh. Absolute wind famine. The thing is though, people watching, it's better if they don't see it coming. The content is better that way. Content City. You know what? Maybe we just do the content, you know? Maybe my brand. I can make a new brand, guys. We can rebrand. Suck City. Actually, no, it's terrible. No, let's not rename to Suck City. I feel like that has the wrong implications. Maybe not. Maybe not. Like, upon saying it out loud, I'm getting a few second thoughts here and there. I don't know. Maybe it is where we go. Who knows? It's a little bit sus. But yeah. Contenticity is pretty sick, yeah. You know, I've been really focusing on that hardcore. That is better than Suck City, yeah. Lots of Slanesh bots with that name. Yo, there's no stopping them, no matter what you do. But here we go. Call Harmon with the Chad Dwarf build. 1 cannon, surely to shut down Dragon Princes. And then 1 million infantry. Oh my gosh, he's doing it. The minor stack. Call Harmon watched one too many Enticity campaign streams. Suddenly he thinks the minor stack is strong. Well, guess what? It did win earlier against the dreaded The dreaded Enticity, no longer dread Enticity. It's miners into the horizon with a couple longbeards. Pretty infantry-heavy dwarf build. As for House Cat of War, he seems to have expected a more artillery-based dwarf. Very common to see bolt throwers, but a battle like this, it's a little bit more sus. One unit of Sword Masters of Hoeth. Do you guys see how many miners are there in the distance? There is a miner, there's a blasting charge, there's like 5 blasting charges for each of these Sword Masters with their name written on it, alright? They got like 5 blasting charges. Look at these guys. They don't got no face protection. This ain't no bomb squad. These guys are looking... These guys... What am I doing? These guys are not very comfortable about this, okay? Because if you think about it, elves need to have at least a mild superiority in numbers to be able to shut down blasting charges, okay? High mage, life mage. Look at that. Dwellers below. Pretty sick. But they're going to need a lot of tools here to shut down blasting charges. And if we take a look right now, bolt throwers are okay, but they're not exactly amazing. They can deflect the blasting charges with the sword. They get to deflect 1 damage 30% of the time. They get to deflect 1 damage 35% of the time. Ain't no deflecting explosions, okay? They're not deflecting the wave blast. It's they're gone for, okay? These guys are gonna get obliterated 100%. We're gonna need to see some sort of interesting reserves to get a pullback here, or alternatively, possibly a misplay from Call Harmon. You do have to remember, on this map, it is awkward, or maybe not a misplay. Maybe an outmaneuvering is what he's looking for. Call Harmon has to progress all the way from here, all the way across the map. If we take a look at this reinforcement point and just sort of measure over here, right? The standard measuring tool of Warhammer, the red arrow line. It's not good. It's not good in the slightest. That's like a 3-minute advance just to get onto this point. Not exactly a very fast advance. If Call Harmon has to hold this area for a long amount of time, the High Elves can probably just reinforce from here. They can send Reavers, send them into the back line of the miners if they are available. And alternatively, they can just hard push here. Dwarves with much less support are going to be having a harder time securing this area. So potentially it could be a little bit sketchy for Call Harmon if he's not able to find good targets for the blasting charges. Though I will say the caster is pretty sick, and oh my gosh, is she going for a Dweller's cast? No, it looks like she oh, yes, there we go, the Dweller's cast on the cannon crew. And Call Harmon's just tanking through it. Now they are taking 50 damage a tick, but oh my gosh, the Dwarven tenacity. He seriously just tanked a full Dwellers below. 35. What's this? Loopy just got hidden by Bubba's big blast. Bubba, are you just... What's happening? What's happening? Loopy, what just happened? You just got banned for a second? Regardless. Spell resist, 35%. Actually just hard face tanking it. I believe Dwellers, because it only does 4 damage a tick, easily knocks it down to 3 damage, maybe even 2 damage, I forget. I don't know if it's been updated because of all the changes that Dwellers will actually do less damage than you expect and only do 2 damage a tick. But regardless, he's going to need 2 Dwellers to get rid of this artillery crew, and that will keep the leadership high keep the leadership very high for the dwarves, as long as that cannon manages to hold, because they won't suffer the Lord Lost penalty. Now, there is a Warlion Chariot, and the question comes in, is there enough to actually shut this bad boy down? Because there's no Slayers, there's no mass, but there are Thunderers, and with the Thunderers, you can see a little bit of damage on the Lion Chariots. He has 3 Thunderers, so he actually does have a quite large, overwhelming force there. Warlions on the flank getting shut down, and the blasting charges already. A single Dwarven miner unit already taking this guy down to 2/3 HP, but they will be finding combat, and it is very important that these guys eventually get taken down. Call Harmon with a bit of focus fire on the Quarrelers, looking good. And over here, the Warlion Chariot's nice micro, pulling them through the miners and making sure that they're nice and safe. And this is where it gets a little bit spicy. Some Illyrian Reavers, otherwise not an especially strong unit, will be able to get some pretty strong flanking play on these Thunderers. Not something you would usually see for the Dwarves, and that's going to be a little bit rough for them, but Dwarf Thunderers are quite staunch, very armored. They won't go down quickly to the Reavers. Bolt Throwers trying to use up the rest of their ammunition. And over here, it seems like a Cannon Crew is still holding against all odds. Somehow, the Cannon Crews still manage to stay alive. And they're actually going to be firing at the Reavers to try and pick them off. And another one comes down. Now, the real question is how well the frontline fight goes. Thunderers are getting a bit run over, which means the Chariots will have sort of free reign. But Dwarven Great Weapons against the Reavers? It's not a great trade for the Reavers. After the Thunderers are down, it's going to be a little bit sketch. Cannons firing at the Lion Chariots to try and desperately pick them off. And oh my gosh, look at this. Blasting charges, finishing off the Rangers. Likely will turn here to seal that. And Call Harmon has actually all 3 capture points. He has every capture point in the book. The question is, how is the trading going? Great for Call Harmon. 800 gold lead. Extra 500 gold on the battlefield. Looking pretty great. Another Reaver summon. Pretty nice, but can they actually clear this off? I guess he does have 2 lines. 3 War Lions and the Swordmasters in combat. But look at this. The blasting charges. They're looking the wrong direction. It would be huge to get a volley over here. Call Harmon. Call Harmon, watch the stream. Get the blasting charges, he realizes. Turns around. Always on top of his micro. And oh my gosh. Pretty brutal volley. Pretty brutal volley. Imagine if Call Harmon was actually watching the stream. Now it seems sus. Now I have to help house plant to make sure it's not super sus looking. Like I'm just telling Call Harmon, like he's just like watching, and waiting for me to make the calls. That looks so bad. That looks so bad that he actually turned around right then and there. Oh my gosh, that looks so bad. Oh man. Regardless, Call Harmon's doing pretty good. House plant. Stop summoning in the Reavers. Trust me, the Reavers are going to die to the Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons. It's not going to look good. It's not going to look good in the slightest. Call Harmon's actually summoning a lot of melee infantry now, and he has secured his Thunderers. This is huge for him. Despite the fact that he might lose this area, it's honestly looking pretty good for the Dwarves. You have the Lion Chariots are trying to pull through. They're doing okay, but they've taken so much damage from the cannons over the course of the game. It's looking pretty rough, and honestly the Bolt Throwers just a little bit rough over here. You can see the Dwarves, tenacious as ever, actually diving the Bolt Throwers with some just beat up miner crews to try and disable them for a bit. Nice use of those sort of late game miners, but the Bolt Throwers will continue to fire. Their value, however, 140, 240, and 256. Not exactly too great for them. Callout sort of sus. There should be I should probably have a bit of a stream delay going on. Unfortunately, I don't. So it actually is a little bit sus. I should legit actually worry about some callouts. Though it is hard to do as a caster, as you naturally have to point out things. Regardless of, we do have the Ulthar's Raiders just securing this point. It seems like High Elves are not going for that in the slightest, and are just gonna push out over in the middle. They have a lot of really strong melee infantry here, and honestly, it looks like it's just gonna be infantry are gonna be doing well. I do feel sus about the Ranger summon over there though, a little bit strange. If the High Elves did bring in some infant, there's nothing I can do to recover from the situation. But the High Elves are beginning to push back. You often see this with collusion. I know, right? Yeah, I legit sort of feel bad about that. You guys better not be watching the stream, okay? If you're watching the stream, if you're listening to me commentate while playing, that's not allowed. None of that, players. For the 2 players that might be listening right now, shut down the stream. Shut down the stream. I will get you banned from ODM, I swear. Anyways, it's looking pretty scary over here. We are seeing some war lines. They do manage to find melee, but the problem is it's going to be a little bit sketchy winning the melee fight now. Call Harmon actually summoning in some hammerers early on to engage on the white lines. Gonna be doing great for actually winning engagements. Hammerers have gone a series of buffs in recent history, and in general they've always traded well against high elf infantry, assuming they don't have a lot of range. And in this case, Call Harmon sussing out the build earlier has done a pretty good job of that, and has actually found the Hammerers a fairly strong fight. They win against the Swordmasters, they win against the War Lines, and it looks like Call Harmon will be securing this point. The Miners just acting as a wall of meat and metal, gonna be shutting down the Illyrian Reavers. And at this point, it's going to be pretty hard for the High Elves. Now, thankfully, he did have some backup archers. There's a couple archers over here. They could potentially shut down the Hammerers. Hammerers likely will not be able to push over on this point. But Call Harmon is honestly in no rush. And archers take a long time to get all of their ammunition out. For 24 volleys is roughly like 2 minutes of constant shooting to be able to get these guys down. They will be able to punish the Giant Slayers at least. I missed the summon of those guys. But honestly, it's not that many archers. Even if you had 5 of them, it would take ages to kill off an army like this. But oh my gosh, was that just the Lord lost? No, there is no Lord lost penalty. Just a rogue cannon getting killed off. But I guess maybe a D summon might have saved him here from Lord lost penalty. Dang. So the dwarf leadership is still high. And oh my gosh, we're going to see 2 dwarf wins today. Is that actually what's going to happen? Yeah, Blasting Charges got buffed too. That does actually swing the matchup a little bit. Blasting Charges help out a lot in this situation. And if we take a look over here, just a bit too much dwarf. Honestly, it feels like almost a weird Nurgle-esque situation where the dwarves end up just being so hard to kill. They just have so many units that you can't army wipe them fast enough. Maybe that's a strat. Time to become a Dowie main. Yeah, yo. Should I just start playing dwarves? Like, look at this. They're doing great. They're doing amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm surprised no one voted for dwarves. Look at that. Dwarf warrior great weapon just rushing down the archers with their massive armor. Nothing here can kill him. And just like that, Call Harmon with the underdog faction. Looks like he's actually going to be able to win it. Insane, insane. I gotta say, I was surprised. I was sort of hoping that Call Harmon would lose this, because honestly, I was hyping him up a little bit too much. Because now it just looks bad. Local ODM member cheers on for his clanmate, who's absolutely just crushing his opponent. And quite possibly accidentally colluding with some backseat strats. And then like if Call Harmon just dominates House Cat of War here, it looks real bad, chat. I need House Cat of War to win the next. Match. Because like you can only play the villain so much before you actually just do become the villain, and it's not funny anymore. My gosh, this was a really good dwarf build though. Oh my gosh, Matthew Smith with the 20 memberships? Jeez, is this a bribe? Am I supposed to make you win the tournament now just to complete the loop? Thank you very much. Yeah, House Cat did all right. I think honestly, a lot of it came down to build. House Cat played really well, shutting down the blasting charges, making sure that his sword masters could sort of get good damage. In the end, the triple bolt thrower against 1 cannon was really, really rough for him to deal with. Okay, that's a lot of members. That's a lot of members. You guys are gonna enjoy getting your units named after you come the next Enticity single player stream. We're also going to be doing some member build suggestion streams too. So you guys will be able, it'll be members suggesting builds, units, and everything you could possibly wish for. So that's gonna be coming up at some point. And you're gonna have a lot more competition now because roughly 5% of everyone watching just got a membership tier. Insane. Regardless though, Call Harmon finally getting pushed back over here. The Illyrian reverse spam actually crumpling the Dwarven formation a little bit. But the big question is, can he capture the top points? It seems like House Cat of War, he did a great job securing that area, but he has only 2 minutes to secure these points. 2 minutes alone. I'm confused. Where's the score in the interface? There is no score because I'm a lazy dog and I haven't hosted tournaments in a while, so I haven't set up the nice looking score things. Sorry, chat. Right now it's looking to be, it's 0-0. It's 0-0 for these guys. Let's see. How do I copy? Paste duplicate. Oh my gosh, that was insane though. That was insane. It's very rare to see dwarves win, but who knows? Maybe it's the meta now? Are dwarves just like super duper sick? Let's see, green. Here we go. Green and red. Call Harmon is green, right? So if I do this, is that good enough? That way I don't have to type out their names. Lazy City strikes again. Is this what you want, guys? Is this what you want when we stop wind farming? I guess it's better. Slightly better. I like that dwarves just don't bring lords nowadays. Yeah, honestly, the lord style of like spamming single entity dwarf play isn't that strong. Call Harmon has always opted for very infantry based play styles. He's not like a big single entity fan. You hear that, house cat? You hear that, house cat? I'm giving you the secret deets for Call Harmon, all right? The secret deets. He really likes infantry play, I swear. And that... Is there anything I can do? It's too late. He already lost against dwarves. I'm a terrible person. Oh, man. What's this thing? Single entity monsters are not as oppressive in Dom. That too, yeah. Because you can't really abuse cycle charging as much. You just don't have the time. If you just have a faction that's like super hard to kill, it's great. Yeah, AA saying woo member time. Yo, it's gonna be hype. Can't wait to get these special member streams going. It's gonna be sick. Alright, now let's see. This tournament, I gotta check because we do want to play another tournament after this. This tournament ends in roughly... Oh, geez, it's gonna take ages, man. There's like, what's it? There's 2 people that are taking... Really? They're still playing? Are they seriously still playing? I'm gonna message these guys. If they're not still, if they're just like, I don't know what happened, but I think what's it? There's a meeting call. I'm in a work meeting call. But it's set for half an hour, 15 more minutes. Oh my gosh. They're still in round 2. They're still in round 2. We're playing round 4. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a long tournament, guys. I might not be able to play in the next tournament, unfortunately. Time for milk bag refuel. I could go for a bag of milk right now. I would take a milk bag sponsor so fast, dude. Are marked demon princes worth taking now? I would say yes. They are they're a big single entity with a good lore of magic set. Though I see most people going for chaos lords, probably just because they're cheaper. Burst dwarves, Seaguard, and Reavers are worthless. Yeah, especially in domination. You could pull off some weird ranged archer kite against dwarves in Warhammer 2. But with the domination capture points, you can't really do it. 20 more minutes to finish round 2. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. That is crazy. All right. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Oh my gosh. Yo, we are 4 hours into a tournament and they're playing round 2. Oh my gosh. That is a slow round. I should have caught that earlier. That's sort of my bad. I should have spotted that, but jeez. All right. Are you guys on the ace match? We'll see if they're playing the ace match. Reaver Archers? Oh, Reaver Archers, you mean. Oh, yeah, my bad. Reaver Archers, the skirmish cavalry, terrible versus dwarves. Absolute hot garbage. Never take them versus dwarves. Yeah, most of the time you aren't taking skirmish cav versus dwarves unless they're explicitly armor piercing. Slowest picks of all time. Apparently they were lagging and someone went to a meeting. That's gonna be pretty rough. Let's see. You know what? At Hadries, I'm gonna do some spiciness. At Hadries, at Mofet. You guys can start playing your best of 3 now. If let's see here. If Hadries, I'm seriously gonna do this. Let's see here. Hadries, you can play the winner of the 2 after. There we go. That's the play. That's the play. So, one way to speed up the tournaments. We're just gonna have Hadries and Mofet play a best of 3 against each other. And then Hadries is gonna play against the winner of those 2 guys. If Hadries wins it, then it means that it would have lined up properly, and then we're good. And then if Hadrius loses, then we'll have to play the tournament properly. But for now, suspecting that Hadrius is probably the one that'll take the win, Hadrius will go ahead and just play against Mofet ASAP. Hello, Enticity. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty well. The tournament's looking like it's gonna last a bit longer than I would have hoped for, due to some really crazy crazy delays in the bracket. But I have a plan, guys. I have a plan. Yeah, so Hadrius is gonna play Mofet. Then the winner of those two are gonna play in the finals. And then we'll see if Hadrius beats the winner between Charlie and Jiffy. And that should actually make the tournament, that should actually close out the tournament much faster. It's an unconventional way of running tournaments. Honestly, I'm willing to side with speed over super officialness. It's not even like there's a prize pool, really, so should be good. Only been here 15 minutes. How many more matches today? Well, we're in the semis right now. After this, we'll spectate the games between Hadrius and Mofet. And then it'll be the finals. Hadrius between Mofet. I haven't caught up who's been keeping up in the tournament scene lately. Most, yeah. You always see Reavers do well against cannons and the like. Reavers? Oh, Illyrian Reavers, just normal Reavers. If they're busy shooting something like swordsmen, the crews get picked off. Or swordmasters. I still went. I wouldn't run Reavers in general. Reavers are okay though. They did get buffed by a bit, but against dwarves, most definitely not. Reaver archers, I mean, yeah, Reaver archers. I would not take them versus dwarves. You have a lot of better options. That's like almost a unit of white lions. That's huge. Mechanical question: how do you check a board quickly? Normally like I do, so I just draw them in a line. I use control down to make them into boxes. I have a video on it actually. Here, let me see if I can find it. I have a video on how to quick deploy because of course I would. Let's see here. Where is it though? The thing is, I'm the way I name my videos is so, it's meant to just be eye-catching that it's very hard to get the deploy to find videos, right? Like I have a video, it's called oh my god ... What is that even supposed to be? What's it? Ah, here we go. Deployment flexing. There we go. That's the video. Yeah. Here it is. There it is. Deployment flexing. That's what you want to watch to get your quick deploys going. Alright, Hadrius, let me know if you actually find your games against Mofet, by the way. I'm hoping to get that going as fast as possible. Man, I should have done this earlier. This is like a really sick way of getting your tournaments to go through faster. If you just pick like players that are suspected to win and have them play against each other early, that way you can wrap things up much faster. Just realized the thumbnail isn't a dude wearing a green hat. Oh, the thumbnail? So you thought it was just like a random dude, just a guy? Let me check my thumbnail. I can oh actually, you know what? I can even set it right now. Let's see. I can change the army blocker thumbnail. Let's see. Where is it at? Sort by. Oh yeah, this one. There you go. That's just not an average dude, man. That's a demon prince, man. Your leaf picture? Oh, my leaf picture. I thought you meant this. You said thumbnail, didn't you? Yeah, you said thumbnail. Yeah, nah, leaf pictures, well, in a sense, he's a dude with a green hat. Alright. Here we go. Seems like Carl Harmon has taken up the High Elves. The absolute mad lad. He's taken up the High Elves, and to offset anything that I've done earlier, we're gonna go over Carl Harmon's army first. First round, Enticity faces Enticity, knocks out Enticity. Yo. Yo, not after today's performance, man. Not after today's performance. This is gonna be House Cat versus House Cat. Yeah, Avatar in the lobby is the leaf pick. Yeah. Been missing these multiplayer streams. Honestly, it's been a while. I should get more multiplayer streams going. The thing is it does take a lot more management for me. Like, for me, it's really easy to just boot up a friends campaign and have some fun. Unfortunately, for multiplayer, it's like a little bit more involved. It also lasts longer, so I have to commit to like a 6-hour, 7-hour stream. Takes a lot more out of me, sadly. But here we go, loading on in. I'm thinking we probably won't finish this in time for the next tournament. Very, very unfortunate. Yeah, Avatar, my bad. Yeah. It's an old D&D character. I had some weird, I had a weird gimmick where it's like, he had like a tree growing out of his back. Ah, no. That's basically it. Yeah, like some tree growing out of his back, so the leaf's just like sort of hanging there above him. It doesn't read very well, though. People, I've heard green hat, or people just ask why there's a leaf there. But you know, whatever. Alright, here we go. We should be loaded in a second here. And for the armies, silver helms. So we got some spearmen. We got a dragon, a star dragon no less. Look at that. Big boy star dragon over here. Probably just looking to snipe out constructs and other Tomb Kings, guys. Strangely enough, Tomb Kings are susceptible to getting murdered by large single entities. Dwellers below, as always. Great AoE damage spells and a regrowth for the dragon. Also has a couple silver helms and a couple artillery pieces just to pick up Ushapti. Pretty standard. Nothing too crazy by the looks of it. For the Tomb King's army, we are seeing everyone's going Contap. I have no idea why. Everyone's going Contap for like his sick Nehekara passive spam. I guess they're just taking him as like a super cheap caster, but I don't know. Housecat really likes Contap. Doesn't even go for Cetra. Doesn't even go for a generic caster. He takes a vanilla Contap. Maybe he's just cheaper, I guess. Going for mass infantry, as he very much likes to do. Loads Tomb Guard, couple spears. Nothing too crazy out of the ordinary, and this is gonna revolve around the it's gonna revolve around these guys. Chosen of the Gods. Chosen of the Gods are very important here in a match such as this. Chosen of the Gods, they can do absolutely massive damage to the Star Dragon. Everything revolves on how much damage you can get on this thing, or if the High Elves can actually kill them. They do have the Eagle Claw bolt throwers too, and I guess it also sort of depends on if the High Elves can clear the Tomb Kings fast enough. We don't really, High Elves are not the fastest clearing faction in the world, but if Call Harmon does begin to spam a bunch of Rangers, potentially they could make a big play. Enticity, have you done a Nurgle campaign? What do you think of it? I've played it in pre-release, actually, but I'm not a big fan. I like faster factions nowadays, instead of blobby melee ones. Enticity, as a semi-professional Total War Warhammer 3 multiplayer streamer, how do you think, what's it? Oh, you're talking about the war stuff? What is this? What is... That has nothing to do about me being a Total War Warhammer 3 streamer. You're just asking me about the war. I prefer not to talk about it much because that's not what people come here for. So I will stop commenting about it there, and anyone else who brings it up will get banned in my chat. So don't talk about it, chat. That's not what people come here for. Regardless, let's take a look at the battle. Yeah, glitch is fixed, so healing actually does work. Healing does actually work properly, so it doesn't need to be banned. And right from the get-go, Call Harmon's going to be getting some pretty good picks with the bolt throwers. Going to be going over here, just sniping out the Ushapti and zoning them out. Now the big question is, how's he going to clear up all of this infantry? The infantry for the Tomb Kings is fairly cheap, but they do have a lot of capture weight, and there are some very notable elites in there. Kepler Guard, Tomb Guard, and a couple Nehekar warriors to trade into things like the Rangers. This is gonna be a lot to kill. They're shielded, so the archers probably won't be able to cap. And Call Harmon might be facing a pretty brutal triple cap as of right now. This is... I'm getting flashbacks, chat. I'm getting flashbacks. He's gonna be getting triple cap. Now, we gotta remember, archers actually, why are they doing so? Oh, they're unshielded. Kepler Guard are unshielded. So they're actually taking quite a bit of damage from the archers, getting physical resist from Ka-Tep to keep them alive. And Call Harmon doing a pretty good job of making sure that over here, Tomb Kings won't be able to capture. It seems like the Tomb Kings barely out-capturing here on this point, simply because they haven't lost so many entities left. So that's just mostly going to be a tie. And as for the middle, Call Harmon seems like he's looking to win this fight. Archers are getting massive damage on the Kepler Guard. Huge breath attack on the Tomb Guard. Good target prioritization for Call Harmon. And over here, nice, well, actually not that nice. The Rangers on the Tomb Guard. It's going to be slightly less efficient over here. As for the Tomb Kings, pretty nice picks on the Star Dragon, getting it down in HP a little bit. And another pretty nasty volley. We'll see how impactful this thing is, though. In one way, the Star Dragon is good for making sure that the Tomb Kings don't summon large targets. But if the Tomb Kings never summon anything large, the Star Dragon will not really have that many things to do. It can sort of get some pokes in, but it's not magnificent. Over here, Spearman actually eating a huge Dwellers Below. Call Harmon opting to just maximize damage on the Kepler Guard. Not a terrible strategy, but still, quite a bit of damage on the Spearman will cause them to rout. And honestly, it seems like the Bolt Throwers, they're mostly just countering the Ushabti. Both sides are sort of just negating each other in that sense. Ushabti are keeping the Star Dragon busy, though. So I would say Tomb Kings are feeling pretty good. Tomb Kings are feeling pretty good about this sort of trade at the moment. They're also aggressively pushing forwards over here, but not as much of a swing play in this area quite yet. They haven't gone the triple cap, but it's looking quite good. I will say, though, losing Ka-Tep, probably not a great idea. Call Harmon going for the Lord Snipe. Gonna be getting him a pretty massive lead if he can actually kill this guy. A little bit of friendly fire, too, from the Ushabti. Oh my gosh, and a double hit from the Star Dragon. That is insane. Ka-Tep actually just straight up dies. Wow. Star Dragon, annihilation commencing. Annihilates Ka-Tep for about a quarter of his HP from the Ushabti. Will the Star Dragon die for it? It seems like not even. The Skeleton Horseman, unfortunately, not being able to block up the Star Dragon. And that is a huge value pick. But we have to remember, Ka-Tep is fairly cheap, and crumbling is not exactly a very scary threat for the Tomb Kings. And instead, they're actually pushing forwards really aggressively here, and sort of just blocking up the High Elves, opting for some skeleton summons over here, bringing in a couple Spearmen, and the Star Dragon going to be taking even more damage from the Chosen of the Gods. It's not over quite yet. I would say Call Harmon actually has fairly decent odds by the looks of it. Or Call Harmon actually has much lower odds than you might expect, as Tomb Kings are on a full triple cap right now. They have 6 minutes to win it. The Rangers are likely going to die here. And I think Call Harmon's going to pull an Enticity. I think he's going to pull an Enticity. The Tomb Kings, he's trading okay, but even so, the Tomb Kings actually have quite a bit of value. And despite losing Ka-Tep, if we just take a look at this Star Dragon, a little bit brutal. In the end, the Tomb Kings actually managed to trade up by keeping the Chosen of the Gods away. It is not really worth it losing a Star Dragon that very likely still has some breath attacks left. Yeah, still 2 breath attacks. Just to get the Lord Snipe. Just undead factions in general do not suffer very much from losing their Lord. And that's gonna be a big problem. Star Dragon very likely gonna die over there. Call Harmon not even close to capturing these side points. And he's on a 5-minute marker, guys. This is looking real rough. This here is looking very, very rough. It is a cool map, though, at least, yeah. And I think House Cat of War is actually going to take it to an ace match, which should be quite exciting. Ushabti Great Bows are better versus Lords, too. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Ushabti Great Bows can sort of snipe out Call Harmon's Lord. But in this case, it's not going to... She's very safe and far back. But I don't really see how Call Harmon can bring it back. Honestly, I feel like the Bolt Throwers, despite shutting down the Ushabti, Call Harmon ended up spending almost 3,500 gold just to counter the Chosen of the Gods and kill Ka-Tep. And in the end, that's much cheaper for the Tomb Kings than it is for the High Elves. And because of that, it seems like the middle line sort of collapsed. But we must remember it's not over yet. There's always the chances of army losses or just army lossing your opponent. Call Harmon is still fairly even in terms of gold on battlefield. And there is potential to sort of secure the middle point. Our game is over. Obese Chicken saying your game is over. Very nice, very nice. Let's see here. I'm going to say, how do we do this? And let me check the tournament. I guess you guys just play Mofet now. Let's see here. Whichever one of you guys win will be facing up against Mofet while this one finishes. Hadrius is out. Hadrius is out of the tournament, so you guys will be progressing quite quickly. And that'll be the other semifinals while these guys wrap up their ace match. Wasn't the dragon safe after the snipe? How did it get caught? I guess, well, it wanted to kill off the Ushopti. It wanted to kill off the Ushopti, and it got caught up by the horseman, unfortunately. But yeah, at this point, I don't think Call Harmon really has the oomph to kill off the Tomb Kings. Just a few too many left on the battlefield. Few too many, and it takes a lot of effort, as we know, to clear them off. Really high capture weight skeleton warriors will just be the end of them. Which mod shows gold? It is UI extended and improved, I believe, is what it's called. But yeah, there we go. A couple of white lines are going to be moving in towards the Eyes of the Desert. Looks like they will get on top of that. At 3 minutes left, though, it's almost impossible for Call Harmon to win this one. I guess a rogue mass summon of Reavers to dive into the middle could potentially secure this one. And then potentially he can get point number 3. It's going to be very close, though. Star Dragon dunking on Cod Tap. It did well against Cod Tap, but man, such an expensive tool lost because of it. Very unfortunate. It looks like over here, Nakar Horseman getting taken down. They'll be down shortly. And over on this side, we are seeing Sepulchral Stalkers. They're going to be run down by the white lines, but yeah. Ain't no capture weight. F's for Call Harmon. You did well. You did well, but the might of the Tomb Kings. House Cat of War, actually. House Cat of War has been dominating with Tomb Kings as of late. He's been, he's quite scary. I think he really knows what he's doing here. And hopefully the games against Mofet should be playing out.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Let's make sure that the Mofet's games are actually being played. GG. Let's take a look. Let's just take a look at the value real quick. Call Harmon had more points, but actually had less gold on the field. Yeah, point calculations don't actually work right now. Mostly we will be paying attention to gold on field. You also have to take into account healing and such, but if you just take a look at the Star Dragon, right? 1,600 gold, and then the Bolt Throwers at 500. About 2,500 compared to Cod Tep's. Cod Tep and the Ushopti. They both made decent gold, but the Ushopti managed to stay alive and kill the Star Dragon. It was a little bit too much, unfortunately. Silver Helms actually did okay. I would say the light cavalry might be what you need against Tomb Kings, but so far they've been an absolute menace. Definitely earning their top tier position right now. And here we go, on to the next match. On to the next match, chat. We'll see what they do. They are in the ace match now, which means they're now going to be playing some spicy matchups. They're doing the blind 7 pick system. Who shall win? Kotep died so the kings could live. Yo, Kotep is he's such a cheap lord, and undead care about army losses so little. Because the thing is that the way crumbling works is that it's basically just it's just a flat amount of damage that you take, and it's quite low, maybe about like 20 damage a tick. So if you get into your crumbling, let's say 1 minute earlier than you would usually, that's 20 damage over 60 seconds. That's an extra 1,200 damage on your units, assuming that the crumbling hits 1 minute earlier than it would usually. Usually the army losses debuff isn't that big of a hit. So it could very well only be like a 600 HP debuff to your units. Is that really that huge? Usually not really. It only takes 30 minutes for Skeleton Spearmen to rout now. Yeah, yo, they take so little damage. They take incredibly little damage. We'll see though. I wonder if what's it? Who have we seen against the Tomb Kings so far? Have we seen someone beat the Tomb Kings? I don't think we have, though it is House Cat of War's Tomb Kings, and he does seem to know what he's doing with them. We shall see. As for the rest of the army, what are we looking at here? Or I guess I shouldn't be looking at the army, so I haven't picked their factions yet. So for now, we wait. How's it going, chat? Hopefully I can play in the tournament after this. This tournament would have to end in less than 6 hours for me to do that, though. Enticity just noticed that I have a membership for some reason. It's because it was gifted to you. Since 6 days. Yeah. People have been gifting memberships like crazy, so. Sigmar bless their actions. Yeah. Excuse me. Will there be a Fran stream today? No, but there should be a short Fran stream tomorrow. I've been itching to see how much we can expand with the death of Vlad. I've turned on allow gifts now. Didn't know I had to. Oh, you have to turn on allow gifts. Would you look at that? I did not know. Dang. Yeah, if you want to... Gifted memberships is actually a fairly common thing, thankfully, due to our very, very generous support from these guys, like Matthew Smith just dropping 20 memberships. At $3 a pop, that's a lot. That is a lot. But yeah, if you wanna get gifted memberships, it gives you access to getting your units named in my campaigns, and we'll also get some member streams where you guys get to choose my builds and such. The struggle of casting tourneys, gotta wrap things up quick. Man, I've been looking for ways to get tournaments to go by quickly. Honestly, this one would end in time had the top end of the bracket actually progressed faster. I could have done some shenanigans to make it go by faster, but man, oh man, did that one go slowly. All right, here we go. Does the tiebreaker match have different rules? Tiebreaker match does have different rules, indeed. It's blind 7, so you blind pick 7 matchups, and then you pick the most fair out of them. So you have 7 blind matchups picked. Both people remove 3 of the matchups, and then you play the last one. I think it has an 85% chance of getting a matchup that players consider fair and good. And on top of that, so the downside of having, like, you know, the 15% of getting an unfair matchup, the plus side is that you end up getting very interesting matchups. Like Ogre Kingdoms versus Norska. Say what? Say what? Are they gonna... Did Call Harmon get Ogre Kingdoms into Norska? Am I looking at this right? Because I will say, this is high praise for the Blind 7 matchup picker. If Blind 7 is giving us matchups like Skaven Mirrors and Ogres versus Norska, I think it's great. Dang it, Slanesh bots, not now, not now. After the stream, after the stream. Yeah, Ogre Kingdoms versus Norska. I gotta say, I'm pretty excited. Oh, what's it? We stopped doing that way because it takes too long? For what? For what? Seems Ogre favored? I honestly don't know. Ogre Kingdoms versus Norska is a really weird one. Norska doesn't have that many spears. They rely on their skirmish cavalry. Ogres are mostly worried about cavalry of their own, but Norska doesn't really have that much. I don't know how strong... I guess this matchup might depend on how strong Skin Wolves are versus the Ogre Kingdoms. But I don't think Norska has that many great options in terms of magic. I came for the Slanesh bots. Don't say it like that, Professor Pone. Skin Wolves? Maybe. I've never seen Skin Wolves into Norska. It's gonna be quite strange. Yeah. You know, there's an even fancier way we can do the pick 7, where we do like pick 9, and then they pick all 3 matchups at the same time. So like all the middle matchups are predetermined. That way you don't have to do a pick 3 every time. And then it's like, oh, one person picks a faction, then the other person picks a matchup, and then you play the last matchup on the last map. I don't know how the meta gaming actually goes for that, though. I like I like picking systems that have very little metagaming. So I'm actually that's sort of the whole idea of blind 7 is so that you don't really have to think very hard. You just pick factions that you think are strong, and then you play them. Simple as that. There is some downsides where people end up like, especially newer players who really want to play one specific faction. It can be much harder to play the faction that you're looking for, which is why we have pick 1, ban 3. Which has given us basically the same matchups you would see in pick 3 systems. So the way pick 3 works, so many matchup systems. The way pick 3 works is that you have 3 matchups that you pick. Your opponent, then you ban 1, then your opponent bans 1, and then they counter pick, and then you pick one of the 2 remaining factions. It's so complicated for a system that tends to just end on mirror matches. That I really didn't want to just sort of do that. But it seems like at least this is going all right. Enticity OnlyFans. Oh man, I'd have nothing to put on there, chat. Trust me. I got nothing. I remember used to be on default. What used to be on default? What's it? You want AFK for a second? Only ents? Let's see, what would it be? What would it be? I can, There'd be nothing. There'd be nothing. Here we go. Yeah, the teas. Oh, yeah, the Enticity teas. Oh. Breaking the YouTube regulations. Why is Markiplier so hot? I don't watch Markiplier. I don't think I could relate, sadly. If you got feet, you got something. That's the scary part. Yeah, you know, the true Slanesh worshippers, they'll be coming for me. Anticity's milk bags. Just me drinking milk. You know, that would be like, it'd be a mix, you know, partial mukbang stream going. It's just milk. At some point, though, I'm pretty sure that's gonna actually kill me, so maybe we can't do milk bag streams 24/7. Hey, you know, you gotta make a living somehow. And VTuber went. Alright, here we go. Just messaging the other player so they can finish their faction select and sort of building quickly so that hopefully they finish by the time these guys finish up, and then we can end off the tournament nice and fast. I think the best looking Warhammer 3 streamer is Turin. Yo, we've only seen Turin a small amount of times in history. He's a rare beast. Only in his true mullet form. Yo, mullet Turin, best streamer, best streamer. I'd subscribe to that OnlyFans, that's for sure. Is Turin still in chat? Is Turin still in chat? I feel like if he's in chat, I can't do this. But all right, let's see how this goes. We are looking at an interesting situation here. We're looking at an interesting situation. It's gonna be Ogre Kingdoms. One of the thought of as one of the weaker factions in multiplayer, recently buffed because of their Ogre Kingdoms with the recent buffs to capture weight. Gonna be pretty impactful on larger maps, as it does mean that they can go on melee build and transition very quickly to wherever they want to be. Yo, some Warhammer GeoGuessr. Where are we, chat? Where are we? But yeah, Ogre Kingdoms, they recently got buffed. But they are playing against one of the... What was the other faction they're playing against? Norska. Against Norska, who is thought of as one of the stronger factions as of late. Norskins are fairly terrifying because of their skirmish cavalry. They have very elite infantry. And Berserkers specifically against the low armor of the Ogres could be quite strong. Regardless, they rush into battle. The Ogre Bull spam is strong in this one. Some Man-Eater Great Weapons, potentially for some Skin Wolves, and some Noblars, just to be a bit of a front line to stall a bit. Norska, though, going actually not for the Berserkers. No Berserkers, instead going for a Marauder Spear composition. and javelins. Okay, so this battle's gonna fully revolve around how hard Call Harmon can shut these guys down. If Call Harmon shuts these guys down, it's great. If House Cat of War manages to keep them safe, House Cat's gonna be celebrating. Throg 2, anti-large, ultimate annihilator of worlds, heals for 8 HP a second, not a fear in the world. He's gonna be terrifying versus the forces of the ogres. I would say Throg, very nice lord pick here. We also have to remember Call Harmon doesn't have any ranged, so Throg should be able to survive fairly well. I'd say, I don't know who wins in this fight. Call Harmon definitely has a lot of ogres here, but with this much infantry, he'll probably have a hard time actually pushing it. At the get-go, I would say House Cat of War has the slightly better composition. I think he would feel slightly more comfortable looking at this. I think Norska may have one with the Javs and versus Bulls. Yeah. Javelins too, anti-large against Bulls. These guys are going to be hitting for almost double damage. Going to be hitting for 30. What's it? 30, no. They're going to be hitting for 40 damage a pop. That means it's going to take about 4 javelins to take out an Ogre Bull. Pretty terrifying. Pretty terrifying. I think the javelins are huge here. Not to mention also Marauder Horse Masters and Horsemen. And not a lot of tools to actually deal with them for the Ogres. Now we do have to remember, Norska is not gonna... The Norska's a decently fast faction. Ogres is a very fast faction. Ogres run at a speed of 54 compared to the 35 of Marauders. They should be able to much easier make transitions from point to point. And Norska's just going to be trying to make up for that using their Marauder Horsemen. Going all the way to this far point over here. And going to be getting some nice skirmish going while Call Harmon has to capture these points. I'd say as for this far point, we'll see what Call Harmon's shenanigans are. I wonder if he'll be able to actually secure this location. Or if he's just going to go all in on the middle and just go for a front face fight against the Norskins. One must wonder. Of course, some very wide armies on both sides here. Skirmish cavalry slowly making their way. They are slowed down by the forest, so won't be getting there as fast. But what's this? 31 plus 15 equals double damage equals 40. all right. Look, you don't gotta judge the math too much, okay? It's close enough to double. Where like, look, I skipped the armor piercing, okay, chat? All right, I skipped the armor piercing, chat. It's gonna be less than double damage, but regardless, they're gonna be almost 3-shotting Ogre Bulls. Call Harmon has to be a bit careful, but it looks like based on the initial situation, Call Harmon does have the advantage in terms of point captures. So that means that the Norskins, they will have to advance. Call Harmon will be able to play on the defensive, which does offer quite a bit. Hey, and to see how's it been going? It's been going great. I've been enjoying this tournament quite a lot so far. I think Mofet and the other player are getting their games in, so they should be doing all right. And then soon enough, we'll get to play the single faction tournament if we can end this in an hour, 30 minutes. We're rushing, chat. We're really rushing to get this done. But there we go. Points unlock. Points unlock, and the players are going to be advancing towards each other. Ogres, with their newfound capture rate, going to be stealing the point very quickly. And now we wonder, how is Call Harmon going to shut down this army over here? He doesn't have that much, honestly. He has some Noblars, he has a bunch of Man-Eaters, but it's sort of pound for pound the same as these Marauders. He actually has quite a bit of range too. Man-Eater Ogres, Ogre Pistols. Gonna be a threat for Throg. And oh my gosh, you know what? Maybe Call Harmon does have the range power to win this. The Lead Belchers getting some insane initial volleys on these, on the infantry. Getting some really nice piercing shots through them too, as they are on the hill, so it is some very nice lines of fire. And honestly, blasting that one spearman to half HP is insane. Noblars, they don't have a lot of range, but what Call Harmon has sort of done by the looks of it, he's actually held this area with Noblars. He doesn't really care that much if they get poked by the Marauder Horsemen, and the big engage happens. Call Harmon has to go on the offensive to deal with this, but the Ogre charge, annihilating those Marauder Spearmen. Actually getting sort of wrecked by the Ogre Bulls. And it seems like they might be able to win it, but no, their leadership barely stabilizes. they're going to need to break if Carl Harmon wants to get through there, and they do. That is a huge break on the Marauder Spears over there. And over in the middle, you can see some skirmishing on the far side. The middle is looking fairly good too. Saber-Tusk packs are pushing on in. Not too many spears. Actually, one of them a bit out of position on this flank. And they won't really be able to help as much as the Javelins do get caught up. They get a little bit of damage on the Man-Eater pistols, which is nice. Potentially, if they can kill off the right entity, could cost the Lord loss penalties. Marauder Horsemen have captured the backline, so Carl Harmon, in a little bit of a dicey situation, looks like he may even lose some of his range now, which would be quite devastating. Sort of trading pound for pound. The Norskin range is going down, the Ogre range is going down, but I'd probably put my money still on the Ogre Kingdoms. They have faster reinforcements, they don't have to travel nearly as far, but oh, look at that, nice play from House Cat of War. Getting in the Manticore summon, a slightly faster unit to get into the battlefield and support a tiny bit faster. Should be a good way of sort of balancing the extra reinforcement speed of the Ogres, but I gotta say, this front line is looking pretty scrappy. We're seeing major routes on both sides. Ogre Bulls are routing. We have Lead Belchers that are just pointing the wrong direction. But I gotta say, in terms of large picks, this one looks like it might be it. You just watched the first Dowie vs Empire match? Ah, don't remind me, man. But yeah, this is a pretty good pick. The Noblars actually managing to hold against the Horsemasters. They do have better leadership than you would expect once your traps go off. Maybe just because it slows down the nearby units. I'm not especially sure. But they actually do hold against Horsemen fairly well. And that will be allowing Carl Harmon to recapture this back point. Gonna increase his time limit to maybe about 9 or 8 minutes on the clock to recapture some points. And based on the field, based on the battlefield gold, it seems like House Cat of War isn't out yet. It seems like, I don't know, I'm saying it seems like a lot. Carl Harmon has taken out a lot of forces here. I guess it's because most of them are routing, but House Cat of War could potentially make a push back. I guess it really depends on these skin wolves. You have to remember, ogres don't really have that much healing. In fact, Carl Harmon has yet to summon in a caster as of this point in the game. And instead of just opting for his massive amount of range, it really depends on how quickly, or if these range tools actually get shut down. A single unit of Lead Belchers could be a pain in the butt for some Skin Wolves, but likewise, Skin Wolves could really tear apart the Ogre Bulls given enough time. And by the looks of it, House Cat has a lot of time right now. Ogres OP, please nerf. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. We're seeing actually a mass wave of Skin Wolves. The Norskins have actually stopped summoning infantry entirely, and instead opting for much more faster reinforcements to keep up with the fast reinforcement speed of Ogres, and it looks like it's working quite well. Some Ogre Bulls are rushing to this point, trying to get into that capture range. Skin Wolves barely lagging behind. And over in the middle, Ogres are pushing in quite hard. A nice, fresh unit of Ogre Bulls, likely setting up to capture this area. I think Carl Harmon will likely be able to get the middle point, but at what cost? House Cat of War, at a solid 300 gold lead, could potentially continue to keep reaping in the benefits and just winning off of having a larger army towards the late game. He has a lot of time to sort of secure a lead in terms of gold. And look at that, the Skin Wolves. Quick route on the Ogre Bulls. These guys anti-large. Loads of damage, decent charge bonus, huge melee attack. As long as they're not getting surrounded, they are the ultimate cleanup crew for the Norskins. Harmon is hoarding his gold. Actually, fairly decently high gold for Carl Harmon too. But oh my gosh, not hoarding gold as a misplay. Hoarding gold to summon some Morin Fang great weapons. Now, like I said earlier, Skin Wolves are good against ogres. Against these bad boys, armor piercing, 120 damage, 70 charge bonus ogres with fear. They're gonna be pretty scary versus Skin Wolves. A single charge from these guys will annihilate any unit of Skin Wolves. They'll annihilate Throg. They are absolutely terrifying. And I would be a little bit worried about House Cat of War. I guess this is why it seemed like it was a little bit closer. But with units like that, I'd be a little bit worried. Seems like House Cat of War does have a lot of gold on the battlefield. It might be a misrepresentation of the numbers, because I do believe Carl Harmon has a little bit more gold currently. I guess it's because Throg, perhaps, is a fairly large gold sink, but he's in a really bad position right now. Surrounded by ogres, on top of some man-eaters, trying to get some kills, but I believe the Morinfang cavalry charge is likely gonna annihilate things here, and you can see a charge on the skin wolves. Does it do a lot of damage? A little bit less than you would expect, but clubs are swinging now. There's the massive damage. Skin wolves are feeling it, and they are already gone. Actually a terror route. I'm not sure what gives terror here. What actually terror routed those guys? I have no idea. For whatever reason, the skin wolves terror route. These guys cause fear, not terror, so a little bit confused. A little bit confused. Nevertheless, they break off. Maybe I just missed their normal route. And the ogres are going to be surrounding Throg. Ogres, oh my gosh, disaster though. Disaster. Ogres suffer the army loss penalty as their lord of man-eaters actually gets sniped out by the Throg. Gonna be a little bit sketchy here. Immediately, their front line of Noblars collapses. And over on the right flank, these ogre bulls, their position is looking a little bit tenuous. Over here, the Manticore is going down, but Throg still manages to hold, and the Morinfang cavalry are gonna have to get a lot of work done to catch out these skin wolves. They can't really have their backs against Throg, and honestly, just overwhelming numbers may very well tear them apart. We'll see. House Cat of War could very, very well come back here. Look at this huge resurgence of Norsca. Throg, an absolute beast, barely managing to hold on. And if the Morinfang cavalry rout off, that's such a huge swing in value. I don't know if Kalharm's going to be able to do it. He does summon in some crushers though. There's another unit, but the Morinfang cavalry rout, and the skin wolves will likely be able to escort them off. That's the hugest value play that you've ever seen. That is insane if they can actually chase them off here. But the crushers are in. The crushers are in. They're trying to beat up the Beast of Tashnar. These guys have anti-large, and guess what? They're also small entity. That means that these crushers won't get nearly as much damage on them, but they are crushers. And oh my gosh, a Morinfang cavalry. Such is their expense. Such is their expensiveness that they actually rally despite the skin wolves chasing them. You need to have about 30% of the military of the balance of power strength to rally. And in this case, because the Morinfang cavalry just have so much balance of power, they easily rally there. The crushers get on the fight, and potentially the ogres could come back here. Game ends to House Cat of War in 4.5 minutes though, so these crushers are gonna have to get the work done quick. And with the skirmish cavalry here, it's a bit sketchy. Beasts of Tashnar end up routing off the Morinfang cavalry. And Throg, honestly, is just beast moding it. Throg is annihilating right now. He does not care in the slightest about sitting in the fight here. And man, these pesky, pesky spearmen, look at that. They even managed to steal back the point from Karl Harman. I'd say this is looking pretty sketch. The elite cavalry, they were very impactful, but by the time they finally got on the battlefield, a little bit overwhelmed by the amount of Norskins here. And oh my gosh, a 1 unit of javelins. This is value city for them. 1,000 value? 1,000 value in climbing. Oh my gosh, on the crushers. That is devastating. That is devastating for the Norskins. Oh my gosh, and Karl Harman taps out. He taps out. The javelins were too much. Oh my gosh. Well, I gotta say, that was a little bit rough. That was a little bit rough. Very much so GG. The snipe, the Throg snipe on the Lord Maneater was definitely, I think, what closed the deal there. It was very scrappy, but as soon as that happened, we saw mass routes on the ogres. It was terrible. The initial engagement went well. You can see most of the javelins got shut down. And then the resummon happened, and this guy got a mighty 1,200 gold value. Insane. Absolutely insane. Counts for 2 of his summons. And even though the horseman didn't get that much value, House Cat of War, just with a little bit too much capturing, a little bit too many waves of men, and of course you can't forget the skin wolves. These guys were hard carries. Skin wolves did great. Skin wolves did great, and that's gonna be it. House Cat of War wins it. House Cat of War wins it 2-1 against the mighty Karl Harman. That means that that is the first semifinal complete, and we'll be moving on to watch the second semifinal. Hopefully it's just wrapping up though. Let's see here. And then we can hopefully get in. Hopefully we can finish the tournament before the other tournament. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. All right. Let's see here. What is this? Is this the one that we want to spectate? It's called Entomos. I wonder if it's just Tomos in here. It's just Tomos. He hasn't closed his lobby yet. Let's see here. We're gonna see if we can find the match. If not, it'll just be our good player House Cat of War actually dominating in this tournament so far. He's been doing some work. The mighty Tomos just standing alone. He hasn't left. He's just there. He's looking at the wall ever since the match was last finished. Hey, and look at that, Mofet. Mofet coming in with the clutch. Coming in with the clutch. It seems like he has the match. Oh, okay. Is this it? It's 1-0. All right. Nice. Let's get some quick army building. 5 minutes. And then we'll also let his opponent know. Try to keep army building under 5 minutes. So this is 1-0. Mofet, of course. Very, very strong player right now. He's been dominating the tournament scene. Everybody knows about Mofet. Insanely strong. Will he be able to win this game? We're trying to get this done as fast as possible. Oh, it's a VM. GIF. All right. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Seems like some corn on Slanesh action. This is game number 2. Let's see it. But first of all, I will be back in a second. I'm going to take a quick break. Everyone here, feel free to take a break. They'll just be setting up their armies. If it's Slanesh versus Korn, I'd say probably Slanesh wins it. But knowing Mofet, he probably has some weird shenanigans. I would be surprised. Can he kill the Hellstriders, though? One must wonder. Alright, here we go. We're back, people. We back. We back. Alrighty. Looks like they're ready. Sick. Perfect timing. Perfect time. See, Enticity, you're not washed. You just got an unlucky pairing. Yeah, totally. House Cat of War is just so good. He's clearly so good. If I just hype him up a little bit more, we'll be fine. What are we looking at here? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Mofet. Mofet with the troll. Mofet with the troll. He's going like War Shrine with Minotaurs and Scarbrand. Dang. Alright. Alright, Mofet. Alright. You better not lose this one. We have a tournament to wrap up so we can play a tournament. Is ODM a Norskin tribe? Nah, ODM is Bretonnian tribe. Through and through. Maybe a high elf colony. That is an expensive army indeed. So starting off with Khorne. Chaos War Shrine. We have a ton of Chosen of Khorne. We have Chosen of Khorne. And then 2 Chaos Warriors of Khorne to hold their flanks with Minotaur Great Weapons. Now, they did get a price reduction. They are quite scary nowadays. And honestly, probably pretty good against Hellstriders, as long as they're not getting surrounded. As for the Slaanesh player, we are seeing a Nakari. The Dread Nakari coming in with a pretty decked out spell kit. Phantasmagoria, the Pavane of Slaanesh for the Rampage, Lash of Slaanesh for a little bit of extra armor-piercing damage poke. And then Witch Stealer's Sword and Willing Prey to sort of beat up Scarbrand. Of course, loads of healing against demonic faction is great. This one activates when things are destroyed, and against demons that's very common to see. Although in this case, most things here are mortal. Although I guess he could kill Scarbrand. And as for Scarbrand, we are seeing he's actually got pretty decked out on Scarbrand too. Rampage ability, so they both have access to Rampage. They both have access to extra damage, and they both have access to even more extra damage. Gonna be pretty interesting. The highly anticipated, this is bringing me back to the Warhammer early release days. Back when Slaanesh vs. Khorne was like a super duper common thing. I gotta say, I'm real interested. I'm real interested to see how this pans out. There are some Mirror Guard here to sort of give Nakari a bit more physical resist. Doesn't really matter for Scarbrand, as of course Scarbrand has magic damage. But though I will say Supreme, never mind. It's not physical resist. They don't have Guardian. They have Supreme Vanity, extra 10 melee defense. Won't matter still if they're cycle charging each other, and mostly the maneuvering of their lords will be a bit better. You can see Nakari already down on the weapon damage. Should be interesting. Blood for the Blood God. Khorne wins, I say. I'm real interested to see. I would say Khorne, because it's Mofet, I think Khorne has a pretty good chance here. Though I do worry about these Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. They do be quite terrifying. Yeah, Nakari is fast. Nakari is fast. Khorne should be able to fairly easily lock down 2 points though, right? Very high armor of Khorne warriors. They should also win against things like these devoted Marauders. Although the normal sword variants are still quite terrifying. At bonus versus infantry 7, they will actually put a pretty big dent into your average Chaos Warriors, but gonna be a little bit scary. For now though, they just continue to advance. Some good old Marauder Horsemen just sort of juking back and forth. And we're gonna be seeing some nice dodges from good old Scarbrand the Exiled. Another one tonight. Are you playing in it? Very likely. Very, very likely. I can sort of just ask an admin. Yeah, I can just ask an admin about you know, if this one goes on for like maybe like 10 minutes longer, it should be fine. Although I will say with the lag, maybe now I understand why the last few matches were lagging so bad. Regardless though, Chaos Warhound's gonna be diving on it, charging up the Marauder Horsemen. Gonna be trying to do as much damage as they possibly can. Fortunately, Slaanesh Horsemen are a little bit faster. 95 speed versus the 95 speed of Chaos Warhounds. They'll be completely fine. And it really just comes down to how the first engagement goes. I don't expect these Slaanesh skirmishers to get too much damage in. And honestly, with the Minotaur Great Weapons, I don't really think these Hellstriders are going to be as scary as they usually are. Khorne is blue. Yes. Yes, this is blue, isn't it? I guess I should call it blue versus red. I did green because in the top left it's green, but there we go. Oh, there we go. Does that work out for you guys? Are you happy about this? Oh, look, everything else is green. It's only these guys that are blue. Regardless, though. What other tournament is it? It's a single faction tournament, best of ones. Should be a pretty fast one. But yeah, they're going to be converging towards each other. Chosen of Khorne should be able to kill basically everything here. The problem is that Khorne's going to have to worry about capture rate. Can Khorne muster up enough capture rate, or kill off Slaanesh fast enough to get the W? I would say Khorne. The odds. Khorne is pretty good at clearing up armies. I wouldn't worry about them too much in that sense. So I guess the odds are Corn shouldn't be too worried about being out capture weighted here unless Slanesh specifically goes for like a kite playstyle. Blue goes faster. Is that true? Yeah, try flanking an all melee build. It sort of worked. It sort of works. Had Corn gone for skirmish cavalry, the Hellstriders of Slanesh would have done way better versus them. But there we go. Scarbrand is going to be diving on in. Scarbrand does do a lot of damage versus infantry. You generally want both of your lords like having a lot of in-combat uptime, while also trying to avoid getting countercharged by the enemy lord as much as possible. Blue is luck, red goes faster. Ah, I see. That makes a lot more sense. But regardless, the fight is underway. Chosen are winning, which means that the Coronate faction doesn't really have to worry that much about getting the Coronate faction doesn't have to worry that much about getting about having to commit their lords to a fight. They can actually just sort of hang back and wait for the right circumstance, and that allows them to sort of get much more or slightly better trades overall. Some green skin logic in chat, yeah, for sure. Man, I gotta say that this is quite laggy. If I might have to make a ruling about lag in tournaments. The other benefit of the lag is that you can't get any spells to hit. Oh, that's true. That's true. The Corn advantage. Sometimes your spells can get cancelled if it's lagging enough. That's a hilarious idea. But yeah, by the looks of it, it seems like Scarbrand gonna be mostly just hang back. He knows that his Chosen are gonna win this fight. Nakari is gonna mostly have to engage here, and then that's likely where Nakari would die. Otherwise, they're sort of conceding this fight. I guess the skirmish cavalry could potentially get a lot of work done here. I will say Scarbrand does rampage, which is a bit scary, and that might be a tipper here. That might be a tipping point. He does unrampage himself though quite quickly though, so. Just means you can dodge more easily. Not really. It's not that hard to dodge, especially in a small unit situation like this. Scarbrand going for the sick rage embroiled, rage embodied. Goes to the rage embodied aura here. Rampages all of Slanesh's units. Doesn't actually make that big of an impact though, so not especially important. You know what we could do, right? If these players don't lag versus each other, I could just leave the game and then just sort of see whoever wins this. Because then that way we can play the next matches faster instead of having to sit through this. We shall see though. Let's see here. What's going on in the tournament over here? Okay, I might be a bit late for the single faction tournament. I'm just gonna do this early. Is it okay if I'm like 10 to 20 minutes late? I don't want to be too late. Because I don't want the slowness of my tournament to slow down another tournament. But we're gonna see how much we can push it, chat. I really want to play this single faction tournament. Yeah, this is gonna be a while, guys. It's gonna be a little while. Will you pick Empire? We're actually playing as Corn, as chat has voted. Yeah, to get some Corn action should be great. I will say, Slanesh does have a bit more on the battlefield right now, so that would hint that Slanesh is sort of winning. We also have Nakari here. I gotta say, there is something to be said about dropping out of this to see if it runs faster. You know, maybe I'll just do a poll. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It speeds up for a second, and it's slowing down. Oh, man. Oh, the hopium. Come on. Pull it together, internet. But yeah, Corn should be pretty fun. I won't have to worry about spell casting as well. But yeah, here we go. We have the most climactic battle you've ever seen. Good old Scarbrand versus Nakari. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. They're not even attacking each other. They're just staring, contesting it up. Oh, but there's a Nakari attack Scarbrand takes a little bit of damage. Nakari should heal up if any of these guys actually get finished off, though. That is quite rare. I wouldn't expect Nakari to heal in a battle here until he kills Scarbrand. And if he does kill Scarbrand, that would be the end of it. Yeah, cool corn. My bad, Scarbrand. Alright, and there we go. It's chugging. It's chugging. Nakari getting slapped by Scarbrand, though. The Fleshhound surround looking pretty good. Scarbrand getting another slap in there. Pretty spicy. Nakari actually on the verge of crumbling. Oh my gosh. And like, in the span of like a few seconds, Nakari just started, oh my gosh, and another hit. Oh my gosh, it's a fast Nakari kill. That turned around so quickly, even despite the lag. Okay, well, I think that does it, honestly. If Nakari just gets slapped like that. Oh my gosh, and doesn't even manage to get the last charge on Scarbrand. That is brutal. Now Scarbrand, with the rest of his army, the huge leadership debuff is going to be mass routes across the board. I think that probably does it. That probably does it. I think Scarbrand will, yeah, I think he just sort of, I think he cleans up here. As low as he is, at 1,400 HP, he still has enough fight in him to really wreck a lot of these armies here, or a lot of these units. I'd say Scarbrand can probably just finish off these Hell's Riders. I guess there's a little bit of a worry with the Marauder Horseman, but I think he's done it. Let's also check out on the Chaos War Shrine while we're at it. Look at that. Maxed out Chaos War Shrine, chat. 15%, 15%. Sick. 8 melee attack. Amazing. Oh man, I think probably a unit of Exalted Bloodletters is still better than just a random War Shrine, but nevertheless, it is still providing a pretty nice buff. And sort of thinner army is better for not getting surrounded, so there is that. Alright, Cornflake, show us your war face. Yo, Scarbrand actually doing quite well here. I was quite surprised that he killed Nakari there. I think some of that might have been some single entity RNG luck, but they both sort of withered each other down enough where there's a chance Scarbrand might still die. Like you can see here, a big commitment of Hellstriders. The problem is that Slaanesh has to commit a lot of their units to kill Scarbrand, while Scarbrand isn't really as worried in this case. Scarbrand can sort of just, you know, you can see, like, it's just such a big sacrifice. An entire unit of Hellstriders just to take off 500 HP on Scarbrand. Not really going to be working out for the poor Slaaneshi boys here. You can see a pretty 300 gold advantage for Khorne here. Seems like it's not a lot, but most of these Slaaneshi units have no more combat potential, while most of Khorne's forces still have high leadership, so. Yeah, Scarbrand, he hits faster. Does he actually have faster attack animations? I don't know if that's actually true or not. Regardless, he's still one of the strongest single entity fighters in the game. Look at that, Chosen of Khorne even in here. I think it's done. I think it's done, especially with that sick Chaos War Shrine that totally carried the battle, and definitely would not have been better if it was Exalted Bloodletters. Though I will say I'm surprised to see it. Along with the Minotaur Great Weapons, I really wonder what their value is. They've been fighting throughout this entire battle. 1,500, would you look at that? I guess Minotaur Great Weapons. The secret hidden tech. The secret hidden tech against Slaanesh. Insane. Alright, well, I think it's basically done here. I only hope that the finals is not this laggy. If the finals is this laggy, I will probably start implementing rules about lag in games. Oh my gosh, and he's trying to disband Scarbrand, but he gets hit by the Fascination. Does Fascination... I think Fascination only does damage to... Yeah, Fascination doesn't do that much to single entities. It's just... it might just be a way to try and rampage him. Scarbrand, not rampaging, as I guess he might have already procced his rampage at 25% HP. And I think he's going to tank a Fascination and get desummoned. That would be devastating for Slaanesh. For all the money that they spent on him, or for all the resources they spent trying to kill him, if Scarbrand just gets desummoned now, that'd be terrible. Some region-specific tournaments might help with the lag. Yeah. I don't have a lot of time to host region-specific tournaments, though. I might just have to do, like, just in my own region, just to stop with the lagginess. Minotaur Great Weapons picked by chat. Won the game in less than 3 minutes. I guess. Maybe I should try that out when I play the single faction tournament. Maybe I'll do some Minotaur Great Weapons. They do have some pretty massive armor piercing damage. Alright, but anyways, you know what? I think the battle's probably over. I might just let's see, what's the gold value at? Corrin's at a solid 2,000 gold lead now. That's insane. Alright, here's the plan. I'm gonna quit the battle, okay? I'm gonna quit the battle. They can just gonna try and cut the lag by quitting. Hopefully they just wrap it up nice and fast. And they can report the score to me after the battle. I don't want to keep people waiting. Honestly, if we're just gonna have lag all the time, I probably need to get a rule in place to deal with it. Anyways, the battle is mostly concluded anyways. Let's go ahead and go here. We're gonna wait for him. The lag isn't from me. It might be from the two players to each other. I've seen it before where just having more players can add to lag, so we'll just close it off there. And we'll wait for the players to respond. Anything for a chance of a little bit less lag. Corn, what happened to Vampire Coast? Vampire Coast got voted out, sadly. People should paint their computers red. Yeah. I played GIF from last game. Yeah, but I think they might be in like, I think they're at least both of them are in EU regions. So if they're both EU, it should be a bit better. At least they're closer to each other. You've killed Scarbrand with Nakari before. It goes both ways. Both of them are equally strong. Yeah, I would say Nakari does need to leverage the debuff spells, though. I think in a vacuum, Scarbrand wins. Scarbrand wins versus a lot of guys in a vacuum, so. Yeah, but Nakari has healing, too, right? In a prolonged game, I think Nakari would win it. Enticity, ever been to Europe? A couple times. I've been, I went to France and UK. I went to all the usual tourist traps. Your cat got obsessed with your PC, so you opened it up, and there was a mouse hiding in the fans? That is such a terror story, man. That's why you need to get your glass cases so you can see inside. Find those rats early. How big is this vacuum? What's this about vacuum? Alright. Oh yeah, they should be able to wrap up fairly quickly, though. I'm hoping that the battle speeds up. Your cat should see the mouse next to the keyboard. Isn't that like a thing? Don't cats just like really like just lying on top of your mouse hand? From what I've seen of people with cats, it seems like it's a much more common occurrence than you would expect. Alright, but for now we chill. This is a nice time to take a break. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna get a milk break, guys. I'm gonna get a milk break. Catch you in a second, chat, while we wait for these players to pop on in. Hopefully the last one's finishing up. It looked like it was very Corn favored, but you never know. You never know. Alright. 1 second. It's milk break time. And we're back. How are they still playing their game? Is it just gonna keep on lagging forever? What's going on? People talking about dogs and cats in chat? I always wanted a dog or a cat, but my family did not want to have to deal with it. There's a lot of allergies and such. A lot of allergies that needed dealing with. Wholesome chat. People talk. This is all about cats and dogs. Look at that. Do people give cats milk? Is that like a common thing? Because I always just see normal cat food. Cat food and just water, right? And then strange milk cartons in Europe. Yeah, I think I didn't drink that much milk while I was in Europe. Sad times. Cats like milk? No, no milk. I'm getting mixed messages here. They become lactose intolerant like humans after a certain age. Ah, not all the time. I see. So it's like a baby cat thing? Cats are actually lactose intolerant? Dang, I would have never guessed it. Yeah, like my Looney Tunes culture. Just not catching up, it seems. How dare I? How dare I? Alright, well, let's not spread misinformation here. They love milk, but it hurts the tummy. Oh, so they're just like us then. That's sick. Look how people will go out of their way to eat cheese despite the pain and suffering it causes. Man, we gotta get we need to get the lactate whatever pills for cats so they can enjoy milk when they get older. This is what we really need, guys. Yeah, I know I like obviously I have a lot of people in my family that are not big fans of cheese and milk products. Well, I'm one person specifically that really loves cheese. Mega lactose intolerant, but they will eat it anyways and just suffer. Just suffer because the pros outweigh the cons. There's lactose-free milk for cats. Would you look at that? That's hype. Does it taste the same though? I feel like cats, they might be able to tell, right? Or if they're just like, nah, this ain't the good stuff, man. Cheese is good. I eat it and whatever I'll feel is a problem for future me. Yo, the cheese situation. The cheese situation for what's it? Cheese situation for I don't know. Is like cheese you definitely don't want to just be like gobbling up cheese 24/7, but I think like if you just take a look at like what's it? Not calories, but what's it called? Also starts with a C. Let's see here. Cheese percent fat. How much fat is in cheese? Like what's it? What's the artery clogging thing? What is it? What is it again? Cholesterol? I think cholesterol's it. Isn't cheese like what's it? Oh man, there's like it's like I'm off by a bit though, right? See eggs. Cause like I think I might just be cholesterol. Cause if you look at eggs, right? Eggs is like 373 milligrams of cholesterol. And then if you go like cheese, right? If you look at cheese, what's the comparison? So like 100 grams of cheese is actually like, yeah, if you look at it, right? Pound for pound, an egg has like 3 or 4 times the cholesterol of cheese if you eat the yolk. So like, is cheese even that bad for you? Right? Maybe just skip the egg and just eat like an egg's worth of cheese. Eat 4 eggs worth of cheese every day. Salt, it's very high in salt. That's true too, yeah. You gotta watch that a little bit. Watch your sodium. And then like, you know, if you look at bacon, right? Bacon cholesterol. Oh, really? Look at that. Bacon cholesterol is the same as cheese, apparently. 110 milligrams? No way. Bacon is 110? There's no way. There's no way. You're telling me that if I eat the same amount of bacon and cheese, I'm eating just as much fat? I guess it's cholesterol isn't exactly the pure measurement, right? Because you have cholesterol and then you have fats and stuff. Look, I'm no dietitian. Bacon is bad cholesterol overall. Oh, like it has like what? It's good fat? Oh boy. Yeah. I think there's bad fat and then there's less bad fat. I don't subscribe to good fat. If I can't just chug it like it's water, it's all bad fat. Is good fat too? I guess if you talk like fish and stuff, right? Fish is like the most good fat. Like you wanna be gobbling up the fish. You chugged olive oil once? Dude. Dude, I hope that's not a real story. Why? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Hey, Mofet120. Only took ages. Only took bloody ages. Well, there you go. Mofet's gonna join this one. If this finals lags, I'm gonna put in a rule that you gotta get your internet situation good. It's gonna be a lenient internet situation, but if you're gonna lag your way through up the bracket, the thing is, it's probably gonna be a soft rule where it's if you are lagging and you are behind in the bracket, I'm gonna have to get you out of the tournament if it's putting the bracket like super far behind. If you're ahead of the tournament and you get a bit of lag, that's fine. No one really cares about that. But I might have to implement something about that. Because, like, you know, had Hadri stuck around to play, right? It's turning a potential 5-hour tournament into like 7 hours. That is just brutal, man. Like, House Cat of War has been here for ages, right? It's lag discrimination. I can host tournaments. I can host a separate tournament after. That is a lag as much as you want tournament. But in terms of like, you know, because the thing is, right? It's not even just the stream that gets slowed down. You have people that need to sleep. You have people that can't play tournaments because of how long they take. So it's sort of like, it's like, okay, do you let everyone in? But in a sense, you kick out people that don't have the time for super long tournaments. Yeah, but I'll make up for it with a lag only tournament. So you're only allowed to play if you are lagging. And I think that'll make it up. Yo, yeah, Dom A, I don't know what you're talking about. 100% true. You were 16. Oh my gosh. You challenged your ego. Oh my gosh. Well, you had to then, man. You had to. When you're 16, it's life or death, man. It's life or death if you decide to chug that olive oil. Hey, Sanic Hedgehog. Thank you very much for becoming a member. You know, I was exposed to Sanic back in the day. Blasted my eardrums out. Not a happy time in the slightest. Regardless, though. Regardless, let's get this party started. It's a best of 3. We have 45 minutes. The top players, if I let them know that they just have to pick their armies quickly, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Alright, House Cat of War. Once factions are locked in, remember, 5-minute army building. Alright, there we go. We're just gonna let them know we're not actually gonna be very strict about it. It's just to sort of pick up the pace. It's a low stakes tournament too, it should be fine. Oh. Oh. Wait, 16 ounces of olive oil? Wait, so how young were you? I was 16. Oh, no, yeah, 16. He said he was 16, not 16 ounces of olive oil. Unless you were 16 and you downed 16 ounces of olive oil. You know, as you get older, you keep increasing the amount. Jeez, it's crazy. Are you playing in the World Championship? Yeah, I'm playing and casting. Should be quite fun. The World Championship is hosted by many people and admin by many others. So while I can't play in my own tournaments, I can play in other tournaments for the World Championship. I'm quite excited for it. You drank 12 ounces? You drank 12 ounces, a UK pint. How are you alive? Dame, does your doctor, like, when you go for a blood test, does oil just, like, slowly come out of your veins? That is disturbing. That is disturbing. Witch Hunter, I found your Nurgle worshipper right here. Right here. This one's gonna become a plague bearer. There's no doubt about it. Just see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Well, I learned something new today, guys. You know, it's true. It's true. As it turns out, learning is not always a good thing. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. It's a good story, though. It's quite the story. Oh my gosh. People just regular... Yo, dude, in classrooms, look, everybody sniffed just random stuff as kids, alright? So, these kids just, like, eating random flowers in the park. The sick, what's it? Dandelions, right? You pull that apart, and then you get the super bitter white sap of dandelions. I've heard that. People licking walls off dares. Childhood was intense, man. Kids are nasty, man. Kids are hella nasty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, nah, it's like, how do we survive? Is that like some weird natural selection process? If you can't like lick a bunch of bricks and survive, you're not meant to. You're not meant to get older. Who's licking walls, dude? Dude, I don't know what school you went to, but clear. You know, the yellow flowers. It is dandelions, right? I don't know how many of you guys have dandelions though. Here in Canada, they're a menace. Dandelions are those like puffy flowers that get a bunch of so like those, like it's like yellow, right? And it's super spiky at the bottom, and then it gets like nice and puffy and white, and it sustains itself off the ignorance of children who have an insatiable urge to kick those dandelions. We wall licking tonight, yeah, personal pastime of mine. Yeah, but like dandelions, they kids, they just have such an urge to kick those things. I'm not absolved of sin. I definitely kick them all the time. But like now that I'm grown up and I see how much of a menace they are, because like they make your grass super duper spiky, I'm like, man, you know how many dandelions I proliferated by just like having like just a moment of joy as a kid? I feel like if I have my own children, I need to raise them to not kick dandelions, okay? I'll be like, I'll do, you know, you get a tiny amount of what's this? Not income. You get a tiny bit of expendable cash, right? Every time you have the restraint not to kick a dandelion. Does that ruin their childhood though? Surely not, right? Surely not. I don't know. I guess if they have a huge urge to kick the dandelions, like it's been a while, so maybe it's a much stronger urge than I remember. And I like traumatize my kids if if I tell them not to do that. Yeah, I know. You spread the seeds like crazy, man. It's like, oh my gosh, but like, you know, think about the children. Think about the children. Dandelions are actually good for the soil though. I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. I'm no dandelion expert. Alright, the factions are picked. They have until... They have like 4 minutes. 4 minutes to get their armies going. Now here's the thing. It's a best of 3. If it gets to the ace match... then... We're doomed. We have 1 hour to finish a best of 3. Surely it doesn't take that long to finish one best of 3, right? On average, a best of 3 lasts like 48 minutes on average, so we should be able to finish on time. And to see when you grow up on a farm, you eat everything on the ground, really. Really, you're gonna say it like that when there's like cows roaming the fields? I feel like that's not a thing you want to be doing. I know something's gonna eat everything on the ground. I don't think I'll be the one doing that. Are you a farmer though? Maybe I'm just wrong. Interesting topic on a Warhammer channel. Dude, this is what it comes to when it's late. We're just waiting for these guys to make their factions and their army list. Mofet does us good though. locks in nice and early with the Slanesh versus Tomb Kings. You chew and eat everything? Dude, oh my gosh, no, I can't. Don't say that. Don't say that when there's cows roaming, man. That's messed up, man. Mushrooms on the bottom of cow patties. Really? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing. But this also falls into the case of, I just did not want to learn this. Is this what Tzeentch does? I feel like this is totally a Tzeentch like strat, right? Tzeentch just like, he sits you down, right? He's like, here, let me bestow upon you the knowledge of the world. And he just sits you down and gives you like, do you know that guy that you talked to? That guy that you talked to a few days ago, he chugged 50 ounces of olive oil. He chugged it down, made him gag, and just like, and you just have to listen. He's like telling it to you psychopathically. Psychopathically? No, telepathically. Man, obviously I'm not a Tzeentch worshipper. I don't got my English good. Alright. Alright, anyways, are we good? Can we stop talking about chugging olive oil for once? It's all true. The mushroom part is true? Dang. That's great. That's great. You get free mushrooms? Free mush? Alright, here we go. Old mushroom hunters and bold mushroom hunters. Yo, I saw a video about getting mushrooms from the forest. Really dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Don't eat random mushrooms. There's a lot of them that could just straight up kill you. Yeah. There's my PSA for the day. Slanesh. Mirror Guard. Warriors. Into the Horizon. Actually into the Horizon. Some Devoted. You got the Sigvald. You got the Chaos Sorcerer. Shadows. Pit of Shades, of course. Nothing too crazy. Sigvald. Oh, you know what is crazy though? Mofet. Rocking the 6 Sigvald extra buffs. He does a little bit more damage. Hi. I wonder how important those are. I guess if you can really just run him in and he's not at risk of dying, it's a plus. Tomb Kings though. House Cat of War. Really loving his Tomb Kings. Really loving his Grand Hierophant Cod Tap. Finally, takes him on the mount that he was meant to be taken on. Cod Tap. DJ Master. Over here with the sick green lighting from below. Man, oh man, when you actually zoom in, the DJ Cod-Tap memes make so much more sense. Over here, he doesn't have anything too special though. No ability cancels, just a bit of extra winds of magic. Man, Covenant of Power, sorta garbage, but regardless, it's gonna be a bit more winds of magic. He's gonna be spamming the heals with these 2 abilities, and he's gonna be rocking the classic Tomb Kings build. But a single range unit, and then a mix of elite Kepra Guard, Tomb Guard, and Skeleton Infantry. Will Mofet finally have the solution for the Tomb Kings? House Cat of War has been uncontested thus far. Out of all his Tomb King games, he has not lost a single one. But Mofet coming in with one of the strongest factions in the game. They did see a mild nerf to their Mortis engine. War Shrine. They also saw a minor nerf. They also saw a minor nerf to the to Sigvald, who's slightly more expensive. They saw a minor nerf in the previous patches where Devoted Marauders got plus 75 gold, and the Hellstriders, of course, have plus 50 gold. Now, given that Mofet is one of the best players in the game, and that he is bringing out Slanesh in one of the top faction tournaments ever, they're probably definitely still quite meta. However, are they good enough to face the wrath of the Tomb Kings? Now with their bugs fixed, strangely enough, it turns out fixing the bugs for the Tomb Kings actually made them stronger, as the bugs were holding them back. They were not able to take their abilities to spam heals like so. They weren't able to spam the Restless Dead, and because of that, it means that the Tomb Kings were pretty happy. Tomb Kings overall were pretty happy. Oh, the botched charge. Oh my gosh, Mofet with a botched charge. Tragedy. Regardless, Tomb Kings, they're pretty happy about having access to the healing now, because they can spam that and basically get 0.2 times 7. Basically get about 1.5%. I should have done that in my head. 1.5% HP on the units every single cast. And if you cast maybe 10 spells per battle, it means that your units are performing roughly 10% better for the ones that are damaged. So it's pretty spicy. It's quite good for a faction that has already received massive leadership buffs. But Slaanesh, well known for their actual DPS per second, are going to be doing pretty good. They grind really well against the Tomb Kings. They have the immune to psychology, which is a huge, massive leadership buff. And over here, we're going to be seeing the Furies dive on in, but a nice counter of Skeleton Horsemen. Shut down those Furies, but they still managed to take back into the air. Going to be keeping them safe. Tomb Kings reaching their first phase of healing. Going to be really nice for them. And the grind continues, but if Slaanesh can just get enough damage here to shut down their healing, it could go really badly for the Tomb Kings. Kepler Guard getting shut down, and over here Skeleton Horsemen getting killed off by Hellstriders. Hellstriders will take a bit of damage though, but it seems like they'll still be winning against Skeleton Horsemen for sure. Double capture for Slaanesh. No, almost triple capture. With this point looking contested. Looking pretty good for Slaanesh so far. The massive amounts of damage, reducing the potential for Tomb King's healing. They do get their second proc, though, of Realm of Souls, so it seems like they might still be able to maximize on it, and Slaanesh is just going to have to trade up the good old-fashioned way. A lot of spread damage tends to do that, and that makes things a little bit rough. Optimally, what I guess you would do, if you're really min-maxing, you'd have to kill a unit of infantry first, try to get all of the Realm of Souls passives procced, and then after that, you work on fighting normally. That way they don't get that massive plus like 30% healing that they usually do. Gonna be pretty spicy. Nevertheless, Slaanesh does have all the capture points, so it doesn't matter if they're trading slightly down. However, if you actually look at the gold on Battlefield, Slaanesh is down about 1,000 gold. That's quite a bit. But as I say that, a massive Pit of Shades does drop. Gonna be swinging Slaanesh's favor. Honestly, not that much. Slaanesh not doing too great. Over here, Kodtep trying to get as much damage in as he can over here. His value is all the way at 400. He's actually done quite well for himself. Some good targeting to make sure that he's actually landing some good AoEs. Over here, we are seeing some Hellstriders on top of Nehekara Horsemen with the Fascination to make sure that they are guaranteed going to die. And Slaanesh is overall pretty happy about that trade. Also seeing Sigvald, still the menace. Tomb Kings have zero ways of dealing with him, and he's basically just a value magnet. He's already at 500 damage in the battle with about 3 to 2 minutes in combat. He's probably going to be rocking a lot of value by the end of this game. Not to mention, he also has his sword, Silver Slash, his other sword, which reduces armor, which is really good for crumping up those very, very scarily armored Tomb Guard. Helps out the Hellstriders and Slaanesh too. But I will say the Tomb Kings are quite frightening. They've done a great job trading into Slaanesh in a melee fight, something that you usually would want to avoid, but both of these factions are quite strong. I'm just reading my Twitch chat. It's still messages about like eating forest litter. Is anyone talking about this game currently? People are still talking about random things about just eating food in chat. Would you look at that? Regardless, the battle's actually still quite close. There is indeed a Warhammer game and not just food in front of us currently. We have Hellstriders are doing great against the Horsemen still, and they've done a great job at slowing down the Skeletons. None of that matters though if Slaanesh can't capture points. In fact, I would think Slaanesh is probably just looking for, I guess, some trading at this point. Maybe kill off a Kodtep. Ushabti, this is a real unit of Ushabti, and generally I think they trade okay into Hellstriders, especially with a botch charge like that, targeting Kodtep instead, trying to snipe him out. He does have 80 armor, he is a little bit tanky, loads of HP, actually not that much HP. There is a non-zero chance Kodtep dies here, and if he does, that would be a massive, massive swing play for Slaanesh. We'll keep an eye on that. I eat my enemies. We already had the Throg game. Over here, we are seeing Devoted Marauders are doing great. Of course, the Skeletons, and of course, Sigvald just grinding in. Sigvald is an absolute menace. And if this game continues to be fairly close, I would expect him to start clearing things up, especially things like the Ushabti. Unit of Marauder Horsemen is also really good. Horsemen I find are really good as the battle sort of wavers onwards, as many of the tools to shut them down get broken apart, and many of the flanks start opening up here. You can see Kepler Guard have their backs exposed, Tomb Guard have their backs exposed. It's a nice time for skirmish cavalry to get some work in. And man, look at that, another pull through by Slanesh. You can see Mofet's making really good use of his cavalry to just sneak into the back lines and basically just be as annoying as humanly possible. He keeps sweeping into the back to just distract infantry, distract cavalry, distract even Shofty, and even though they will eventually fall, they eat up a spell and they just are really, really hard to deal with. And in doing so, it buys a little bit time to potentially retake this point. See, Tomb Kings are barely holding on by a thread, but I don't think there's a massive amount of capture weight here to really steal it back the point. I guess there is a Chaos Sorcerer. Sweet Sorrow has activated for Slanesh. All of their vigor is going to be maxing out once again. Over here on the hill, they're looking good, but I don't think they'll really be able to capture this. He actually pulls back the Marauder Horsemen to try and stall out the Skeleton Warriors, but it's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation here, right? These guys could stall them up a little bit. Will that really help? He really needs capture weight on the point to steal it quickly. At 3, it's going to be a little bit slow. He pulls off the Chariots, but that means that the Chariots are no longer contributing to the capture, but they do shut down a unit that would weigh heavier than the Chariots. Overall, I'd say it's a good play. Over here, though, we do have an interesting situation. Nice blob starting to form. Now, Mofet has 2 options. He can wait for an overcast Pit of Shades, or he can cast a normal Pit of Shades right now just to clear up these skeletons. It seems like opting not to use the pit barely captures the point. Ended up being a lot closer than I thought it would be. And I'd say Mofet's actually starting to pull a lead. He still has the victory ticket lead. He has a decent trading in terms of military power. Question is, will he be able to keep it up? There's still a lot more time on this game. 2 Chariots suck. Yeah, the Chariots are doing great here, man. These Chariots are doing amazing at clearing up the sort of infantry chaff that we're seeing here. And there we go. The Pit of Shades drops. It's going to be a normal cast Pit of Shades, so it won't be killing all of the infantry here, but you can see clearly massive damage. Going to be getting them to crumble. Going to be a few extra points of damage on the Tomb Kings here. They do have massive leadership on their skeletons, though, so they're not that worried about that crumbling damage. However, still very good. We'll make sure that the Tomb Kings don't steal the point. And also a really nice play over here. Some Hellstriders to bog down them Tomb Guard to make sure that a few extra skeletons are distracted. Overall, though, maybe a minor win for Tomb Kings on that side. And much more importantly here, Tomb Kings. It seems like House Cat of War, his strategy has been pretty constant as we've been tracking him through the battle so far. His playstyle is basically, he gets a minor advantage. He gets a minor advantage in army on the battlefield. And what he starts doing is he just starts spamming Skeleton Spearmen to steal your flank points. And as it turns out, it's very hard to clear out these guys cost efficiently. And House Cat of War just sort of cackles. He just cackles and holds those points forever because these guys have crazy capture weight. It's not really that much of a problem. And while you're worrying about trying to clear out those guys, he just trades into you with his range. It's been a pretty consistently strong playstyle, and I gotta say I'm quite impressed. You really rarely see capture point hold playstyles in domination. Most of the time people are just army wiping their opponent. Usually the capture points don't matter very much, but House Cat of War has really found a good home for these sort of split capture point strategies. Just like a massive infantry and just really making sure that your life is pain trying to retake those points. You really have to find a way to fight the Tomb Kings off of the main capture point, but then you start trading down and then it looks rough. I will say though, Slanesh is still a crazy fighter though. You can see the values actually even in terms of gold on battlefield. I'd say it looks roughly accurate, and there is still a chance that Kotep could go down, but with 4 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, can Slanesh army wipe the Tomb Kings fast enough? We did see Chaos get army wiped earlier, so I would say it's not impossible here, but Slanesh really needs some high DPS units, and we're mostly just seeing devoted Marauders. Honestly, it's just gonna need a lot more infantry, honestly. Slanesh needs a lot more infantry to deal with these guys, and we're not really seeing it. Super close so far though. I'm not gonna count Slanesh out just yet, especially with picks like this. Huge cavalry picks, Skeleton Horse Archers are probably just gonna get run down by Hellstriders, and the dreaded Kotep pick. Now, this isn't the first time we've seen Kotep die, and it surely won't be the last. The question is whether or not it's even worth it killing Kontep here, right? It depends on how much cavalry Slaanesh actually loses in this situation. Now, Kontep does go down. Does that really change the state of the battle? Like, look at this one Tomb Guard. Kontep's dead. They don't care in the slightest. Base value 70 leadership. Tomb Kings basically have more leadership than the dwarves at this point. Without actually routing, they just take crumbling damage. So they are pretty comfortable sitting without Kontep, and the distraction is quite scary. Quite scary indeed, especially with that timer ticking down. Now, a net does drop over here. Skeleton Horse Archers go down, but now Slaanesh is full on trying to take capture points mode now. They got Devoted Marauders, cleaning up the capture point over there. They got the cavalry, trying to rotate around, but where will they actually go? The more good players, the better the multiplayer. Honestly, this is great. This match is actually really exciting. I gotta say, I'm surprised how proficient House Cat of War is at this playstyle, though. For whatever reason, he just keeps losing Kontep, and it seems like it works in his favor. I don't know how that's possible, but it is certainly working out for him, as the first point does get captured. And Slaanesh is going to have to make a second point capture very soon. If you look at the actual income, Slaanesh has about 500 supplies. And oh, look at that. They actually went really hard on the high ground. I completely missed it. With the triple infantry and the fascination crumbling down the Nahakar warriors. This is huge. This is actually huge for Slaanesh. Plus the unit of chariots in the backline just to stall out the Tomb Kings. It seems like that's how you want to play it. You want to get a lot of chaff infantry to beat this style, and then have just a few guys harassing the backline to stop them from sending those skeletons in. Regardless, it's still going to be a very fast game. Like, look at this. 5 units of infantry holding up the point. Tomb Guard, Nahakar warriors, extremely elite infantry too. But Slaanesh will be taking the high ground. Insane, insane. This could be a crazy comeback for Slaanesh after killing Kontep. We'll see though. Slaanesh is out of Winds of Magic. The Tomb Kings also out of Winds of Magic. Both of them are perfectly fine not having casters here, but very more importantly, Slaanesh, this one caster here, does have about a softened up infantry worth of capture weight. His role here could be insanely important for holding this capture point. So him actually being alive is huge. Sigvald is a little bit distracted, but it looks like his job is just to stall up the Kepler Guard. And the cavalry are moving on to hold the middle point. And honestly, is Slaanesh even that worried? Look at the capture points. Slaanesh has stolen this point so quickly with their fast chaff and their quick reinforcements. I would say they're honestly not that worried. Slaanesh actually has the time to sit back, relax, and steal capture points. Like, look at this over here. Tomb Guard are down. They're going to steal this point. And Tomb Kings are actually sort of getting army wiped. The chaff spam has a counter. It turns out the counter is one of the strongest factions in the game right now. But regardless, just opting for a strategy of having a little bit more chaff, a little bit more DPS, and spamming out those Hellstriders and sending them into the back line rather than fighting in the front line has worked out well for Mofet, and he has taken a decisive advantage now, chat. A decisive advantage now, going from being triple capped to triple capping his opponent after being in some really close trades. He just trades up a little bit better in the late game, just having a few more Marauders into Skeleton Warriors. That's a magnificent trade there, and a beautiful fascination just to stall the Kepler Guard. Beautiful cycle charging to reduce the damage on the cavalry as much as possible. Mofet takes the game, and House Cat of War taps on out. Absolutely magnificent play for the Slaanesh player. House Cat of War bleeds, and the Tomb Kings take a pretty massive beating over there. We're going to see Kontep at 2,000 gold value, same as Sigvald. But man, that caster did some great work there. And the Devoted Marauder cleanup, exactly what the doctor ordered. Loads of high DPS reinforcements here, even the Furies. Name of the game on the reinforcements was DPS, and the Chariots too, magnificent. Really nice play on for Mofet. But can House Cat of War pull it back? Can he pull it back? We shall see. It's gonna be an uphill battle. Mofet needs to win 2 games now. Now, if he loses this next game, It means that we get to play in the next tournament, chat. That's Corn. It means we get to play in the next tournament. If he wins this game, it means I'll probably have to, we might see. We'll see how long we can stall before we play that tournament. But I'm real interested. The mobility of Slanesh really made up the difference there for sure. And just having a few more chaff units. Hellstriders picking off Codtap was huge too. Don't forget to declare your faction. I have. I've declared my faction as Corn, so pretty excited to see if we can. Pretty excited for that. I gotta say, Slanesh is still pretty scary. 50 gold reduction, look at that. Oh my gosh, he even bought some normal Hellstriders just to clear up the infantry faster, because they got buffed. They got a cost reduction of 50. Disgusting. The normal Hellstriders got a cost reduction. Oh my gosh, that just gives me a headache thinking about it. To see is your new girlfriend on screen. That bad boy. Yo, I love him. I love him playing as Chaos, because you actually get healing without needing to take Festus. Alright, here we go. Faction picking phase. This should be relatively quick. I believe this is on House Cat of War to do the selection. Did the normal Hellstriders get any other changes beside the cost reduction? They had a slight change to their armor piercing damage. They got a little bit less armor piercing damage, so now they're only 7 armor piercing damage, yeah. Only 7. The unit's crippled. The unit's absolutely crippled. Why not just make them cheaper, you know? You know, just make them cheaper. It's not like all of their damage was from the charge bonus. Definitely not because of that. Definitely not because they have 60 leadership plus 16 leadership one day when they get a few kills. Nope, not that either. It's not like having more HP per dollar is really, really important in Warhammer. Definitely not, chat. Definitely not. The Hellstrider thing is the thing that makes me the saddest. Hellstriders should have gone a nerf. They should have gone a swift nerf on a patch and just like kick them into the dirt. They should have just gone a swift tick in the dirt. The problem is that we've gone 3 patches now and the hotfix, and the Hellstriders have still not seen a change. Surely people at CA see something that I do not. Surely they see something that I do not. Yeah, please buff Slanesh. You know, it is weird. This is the first time we've really seen Slanesh in the tournament so far. House Cat of War going for Slanesh now for his picks. We'll see if Mofet has a clean counter here. Maybe it's just a Slanesh fest now that we're playing with the top dogs. Better buff Nahakara magic? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Slanesh is too strong. Tomb Kings need to have 80 leadership on their Tomb Guard. The thing about Tomb Guard, I don't mind Crumbling being slow. Crumbling being slow is fine. I mind the fact that they also buffed up all of their stats. The fact that a lot of Tomb Kings units just got flat buffs for no cost increase made it where they fight well against factions, but also they're unbreakable. Oh man. Regardless. You know, we do have some mortal factions that are strong. Warriors of Chaos to be a great example. So, you know, they did get a buff recently, so they have caught up against the undead. Terrifying. Sigvald on a Hellstrider when? Yo. Sigvald on a Hellstrider is like the most terrifying combination. We all know he'd kill it instantly though, right? Sigvald would not dare let himself be touched by a Hellstrider. He would not dare. A beast like that? Sigvald mounting a Hellstrider? Think about it. He would implode, I swear. Alright, House Cat of War versus Mofet. Slanesh versus Skaven. Now, do I put my money on Skaven winning it here? Not in the slightest. Not even close. But it is Mofet. He's a beast. He knows what he's doing. And I'm ready to see what he has in store here. Map is Proving Grounds. Very dark map, as we saw last time. Hopefully it's not as laggy. And to see, have you practiced multiplayer at the beginning? Have you practiced multiplayer at the beginning through single player campaigns? Oh, I see. Single player campaigns are generally bad multiplayer practice, yeah, unfortunately. The only time I would play campaign to learn a faction is if I actually did not know what the units of that faction did. So back in the day, I'd play a Lizardman campaign because I couldn't really tell the difference between Saurus and Temple Guard and the different monsters. So that was a really nice way of just getting acclimated with all the different unit types. But it doesn't actually teach you any counters, is the problem. It just sort of gives you a rough idea of what units you like. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit sketchy. But overall, from there, after you finally get like a decent foothold and you know at least what units do what, then you can start and move on and play multiplayer proper. And that's when you can really learn quickly. Join a clan, you know, get some clan practice. That's always when I've learned the fastest. Because at some point you grow out of playing quick battle too. And it's better to just practice with clan mates. Because you learn, you get to copy builds over. They are much stronger than your average ladder player. And yeah, it's pretty nice. Sigvald rides a chariot in some of the designs. Interesting. Alright, here we go. Mofet versus good old House Cat of War. Does Mofet have what it takes to win with Skaven? I would say odds are probably not. Probably not. Slaanesh is a terror. Hellstriders specifically are the bane of Skaven. The only thing that would make a difference, I would say, is if Mofet has some crazy crackpot idea on clearing out Skaven or clearing out Hellstriders, you know? If he's found out that like Rat Ogres are just like OP at killing Hellstriders, maybe like he's gonna be like, I don't know, like 1,000,000 Clan Rat Spears is the real counter to Hellstriders. Perhaps there's an option there. But here's the problem. Because of Slaanesh's faction passive, they are very, very likely going to be able to just spam a bunch of... They're probably just going to spam a bunch of their army abilities, and they'll basically have perfect vigor the entire battle. Which means that Slaanesh has like... okay, nice. It's a little bit less dark this time, but still quite dark. It's going to be a little bit scary though, because Slaanesh, yeah, they'll just have perfect vigor the entire battle. They just have to chase off like one unit of Clan Rats. For those of you that don't know what the passive is, they get extra... It charges up anytime you kill a unit that is routing. And Skaven, not exactly known for their staunchness, you know? These guys over here, you would not trust them with anything. You wouldn't trust them. You wouldn't... These guys are... They'll stab you in the back, okay? They'll stab you in the back at the fastest notice, as soon as they possibly can. But... we'll see. Mofet's a very strong player. He does have Poison Wind Globadiers protected by Rat Ogres. He does have the Skaven D-Summon tech for the Chieftains to give an extra +8 leadership. +8 leadership is pretty massive. You know how massive +8 leadership is? It's roughly equal to how much they buffed the Tomb Kings for nothing. It's roughly equal to that. Maybe about as equal to how much they buffed the vampire counts for nothing. So, you know, if you want Skaven, the thing is, Skaven with this tech is weaker. They got less of a buff than Undead. What? Anyways, rants aside. Skaven with the nice formation. Eshin Triads, the Madman. Is Eshin Triads actually going to be the tech to beat Hellstriders? I don't believe it. Not in the slightest. Slaanesh going to be deploying all the way over here. Gonna be getting his spawn into position. Mostly devoted marauders to clear up clan rats. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Time to trust Mofet. Yo, I sort of hope Mofet wins just so that I can play the tournament earlier. Fingers crossed, guys, fingers crossed. Oh, I forgot, I need to check in too. Let's remember to check in. There we go. I've checked in for Platypus's tournament. If you guys want to play in that, here's the place. And maybe you'll get to play against me, we'll see. But the battle looks like it shall begin. And here we go. Here we go. We got a chieftain. We got the natty boobos. They're going to be decent against the forces of Slaanesh, but I don't really see how the Skaven frontline doesn't crumble instantly. This is a terrifying build for Slaanesh. What's the most skill-based matchup? The most skill-based matchup, I would say, I don't know, man. There's like 250 matchups in the game. The most skill-based matchup. There's even more than that. There's like 400 something matchups. Yeah, if we're talking front and back, 529 matchups in the game, dude. I don't know what the most skill-based matchup is. A lot of them require a lot of skill. No one has really peaked at Warhammer to be like, I have maxed out my skill, because there's always stuff you can micro more efficiently. Regardless, though, it looks like the skirmishers are doing good. Night Runners getting a bit of poke on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. All the way over here, Hellstriders of Slaanesh gonna be diving in on the Night Runners. You can see big problems for the Skaven, but the Globadiers get in range. Unfortunately, line of sight is sort of hot garbage sometimes, and they just march right on forwards instead of attacking these guys. Regardless, they still take a lot more damage than I would have thought. I guess the Triads actually did some work there, and we'll see if Skaven have what it takes. Globadiers are sort of the big winning point here, and the very popular Ikit Claw comes onto the battlefield, ultimate power. He's coming in with the final transmutation, Flensing Ruin, can deal over 1,000 damage in an AoE. Might even try to pick off Sigvald, we don't know yet. Over here, Globadiers, pretty good damage. Chieftain, stopping up some Hellstriders. We'll see how many guys actually manage to slip through the cracks. Counts versus counts. Yo, my Vampire Counts game versus counts was so stressful. But if you just look over here, Mofet actually opting for a hard DPS strategy to rout off the Hellstriders. Doesn't matter, the Hellstriders, they get extra leadership when they charge, like all units. It's gonna be keeping them in the fight, despite taking half of their HP and damage. But much more importantly, Ikit Claw opting for the Flensing Ruin upgraded right on top of this Chaos Sorcerer. Gonna be taking massive damage, spreads the love onto the Hellstriders, spreads the love again onto another unit of Hellstriders, and that's gonna be a lot of damage. This Chaos Sorcerer Lord cannot afford to die. That would be very rough. And over here, seeing the damage is actually pretty good. Mofet's defense against the Hellstriders has actually been pretty sick. And another Flensing Ruin. Is that just still going? It's still going. Another 3 more seconds of pain. This guy getting kited out. Insane amounts of damage on that Chaos Sorcerer Lord. And Ikit Claw coming in to clobber him on his little tiny motorcycle. Seems like Skaven have done quite well for themselves here. They've managed to keep the Globadiers alive. And I gotta say, where are those Triads? Where are those Triads? Are these... Triads didn't do that great. But the Skaven Spears and sort of Spear Spam in general, supported by the Globadiers, seems to have worked fairly well. Ikit Claw with the AoEs, looking pretty good. But the problem now is this bad boy. Sigvald the Magnificent. Living up to his name, he is absolutely just chasing off these natty boobos and does not care at all about their pain and suffering. He's just here to distract the Skaven army and be as big of a pain as humanly possible. Over here, nice counterplay. The Wolf Rat's going to be diving in onto the Hellstriders, but Skaven are sort of getting pushed back. If you look at army on the field, oh my gosh, never mind. Mofet almost at 1,500 gold advantage this early on is sort of huge. Sort of huge considering the trading that's going on right now. The Wolf Rat summons actually annihilating the Hellstriders. Maybe we need to buff Hellstriders if Wolf Rats are going to be killing them. Gotta be cheaper than 150. All the way over here. Nice volleys from the Night Runners, punishing the devoted Marauders of Slaanesh. And the Rat Ogres are still holding up quite well. I think, let's see. What's actually doing it? It seems like he's just taking more efficient engagements here by the looks of it. And another AoE on top of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. This guy barely got any value. 134. And he dives right on top of the Hellstriders. That is gonna be a lot of pain, and he goes down real fast. Hellstriders now with another 13 seconds of AoE. I think he's done it. I think he's done it. He's basically gone a Skaven build that has no real armor piercing, but it just has so many bodies and so many fast units that he can just really keep on harassing Slaanesh. I think the Night Runners. Yeah, it was the Night Runners. The Night Runners actually did it. 600 gold value, 464 while it being at full HP, and baiting out the Hellstriders is actually sort of huge. The Night Runners the secret tech, apparently, of beating Slanesh. This is what I mean, guys. This is exactly what I wanted to see. When you don't ban out the strong factions, people bring out some pretty nifty strategies. Looking it with Skaven against Slanesh. Of all things, the Rat Ogres move on here, and the Warp Grinders on the Furies just to get a little bit of extra damage on them. Still a nice pick on the Slanesh side, though. House Cut of War is by no means out, and could potentially make a comeback here. Skaven lines have sort of crumbled now. If you take a look at the situation, right? Skaven don't have a lot of Globadiers, and they're mostly reliant on their melee infantry, right? Value trading is only 1,000 behind. Slanesh is not actually that far behind. The only problem is that Ikit Claw is an absolute menace. He throws down another Flinting Ruin here. Gonna be doing, how much is that? 20 seconds of 50 damage a pop? 20 times 50? That's like 1,000 damage on a normal Flinting Ruin. That's insane. Massive damage for these Marauders. About 10% off of them. And Slanesh is honestly sort of running out of units. Even though the value trading is closer now, the problem is that just because the armies are smaller, you really start to feel the difference in army size. And the Skaven have sort of just overwhelmed. Slanesh could still pull it back if they manage to get some infantry going, but the fact that Ikit Claw is simply so high on HP, I don't know the odds are going to be great. And to see what advice you got for a tournament newbie, besides not go against me, I would say if you're new to tournaments, just start winning on quick battles. Start copying some builds and playing there. And you should be great. You should be great. Once you start winning, find a clan, and you should be good to go. Oh my gosh, massive Warp Lightning. Massive Warp Lightning. Quarter HP off the Devoted Marauders. Might even cause them to rout. If they rout, I think that's just a huge swing play. Seems like they stabilize. Slanesh's leadership very high as always. But over here, we're seeing mostly mobility from Slanesh. Not great for capturing, but great for cleanup and pulling back on the value. Mofet's still 1,000 gold. Slanesh is still duking it out. Pretty well duking it out. Fairly well despite the circumstances. And we gotta remember, there's still no Globadiers. The problem is that it can be pretty hard getting infantry, like Slanesh infantry, to do well when there's still a couple Rat Ogres plowing through them. A few cycle charges will do great. Ikit Claw can cycle charge. And Slanesh doesn't really have great power on the single entity front. They do in terms of Sigvald. Sigvald's a beast, but he's making up about a quarter of the army right now, and he can only be so many places at once. Sigvald would love it if he could just 1v1 all of these Skaven units on the battlefield right now. But he honestly doesn't care. Night Runner resummon. Gonna be getting massive value once again. Yeah, Sigvald does not care about fighting this entire Skaven army. The problem is that he doesn't really have a good way of having battlefield presence. And once you fall behind on value, you really wish you had battlefield presence over a world beater like Sigvald. Regardless, still not an easy clap win for the Skaven. You can see here, Ikit Claw getting Narcissism. Can't move from his current position. Gonna be punishing the Horsemen for their transgressions. Takes a little bit of damage, but nice return fire. And oh my gosh, if this point doesn't get captured. Oh my gosh. Oh, the point gets captured. Slanesh does manage to take the point, but will they get good trades is the real question. You can see here, trading for Slanesh, bit tenuous. Sigvald does manage to clear up the Wolf Rats, and that could be a massive swing play. It could be a massive swing play. Looking like it's gonna be... Oh my gosh. It looks like it might turn the favor of the Skaven despite Sigvald being there. Over here, looks like Skaven are... Oh my gosh, Skaven have loads of forces to recapture. If Skaven get the triple cap, I think it's totally over for Slanesh. And look at this. Despite the Wolf Rats routing off, Skaven actually managed to barely hold their leadership here. With a unit of backstabbing Skaven slaves, they actually managed to hold against Sigvald the Magnificent, and they capture the point. Against all odds, I would have never suspected that the one Skaven slave spears would have actually came in with the clutch. So that point's actually getting captured. And over here, it's a big old blob. And you know what that means, chat? It means that Ikit doesn't have enough Winds of Magic. But regardless, he's a strong single entity, so he should be able to fight here. And it seems like the Marauder Horsemen are getting punished. Slanesh fighting back a little bit, yeah. But the thing is, Ikit Claw, like the single entity presence here, plus the Rat Ogre presence, it's not the greatest for Slanesh to take a fight. He does have some Hellstriders, but he's not getting the surrounds that he's really looking for. And another double Wolf Rat summon. Man, Skaven actually out-mobilitying Slanesh. I would have never expected it. But the Wolf Rats with Poison really make a huge swing here. And Slanesh has to abandon and goes for the middle point. Opting to just stall out the Skaven and look for slightly better trades. Will it be enough? Will it be enough? They will surely take the middle. But a resummon of the dreaded Night Runners is coming. They've already gone 500 gold value. And I think the Night Runners, they might just crush it. I gotta say, the Night Runners was probably some of the sickest tech I've ever seen. I wouldn't have expected it. I would have thought the 750 gold guys wouldn't have really done well. I thought these guys would just get terror routed and just like flee the battlefield. But they really did a lot of good work. And the Ikit Claw, too, with the Flensing Ruin, just to really shut down any blobs that form to make sure that there's no Azazel. Also very powerful. I gotta say, though, Slanesh actually did sort of come in here with very little terror. Skaven are a very fear-susceptible faction. And the fact that Slanesh didn't even have, like, some sort of Manticore-type target or, like, a Soul Grinder or something, just to terror out the Skaven, did mean that they held up a lot better than you would have expected normally. Regardless though, rotation from Slanesh, counter rotation from the Skaven to capture the middle point, very nice play. And but Slanesh sort of just biding their time. Slanesh is fine with Skaven rotating like this. They're more looking for picks. Like you got some Skaven Slave Spears getting killed here, some Wolf Rats are getting routed off, and Slanesh, as the cavalry increases, they're feeling more and more comfortable. So they're sort of comfortable. But they are on time pressure now. At 5 minutes left to win the game, it's going to be a little bit sketchy. Here, I never see Greenskin in multiplayer. Greenskins were meta for a bit, but they sort of fell off as people learned how to deal with them. But yeah, as it stands right now, Mofet still has a 500 gold lead. He still doesn't really have a way to deal with Sigvald. Sigvald has obviously been getting huge value for him, but oh my gosh. Another one? Another Flensing Ruin upgraded. That's an easy 1000 damage on all of these guys. Even beats up Sigvald, the man himself. That is absolutely brutal. The Flensing Ruins have just been wrecking shop, man. This is crazy. Ikit Claw, dare I look at Ikit's value? Where is that guy? Where is Ikit? How did he... Where is he? He's over here. There we go. No lord. Yeah, look at that. 4,000 value. 4,000 value and 300 kills. Are you kidding me? And he's still at decent HP. And he still has magic. Throws down yet another spell. Last spell of the game. He's finally out of Winds of Magic after the terror. The man himself. What an absolute terror. Oh my gosh. Ikit Claw is... He just annihilated there. Game over, man. Yeah. Game over. Ikit Claw was such a beast. Look at this, spamming the unlimited power like no tomorrow. He doesn't even have like an extra thing to boost the damage of Flensing Ruin. It's just a great spell for Skaven. It's wacky, Flensing doing that much damage. It also lowers armor as well. Yeah, Flensing Ruin is crazy right now. It's cheaper than Final Transmutation, but it is only accessible to Skaven. We've seen a variety of factions today. I will say, the meta doesn't seem like it's really been stabilized yet. I probably won't be reintroducing global bans based on this tournament. We've seen a lot of back and forth with sort of the factions that are picked and played. Though it does sort of have a lot more high meta. You know, if you just want to be an Ogre's main, you probably can't play in my tournaments and enjoy it. But in terms of actual competition, I've been loving these builds. I've learned a lot just sort of watching this and seeing the things people bring, seeing how they've adapted the Tomb King's meta while I was away. I gotta say, it's been quite interesting now. Still, not completely over. If we just take... Hey, nice, I have a buy in the tournament. That means I don't have to worry about ending this super early. Yeah, if we just take a look at... I totally lost my train of thought. But anyway, it's not completely over. Slanesh does have some Hellstriders left. They do finally have Marauders on the point. They are capturing. And that's going to buy them some time. But look at that. Already 1,300 tickets in the bank. Skaven could probably just lock down this last point if they really, really wanted to. It takes about a minute to take a point that is completely uncontested if you have units that are still transitioning there. And unfortunately for Slanesh, they only have a minute left. I gotta say, Mofet is an insane player. Mofet is one of those guys that has just been grinding tournaments back to back. I can't find a single tournament. Like, it's really hard to find tournaments that Mofet isn't playing in. And he's probably gearing up to be the next Dreadlord. just by looking at this. Mofet is scheming new builds. He's practicing the meta play styles. I don't know how much this has actually been built up. If this was something that Mofet discovered, or if he's adapting by watching other people play. But regardless, it's very rare. Like, Skaven is one of the harder factions to learn and pick up in the game. I've tried myself. It's quite the experience. Just because they have so many weapon teams, they play very differently from other factions. So watching Mofet transition from sort of the old meta play style of Warriors of Chaos, skirmish cavalry style of play, and switching on over to the play style of Skaven with Poison Wind Globadiers and trying to work with slower infantry-based kite, Rat Ogres for protection, a lot of faster monstrous infantry, and sort of keeping that leadership up, not really getting flanked too hard. I gotta say, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. Wolfrats did amazingly there, especially for overwhelming Slanesh once he got the lead. Ikeclaw obviously was the beast that game. He just annihilated everything. And obviously there was some nice picks early on. Killing off the Lord of House Cat of War was really nice. And of course, shutting down the Hellstriders was great. Hey, Christopher, Dora Zio, thank you very much for becoming a deckhand. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Mofet's a Dreadlord. He's like approaching Falcon levels of just annihilation right now. He is doing some work in the multiplayer scene. In terms of his overall strength, he's sort of like Void Laws at his prime, I would say. Void Laws at his prime was pulling off stuff like this, just crumping people in tournaments, only defeated by Falcon. Only defeated by people like Falcon, who would meme and still win. Unfortunately, at this point, Falcon is retired, but at least by the looks of it. But I gotta say, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. This is definitely a style that I will be stealing for my own strats. I think today was a great time, sort of learning. I need to turn off the mods, by the way, so I can play in the next tournament. Back-to-back tournaments, guys. Back-to-back tournaments. So we're not done yet. We have another tournament to play, but it should be a fairly fast one because it's single faction tournament. But yeah, Mofet, he's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good. Some nice builds and execution. Mofet, Falcon, Void, and Void are all from Russia. Yeah, they're just terrifying team. I think Void Law said that he trained Mofet. And man, oh man, did he make a beast. But yeah, all those players are really, really good at just grinding out some games and just getting some crazy practice going. They're terrifying, man. Absolutely terrifying. I dread having to run into them later. Because to win a tournament, I'm gonna have to figure out some way of defeating them. To what are the maps? This one's gonna be Itza. Alright, guys. You asked for it. Corn, baby! Thanks for the tournament, but I'm hanging to bed. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. It was a long tournament. 6 hours. 6-hour tournament. It could have been a bit shorter, though, unfortunately, but at least it was only 6 hours. For a best-of-3 tournament, that's not the end of the world. I just need to keep an eye on players that are lagging behind next time. So that we can just sort of push the tournament forwards a bit faster. All right, here we go, guys. It was a lot of rats. It was a lot of rats. What's this? Can I link to your YouTube? What's it? Can I get a link to your YouTube? Oh, Silent Cry. If you just scroll down, you'll find it. I have all my links there. Link to my Discord too. If you look up Enticity on YouTube, you'll find me. Do you ever hold newbie tournaments? Usually not, simply because I don't have a lot of time to host a bunch of tournaments. I'm already rarely hosting tournaments like this anyways. standard tournaments. So, sort of, I want to host a decent amount of standard tournaments before I, excuse me, start hosting variations. But alright, we are going to be playing on Itza as Scarbrand, Charlie and Gaz. So let's go ahead and see what their factions are. We're going to see what their factions are, and then we can start making a build to try and counter them. Let's see here. Charlie and Gaz. Where are they at? I guess obviously, right? Obviously we want, like... you want... Is this what you guys want? Is this what you guys have been looking at? Enticity hates noobs? Yeah, I hate noobs, guys. I just can't stand them. Can't stand them. Alright, here we go. Obviously the War Shrine. Right, now screw that. Screw that, man. I hate War Shrines. We're gonna get Minotaurs, right? The Fleshhound support is like a constant. You know, we did see Chosen. Man, Chosen at 1500? So expensive. Obese Chicken, you're Charlie? Yo, Obese Chicken, you should, well, actually, I guess as long as your Discord name matches up. What was your faction, Obese Chicken? Yo, we get to run into each other? Yo, try and knock me out, man. You can end the stream early. Mass Gorgons. Ah, yes. The, you can get a few of them. You know, oh, look at that. Even a 0 spend? Look at that. It's perfect, guys. I found it. I found the secret corn expenditure to win games. Yeah, that's a no. I think I'd rather have Scarbrand than good old Red Olgor. I'd rather have Valkyr than Red Olgor. What's it? What's the source of terror for? I guess what was it? There was like a I think it was like a War Shrine or something. There's a Blood Shrine of Corn that causes fear, but wasn't there like another similar thing that caused terror? What is this? Is the cheapest terror-causing unit we have a Soul Grinder? Because that is some expensive terror, man. I don't want to be wasting money on that. Oh, yes, it was this. Knights of the Brazen Throne. If you want terror as Corn, so if you go for like a Valkyria option here, and you want terror, you take Knights of the Brazen Throne for that, and then boom, you got terror. It's the ROR War Shrine. I'm not taking the War Shrine, chat. No cheap terror. Yeah, that's sort of the problem with Corn. At the moment, they have very little access to cheap terror. Usually, you just have to take a Lord with it. But, like, they don't have a Manticore or anything. I think legit, this actually is the cheapest terror on the roster. Let's double check. Indeed. The cheapest terror on the roster is the most expensive cavalry in the game. Classic Corn, guys. Classic Corn. You can sort of get away with it, though. Cultists. The cultists are solid. The cultists are good, yeah. They've sort of fallen out of fashion as of late, because you can kill them before they get their summons off, so. A little bit of a worry there. I guess, you know, Corn, the classic Corn playstyle, though, right? Remember when Exalted Bloodletters used to be super meta? Nowadays, it's, you see a lot of warriors. I wonder what we're gonna run into, though. I gotta say, I do like playing me some Corn. I like a lot of Fleshhound heavy play. With, like, maybe even, like, some axe throwers. They are quite expensive, but they can still pay for themselves. A great looking unit, at least. The War Shrines. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking, like, as a baseline, this is like a nice sort of generic Corn list. Man, Scarbrand be expensive, though. 3,000? 3,000 gold on a Scarbrand? I might as well take this guy on a motorbike. Might as well take this guy on a motorbike and then take the Knights of the Brazen Throne. That's like only slightly more expensive than Scarbrand. I guess it's a decent amount more expensive. Is it though? Is it really? What's this? This is 3,500. That's 3,500. Scarbrand with nothing is 2,600. It's a bit more. It's a bit more expensive, I guess. But yeah. Oh, okay, nice. If you put him on a blood throne, there we go. That's hella expensive. Corn doesn't want the enemies to run away. Ah, that's true. That's true. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Very classic Scarbrand, ain't it? Or classic Corn. You know, that's the thing. You know what Corn should have been? They should have made it where Corn boosts the leadership. It should boost the leadership of nearby enemies. That's what they should do. So the Chaos Warshine of Corn, it gives you your enemy's leadership, but it gives you like plus like 100% base weapon damage. Marauder Flood, it depends on who they're playing, right? But like this is not a terrible way to go about it. Like you can even like go really hard on the Marauder Flood, but we're playing on Itza. Itza is a very heavy trading map because of the quick reinforcements. Because as soon as you start winning, you can start capturing immediately. What would be better is like you go for like, you know, like maybe like a centerpiece unit like this. Like a chosen. Like a triple chosen of Corn. Triple chosen. No Furies. Furies, I've sort of lost my love for them as of late. They're still good against many factions. But they finally hit the... They've become expensive enough where you don't really want to be summoning, like spamming them in. They start competing in the same space as Fleshhounds. And Fleshhounds are just a little bit better. Valkia not cutting it? Yeah, Valkia not really cutting it. Hey, thank you very much. I look at Turve. Turuz, thank you very much for helping out. Find the YouTube channel. But yeah, I'd say, I don't know, something like this. Like, all we gotta do is not lose round 1 and I'm happy. I love Corn. Yo, nice. Magnus, pretty excited about Corn, I see. Maybe have, like, a single Fury in the back. Like, having a Reserve Fury is good. Maybe even 2 Reserve Furies. But most of the time, we're spamming Fleshhounds. What do you think of the Creative Assembly news today? The fact that the DLC is coming in Q2? A bit disappointed, but not devastated. I think Warhammer is actually in a great place right now. I'm actually loving playing Warhammer. So, does it really matter if the next DLC is going to be coming late if I'm enjoying playing with friends right now as it is? I can play a Francis' Total War campaign for the next, like, you know, month. That already gets us to next year, right? And then we have, like, what, 4 months to burn after that? I still have a Slanesh X4 campaign to do. I still have a million multiplayer things to do. I have to get good at multiplayer. I still have a load of different concepts. I want to sort of push the Warhammer video scene a bit more. Do more stuff like the sort of GeoGuessr, Warhammer GeoGuessr. Things are sort of busy. It's still gonna, I'm sure by the time we hit Q2, and we get the DLC, it's probably gonna be, I'm probably gonna be pretty tired of everything, and then it'll finally land. I think it would have been great to get it towards the end of Q1, but you know, maybe they might be overestimating. Regardless, I think I can get by at least for the next 3 months with content, in terms of campaign, without really needing a DLC. Though, I gotta say, with some botched releases, I hope that what's it, Stormgate, is it called? Is it called Stormgate? I hope Stormgate is a sick RTS, chat. I really hope Stormgate is a sick RTS. Because, like, even right now, right? Right now, I need to work my butt off to get a proper salary doing Warhammer content. If you've noticed, I've been streaming. Like 50% of my days is streaming. And I'm posting a video every day. And I'm managing my editors, right? To get even more videos out. I would wager I work on YouTube about 80 hours a week. So it's like, you know, Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if I made enough where I could work 40 hours a week and make a livable wage. So, I'm really hoping that we can either we just continue growing the channel without a DLC, or we have some other games that we can sort of start mixing in there to do well. Do you get enough burgers? The thing is, don't think that I don't have money, okay? If you do not have a stocked up savings account, do not donate to me. I have a great amount. YouTube's my pimp. Oh man, the thing is, I'm actually fairly well off. I'm actually quite well off. I'm making now, well, I make as much as I did when I did software development. So I make a decent amount of money, but I work double the hours. So my actual salary is halved. Regardless, I enjoy doing this. Otherwise, I would be, excuse me, programming. But like, because I make that amount, I do put money into savings on the reg. So I'm not like hurting for cash or anything. I just eat cheap because I like eating cheap. But regardless, the thing is, if I worked normal hours, suddenly I'm making minimum wage or less. So, so I do hope that CA has something spicy on the horizon. On the plus side, though, I don't think it's impossible for me to grow the channel without a DLC. If we just take a look at my streams, right? My streams have been growing over the last month or two. So I'm not actually that worried about, I'm not as worried about sort of maintaining my position right now. I don't think we'll be like losing that many people. And then of course, as the streaming gets higher and higher, I can sort of experiment with different types of content more instead of just being the short tips guy. That's sort of the plan. You need more to do? I need more to do? I'm God in multiplayer? I don't know. After today's performance, I think I accept that I'm good at multiplayer, but I am sort of washed up. I haven't been keeping up with the meta builds. Usually, I like to be in a state in multiplayer where I can look at my opponent's builds and be like, ah, yes, that is the meta, or ah, that is slightly inefficient over there. As a caster right now, it feels sort of like I'm like, oh my gosh, everything I'm learning about sick Skaven plays. I'm learning about sick everything, man. Hey, Aaron Zephyr, thank you very much for joining as the deck hunter. Very much appreciated, good sir. Enticity, many enjoy to watch just the cinematic side of it all. Mods can add more cinematically. It's a problem. It's a problem in terms of production schedule. You'd be surprised how long it takes to do that. Like I can film a short tip in like 1 hour, get the thumbnail cranked out and post it and get a video done on it. Or I can make a risk and make like a super cinematic video, and it might end up making less than my 1 hour expenditure just making a short clip. So a lot of what I do right now is sort of just super duper efficient in terms of like jeez, guys becoming members, thank you so much. But yeah, a lot of what I do is just super efficient in terms of what I make, with like a slight mixing of really cool stuff. Like the Warhammer GeoGuessr is like a good amount of effort, but it's cool. It's cool. I think it's really cool, and it could be big later. So, but most of the time it's like, you know, if you think about like my metric is like, if I can't make that video idea in 3 hours of work, it's not really that worth it. Which is a crazy mentality to have, but you know, as the channel gets bigger, I can get more relaxation. But thank you very much, Arid Zephyr and Silent Cry. Silent Cry, War Room of the Lich. What a mouthful. Thank you very much for joining us, a deckhand. Much love. Thank you. Fill me with your knowledge. Oh boy, he's a Tzeentch worshipper. All right, here we go. So I think our opponent is the Dark Elves. Hype. Let's see what we can do about them. Dark Elves are much less scary than you would think. A lot of their Corsairs got buffed, but I would say we're not really worried about facing up against them. On a map like Battle for Itza, the biggest thing that we really have to worry about is like, I don't know, getting like skirmished and kited. but it's not too hard to avoid getting kited. As when you're playing as Khorne, you have a load of silver shield infantry, so I don't think that's a problem. Khorne is a pretty big menace against Dark Elves, I'd say. It's the same silent cry from Twitch. Hey, nice. You flipped platforms so you could support me better. Thank you so much. I really wish I could get Twitch monetized. But yeah, they just don't let you do it in the contract, which is a bit of a shame. But we can make do. Let's see here. Do I want this guy? I think I do. Yeah, thank you very much for the support, man. I do stream on Twitch just sort of just because I know a lot of people like watching on Twitch, and it doesn't cost me that much. But any amount of support sort of helps offset that minor payment. Let's see here. Oh yes, these guys are really good against the Dark Elves. People mentioned Furies earlier. Furies are great. What you missing from your affiliation? So it's actually Twitch doesn't allow you to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. If you are making money off Twitch, they will not pay you if you stream both at the same time. So it's just that's how it works. It's just Twitch things. You know, at least as long as there's some competition in the market, it should be better for everyone in the end. But I gotta say, it does that it is a little bit rough that I can't do that. The Dark Elves. What is the unit that I want to bring? Knights of the Brazen Throne would be hilarious, but 100% they get shot up by the Scourge Runner chariots and die. Knights of the Brazen Throne would not stand up to a bunch of Scourge Runner chariots. Not in the slightest. I guess I can take a couple of these guys. Maybe like one more of this guy. Maybe like one of these. I wish I could go over the builds and the strats, but I really want to win this match. Chat, I really want to win this match. Oh, this could be sick. Ah, here we go. You know, a lot of people have been taking normal dogs recently. Have you guys been noticing? Have you guys been noticing just the normal dog spam? I would have never expected that to be where the meta actually went earlier on, but it seems like, especially against low armor factions, we're seeing them more and more as time goes on. And I'm starting to feel like they are pretty good. Just a bunch of normal dogs. Let's see here. This is a bit of an awkward build situation. I think I have a pretty good, I have a decent build here as Khorne. We got a very okay build. Oh, I know what I can do to make this build spicy. Chat. All right, yeah, this is gonna be sick. Let's see here, and then yeah, oh my gosh. Chat, this build right here. This is the build. Yeah, this, oh crap. Platypus DM'd me. Crap, Platypus wanted to spectate. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I saw it. I literally, I looked up at it right as we loaded in. Platypus, I apologize. Platypus, you have my most humble apology. That he sent me the let me in gif, and I'm like, what is that? Ready? Oh no. Oh no, Platypus, no. How could I? Yeah, oh my gosh. Brutality. Absolute brutality. Well, let's see how this game goes. I would say our odds here, I quite like playing against the Dark Elves as Khorne. I feel like they have a lot of teeth in this matchup. As you can see, I have a good amount of sort of just infantry. Shielded warriors, great versus anything the Dark Elves field. These guys are just really hard to pick apart without ranged. And with ranged, excuse me, even with ranged, they're still pretty hard to pick apart because of the silver shields. I bought one Minotaur one sick Minotaur, and then we have mobility in the rest. So another Minotaur summon in, just for you, chat. And we're mostly going to be spamming out Flesh Hounds to catch out their good old... To catch out the Corsairs. Flesh Hounds are like the ultimate anti-Corsair tech. Highly recommend you guys spam them out as much as possible. What's the funny moving picture? The funny moving picture, what? That's in the bottom left? Oh, you're talking about me, like, me being like, what's this funny picture? Anyways, yeah, no, I totally, I'm a bad player. I'm a bad player, chat. I'm terrible for tournament hosts. Tournament hosts hate him. But alright, so it looks like he's opting to go a little bit high ground heavy. He has a unit of Hellebronii. They have some pretty nice stats. Poison. Sick anti-large. All we gotta do is make sure our spawn don't take too much damage and hide in the forest with the Minotaurs. That should be fine. Now, what is his front line looking like? Honestly, not too much. Just a couple of Dread Spears is all. And you know what? I think we get the Flesh Hounds going now. I'm not gonna get Horsemen because he does have the Chariots. So I don't really want to be taking fights against Chariots just yet. We're gonna pull back. Get the Chaos Warriors onto the point. And then just wait. Chariots, these Chariots don't do great versus armored infantry. So I'm not worried about that too much. Enticity, you can stream on multiple platforms on Twitch now. They lift the exclusivity. That's actually completely wrong. It's actually completely wrong. Yeah, no, they made it seem like they lifted the exclusivity. They did not. They didn't actually remove the exclusivity. I've been keeping up with the news. The thing that they said a comment that made it seem like they removed it. What they said is, they said, as long as you're not streaming at the same time, then there's no exclusivity. As long as you're not streaming at the same time. And as it turns out, that's actually completely useless. Because obviously you want to be streaming both at the same time, right? It's just, yeah, no, Twitch full on tried to make it like a big positive story, but legit it's just yeah, it's not allowed, sadly. All right, here we go. The battle begins. Malice Darkblade is a little bit scary. We can cycle charge him, but with the chariot support, it gets a little bit scarier. Let's just go ahead and capture this point real quick. The Dread Knights are the knights over there are a little bit scary. Hey, nice. Look at that. I should be able to harass these guys now with the horsemen. But yeah, we'll just sort of secure this point over here with the spawn, not a problem. And then get the Minotaurs, plow through these poor sods. And then with the Flesh Hounds, we chase away the Scourge Runners. And our Flyer Lord here is just gonna go ahead and beat up the these guys. Malice. There we go. So the Black Ark Corsairs are basically dead from the Minotaur charge. We have a load of really strong defenses over here. We have a load of strong defenses. We have a load of backup here to make sure that we're fine. And then the Minotaurs are just obliterating these guys nice. So honestly, I think we just bring in the Minotaurs to clean up over there. Over on this end, Cold One Dread Knights will not fare as well in that situation. And then as long as the Flesh Hounds are just insanely annoying, we're good. And as it turns out, Flesh Hounds are insanely annoying. Minotaur's on the full surround against Malice. He's getting his butt whooped. And I think we should be fine just summoning in a bunch more Flesh Hounds for the win. Why don't we ever see Skaven in domination? Dude, have you even caught the earlier stream today? Did you just see Skaven kill Slaanesh? Oh my gosh, you totally missed it, man. You totally missed the 6 Skaven killing Slaanesh earlier today. It was insane. It was glorious. By the way, are those Minotaurs actually busted? Because they sort of just killed Malice, chat. I don't know what just happened, but something just annihilated Malice. That was insane. These Minotaurs are crazy. A bonus versus large on Malice killed him before he could even transform. That, I would say, is a pretty good situation. I'd say that was pretty great. Nice. All we gotta do is army wipe them at this point, I think. Minotaurs can just plow through these guys. Our Lord will just win over there. And then we'll use our very superior armored frontline infantry to clean up the rest.
Seeking torment.
Malice being a meme again. He didn't even get nerfed. He didn't even get nerfed. And people even stop running him too. Everyone's running Malekith nowadays. Malekith's like the new kid on the block. Poor Malice, man. He had so little time to shine. He used to be you know, an absolute terror. People were calling for nerfs, and now Malice is just, he's just another Dark Elf Lord once again. Alright, looks like my Lord ended up taking a lot of damage there. Regardless, he should be able to kill that caster. Minotaurs, of course, over here. Wonderful cleanup crew. And then as long as I don't lose my Lord to the chariots, I think we're fine. Yeah, poor Malice, man. I think he routes off the battlefield soon, and that should be army losses for, or that should be the Lord loss penalty for my opponent here. And then with the Lord loss penalty, there's really nothing he can do. Just my front line and Flesh Hounds will be too much for him. See, what else can he spawn? Oh, I forgot. I forgot how to spawn in the bushes. Whoopsies. Oh my gosh, it's brutal, man. Corn is actually pretty hype. Have I ever told you guys, chat, that Corn is actually really hype? That is insane, man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a good. This is a good matchup for Corn. Don't get me wrong. This is a really good matchup for Corn. Oh dang, he gets one last Spirit Leech. One last Spirit Leech on my Lord. A little bit spicy there, I gotta say. I think he barely lives. 3, 2, 1. I think he barely lives. So we're gonna stabilize his leadership real quick with the charge on these guys, and then get the D-summon going. Sick. So he's out of there. Perfectly safe. Wasn't even worried for a second, chat. If you were worried, you're not a true Enticity viewer. And then I guess we just grab some dogs here. I'm trying out the dogs. I don't know if they're actually good or not, but I feel like they're all right. I feel like the dogs should be all right, because like they can really clean up infantry is the thing, right? And they're small, so they can fight the dread spears. I feel like they should be pretty sick. There we go. Flesh Hounds on the chariots. Nice. And we're good. Corn got that dog. Yeah, yo. Corn dogs. Flesh Hounds are insane, man. Alright, nice. Let's see how well the Sword of Corn does here. Just slamming it right on top of all of these here Sisters of Slaughter. Nice. Sword of Corn is probably the ability you always want to save up for. Sword of Corn is insane, man. Yeah, if you even hit a big blob with that, it's like an insta win. Insane. Alright, nice. More Flesh Hounds. I feel like versus Skaven, there's no good reason not to bring a Terror Lord. 100%. Yeah, you need a Terror Lord for a Skaven.
Follow the blood.
But yeah, someone was asking about Skaven earlier, right? About why we don't see them in Domination very often. We saw Skaven picked 3 times total today. I call that a win for any Skaven enthusiasts out there. Oh man, these poor Scourge Runners, man. Scourge Runner Chariots used to be a much bigger menace, but they need a lot of time to get their value. I believe these guys are like, what? 700... Yeah, they didn't really pay off for themselves having to fight and shoot at Flesh Hounds the entire game. Hey, nice, some Corsairs. Get a big charge on them. Oh, those are not Flesh Hounds, so... You don't want to send normal dogs into Corsairs, that's just a bad time. It didn't do friendly fire damage. I positioned it so that it wouldn't friendly fire, yeah. Nice, here we go. Minotaur charge, guys. Look at that. The hybrid dog Minotaur charge. Yeah, I think at 1,300, Minotaurs are starting to feel pretty great. I don't know if they're ultra meta though yet. I haven't gotten enough of a feel to be like, ah yes, Minotaurs are sick. They are like a must pick as Corn. It just feels like they're okay. Like they sort of get the job done. I think compared to Spawn, I probably would want to have at least a couple Minotaurs. But would I want them all the time? Probably not. I think you would take like a... Because like the thing is, they always run the risk of being terror routed. Or you know, surrounded and beat up. Spawn are really nice for their holding capabilities, so... Yeah, Magnos are back on the menu. I gotta say, I'm surprised. Color me surprised to have finally seen them... to see Minotaurs in a tournament setting. Even if it is a bit memey and a bit experimental, I didn't expect to ever see this day where they would be more than just a non-pick. Because before you would basically see people never run them. Yeah. Alright, nice, looking good. Chariots, can't really get that much value. We still have the triple cap. Sit back, relax, and win it. All I heard was, Minotaur Minos are a must-pick on corn. No, you know what? Sure, yeah. Well, we're playing corn a lot today, right? Today's the day where we figure out if Minotaurs are actually the GOAT or not, right? Today's the day. Of all days, you know, we're playing a single faction tournament as corn. This is the true test. Like, look at this value. I'm sure they got like a million value. Well, 2,600. 2,600 value. That's actually... It's actually quite a bit. It's quite a bit. Good job, Minotaurs, man. Good job. Minotaurs? Minotaurs? Is that what you're saying? Minotaurs get double their value in gold? Double their value. These guys are the Minotaurs? I don't know what you're talking about, man. Look at that. Like, even like, look at this guy. 367 value. You need like 5 of those guys to even start getting close to Minotaurs. Yeah, Minotaurs are OP, guys. You heard it here first. Minotaurs are the unit to spam, people. They are the unit. Make no other unit. Let's see here. A nice big surround. Big surround. Look at this. The anti-large charge on the Scourge Runner chariots. How quickly are these things gonna die? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage. Look at quarter HP, maybe? Quarter HP in 2 hits. Not bad. Not bad, honestly. Now that they don't cost like 1,500, it's pretty sick. Pretty sick, I gotta say. Skaven greater than everything else? Dude, I gotta play some Skaven later. I gotta get me some Skaven games in. Oh my gosh. After seeing their performance, Skaven have clearly shown that they know what's going on. Dang it. I botched my charge animation. Regardless, pretty good win. Pretty good win. I will say, there's a solid chance that there might be some meta shifts. Given that Khorne got some buffs. Given that Tomb Kings have new access to abilities now. There's a lot. There's a lot. I'm interested to see how this meta plays out. But there we go. GG. We've done it, chat. We did it. The win farming begins. Minotaurs. Silver. Wow. Silver chevron 3,000 value. Now, they did run into some of the best matchups in the world. But, like, jeez, man. Jeez. Jeez. That is insane. Is it a corn meta now, guys? Is it corn meta time? Is it corn time? Because I feel like it's corn time. Off of that, Skaven was always good. They didn't really get any changes, if you think about it. Alright. Did Poison Winds get nerfed price-wise? No, they didn't get nerfed. But Skaven aren't. I don't think Skaven are the top faction. Yeah, sheesh. Insane. Yo, are we just gonna win with Minos? Okay, we're gonna face off against Firefox and Make Rice next. Witness true power. Oh my gosh. Yo, today's the day. I can finally make chat happy. I can finally make chat happy after all of these years of not running Minotaurs. They're finally gonna see me run some big boys. I gotta say, the 56 speed is pretty hype. That's a lot of speed. Yeah, they're pretty good now. Pretty good now. Any legendary lord appearances for Khorne? You mean like just Scarbrand or Valkyria? At some point. Depends on who we're facing though. Yeah, 1,300 feels like a nice price point. I have to be very careful with them to make sure that they don't die. They're like the ultimate glass cannon. So like if you mistreat them even a bit, they're not gonna do as great at all. See what, they have Blood Greed, Intensity with each kill, so those guys are rocking like plus 16 melee attack. And the charge bonus, and the armor piercing damage. Pretty hype. Cheeky Enticity, restart again. The wind farming starts now. Yeah, I guess. The wind farming technically started, you know, 7 hours ago. Technically, that's when it began. It wasn't really going, though. It wasn't going anywhere. Oh, yes. I should make a spectator slot for Platypus, shouldn't I? Oh, man. What other good units are there? I want to make Exalted Bloodletters. I want them to crush it. And I would also love the Knights of the Brazen Throne to crush it. Because they do have this. Murderous Charge. Deal 1,000,000 damage when you charge. The problem is that these bad boys sort of get outclassed by Minotaur Great Weapons now. Unless you're specifically looking for terror. Khorne's Bloody Fist isn't really any better than this guy. Just a normal Bloodthirster. Blood Brute isn't really any better than Scarbrand, except for some very niche applications. Get dogs. We got dogs. We got loads of dogs. Yeah, yo, I got 1,000,000 dogs. What are you talking about? It's like almost the maximum number of dogs we can have. The only way we increase the dog count is doing this. Unless you consider Blood Crushers doggos. Yeah, Poison Wind is strong versus almost everything. You don't want to be face tanking Globadiers. Why does it say 2 losses? Oh, man. Jeez. I don't want to get into it. Skull Crusher might be... I think this is too expensive when you have these bad boys running around. Like, these guys are good. This is better. They are tankier. They are just as fast. They do almost equal amounts of damage. Especially if you consider the price reduction. Like here, if it just as a price-wise thing, right? If you fully chevron these guys and then compare them to Blood Crushers. I mean the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I guess the Knights of the Brazen Throne is still a bit better, but... these guys are just too sick. And now we wait. Now we wait. Who are we going up against? We have, Rothland Bulldigger. We have what's this? I'm looking for some big names to see if I have to worry or not. You've won lots of games. Thanks, I guess. Why are you ranked 27th or 72nd on Total Tavern? I haven't played a lot in this season, so you need to have tournament wins in season to rank up on Total Tavern. Unfortunately for me, we are a little bit, we took a break so that I could just focus on the channel for a bit. Why not get a normal Skull Crusher? 1,700? Like, are you telling me you'd rather have these guys than these guys? Because I'm gonna tell you, +6 melee attack, +10 melee defense is not the deal breaker here. That's not the big game changer. 20 extra charge bonus. They still have anti-large. They do feel a bit more unwieldy. Because they're a cavalry unit, entities get caught up a lot more than the Minotaurs. Minotaurs, for whatever reason, have insane impact damage. Hey, Lujo, thank you very much for joining the deckhands. Welcome to the crew. Very much appreciated. Ogre's best faction. Ogres are pretty hype. I really liked playing them in the pre-release. But yeah, I think when you compare these guys to the Minotaurs, and you also include the Blood Greed, and then you also include the fact that you can make them the same price, and then their stats are roughly even, I don't think you can really justify Skull Crushers over Minotaurs, unless you really, really want the shielded and the armor. So maybe against High Elves, you would go for Blood Crushers instead. Or Skull Crushers. I want to see the Marauder Horsemen destroyed. They did okay last battle. Marauder Horsemen are a very okay unit right now on Khorne's roster. They're a very alright unit. Do I think they're insane? Probably not. Probably not. You sort of just take them out of necessity because they're one of your only range units. Like, ain't nobody running the Skull Cannon, so. Yeah. What's this? You want Khorne's get like 40-something melee attack when leadership is high? No. Actually, Khorne gets 8. He gets 8 melee attack when leadership is high. If we're talking just frenzy. Oh, my bad. It got buffed a while ago. 10 melee attack. Not exactly 40 melee attack, but it is a nice bonus. Ever take the Skull Cannon? I tried it a few times. Not a fan. Skull Cannon runs into the issue of having way too little DPS. But also, even if it gets all of its shots off, it still hasn't made its value back. Just has a really hard time making back its value and doesn't have that much battlefield control. It's just sort of a bad unit. Honestly, it could cost 950 and I don't think it would be that broken. Skull Cannon is good in melee. Skull Cannon is good in melee. Yo, if you think the Skull Cannon is good in melee, should I introduce you to this guy? Look at that. He's a much cheaper Skull Cannon, but he has way higher stats. Oh my gosh, like double the melee defense. Oh my gosh, if the Skull Cannon's good in melee, this guy's a god amongst men. This guy. And he's not even good in melee. If you want a guy that's real good in melee, you look at this bad boy. 600 damage. Jeez. It's decent in melee. Like, it's not terrible. It's not terrible, but like, Blood Shrine can do okay too. They do have armor piercing, which is good in a jiffy. It's still too expensive though. I like to see him on a motorbike. Dude, if this guy was riding a Skull Cannon... Okay, you've changed my mind. You changed my mind. If this guy had a Skull Cannon mount, I would run him every single battle. That would be so sick. Because the funny thing about the Skull Cannon is that it does actually have pretty good damage values. The thing is, it's not the damage values you want for a 1,100 gold unit with 5,000 HP. You know, you can get similar costs to damage ratios with like a Soul Grinder, and that has like much superior stats. I gotta say though, anyone experimented with the Corn Soul Grinder as of late? It did get a price reduction. Is there anywhere you bring Soul Grinders right now? Maybe Slanesh. They used to be sort of off meta for a bit, but people sort of stopped going for the Slanesh Soul Grinders. The animation? Does the animation give iframes? As far as I know, animations do not give invincibility frames. There's no dodging with animations unless you're actually dodging projectiles. Ah, yes, the Luminarch. The glorious Luminarch. Thank goodness I'm not playing Empire. I don't got no obligation to run Luminarchs this time. Let's see here. But yeah, Skull Cannon, it's very okay. I actually quite like the Blood Shrine. Because the Blood Shrine is a Skull Cannon that trades the gun for really nice buffs. And healing on itself and whatnot. Or I guess they both have Gore Feast, but... The Shrine trades the shooting for this buff, Totem of Endless Bloodletting. And this is much better than the shooting on this. And it's a lot cheaper. Minus 150 gold. And, you know, it technically has minus 4 HP. I don't know why it has minus 4 HP. But I guess it does have plus 4 melee attack. Yeah, I would convert HP to melee attack in a jiffy. Look at that. Big differences. But yeah, I would rather have a Skull Shrine than a Skull Cannon. I've actually seen this thing do okay before. Where it gets like 500 gold value off charging infantry. And then it also buffs in an AoE around it. It sort of ends up being like the Beast of Nurgle, where it's like a decent sort of just it's just a decent unit to have in a scrap. What's the tournament format today? It's a single faction tournament, which means that it's best of ones, and you can only play one faction. For me, I'm playing as Khorne. I'm playing as Khorne, good old Scarbrand Valkyria. Only use Skull Cannon for melee? Why not the Shrine, though? The Shrine is sick, man. People don't get hyped up enough about the Shrine. I gotta say, the Shrine is exciting, man. I remember one of my clanmates was a huge fan of it. Back in the day when he was really grinding. I think it's barely viable. It's something you might want to consider, but it's not exactly a crusher unit. Like, if you want a unit that will really make a big impact, like, you look at the Shrine and you're like, oh, it sort of pays for itself. Then you look at, like, the Minotaur Great Weapons, getting 3,000 value, and you're like, oh, Blood Shrines can't really do that, can they? It really puts things into perspective when you have that, right? Find the Skull Cannon melee is good for groups. It does a splash attack. Actually, all single entities have splash attacks. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, everything that you say does not really change the fact that this will do more damage than this. Nothing you say can like, nothing like you could say like, yes, it technically has splash attacks, but you still need, you can't make an argument about comparing two things without actually comparing them. That's like saying like $30 is great compared to $50, because with $30 you can buy yourself 6 hamburgers. And it's like, okay, it doesn't matter, $50 will get you more hamburgers, man. So like, yeah, it doesn't really check out. Even if it is okay in melee, that doesn't make it better than anything. You just gotta believe. I will accept that as an answer. That's true. I might not just be believing enough. Napoleon can prove that? About what? Skull Cannon has a ranged attack? It does have a ranged attack. It's true. It's true. Between these guys and these guys, Skull Cannon looking kinda obsolete. Honestly, would I rather have a Marauder Horseman of Khorne or a Skull Cannon? Oh man, it's a close call. It's honestly a close call. Would I rather have a Horseman of Khorne or a Skull Cannon? Oh boy. Because if I would, it would mean the Skull Cannon should cost 700 gold, right? I think a Skull Cannon at 700 gold would be picked a bit too often for kite builds, and you don't want Khorne to just devolve into kite. But I think I would rather have these guys, even if they were the same price in some situations. Actually, yeah, in some situations I would rather have these guys, because the range DPS is way better. Though I might just end up taking both if they both cost 700. Skull Cannon at 700 with D-summons would actually be pretty strong. Math doesn't count in battle. That's quite the argument. We need a video of me doing job interviews for units. Yo, that'd be hilarious, man. Yeah, I am so brutal. I am so brutal when it comes to the units that I get excited about. You have one minor deficiency and I just cannot. I just cannot get you. Though the Minotaurs are pretty high. I gotta say, they did surprise. They did surprise today. Alright, when's our opponent gonna contact us, man? We're progressing through this bracket too quickly. This is where I come back, guys. If I can win this tournament, I can live happy. I need this win, chat. I need this win. There aren't that many bad matchups for Khorne. And most of them are actually banned out, so. What's this? The meme about me forgetting that one last battle? What? Sounds like a great video series. I already have a video talking about how we already take the most efficient units. I guess, maybe like an actual, like, proper roasting could be fine. Enticity roasts units. I think actually going for the job interview concept is actually pretty hype for getting people interested. Enticity interviews units. Enticity interviews units. I feel like I should do a stream of that so that way chat can actually give some counter arguments. And then because that's what gets me most riled up. If I'm just sitting and chilling, I don't really, I don't get as riled up. But if someone gives me an argument for a bad unit, that's when I go ham. That's when I go ham, yeah. So you do like Enticity interviews, Chaos Warrior, dual weapons. You just have a stream, you know? Honestly, I'll do that as a stream and then cut it into a million clips. Brilliant idea, chat. Brilliant idea. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. I wonder, who would we hire though? Who would we end up hiring? I guess it would just be like, you know, just the top guys, right? The flesh hounds. They don't got no armor piercing though. Just compare everything to Hellstriders. Just at the end of every interview, I'm like, sorry, there's just a better candidate out there. It's just, you know, we think you're very skilled. We think you're very skilled, but we found We found someone that was vastly more qualified for the job and just superior in absolutely every way, and we don't have to pay them as much. You know, we think you got a great personality. This is just a Enticity breaks up with units now. Oh man, the brutality, the brutality. You know who? And then I go on to the Skull Cannon and we just ghost them. We don't even respond with an email. We look at their qualifications, right? And we just toss the resume, just throw it in the shredder right away. This is a unit where definitely a unit that would not get a response back from me. 100%. No way. No way. Oh man, what would you say are some armies that you're working on? Can you show me what your attack looks like? Can you do that again, but more efficiently? Oh man, the programming interview also pretty hype. Your short video series on spell efficiencies was a great. Oh yeah, talking about spells. Sadly enough, Gnarl09, I ran out of ideas for talking about spells. I got to the point where the spells were sort of just not really that hype. Like, I can talk about, I don't know, like Flinching Ruin. But in the end, all the spells sort of just boil down. Like, they don't have... CEA sort of butchered spells, which had its pros and cons, but Creative Assembly made it where spells are all about... They're really easy to judge the damage on. But not only that, they made it where the spells don't even have... They're not even different from each other. Like, let's rant a bit, guys. Let's rant a bit. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Where is it? Lore of Metal. Final Transmutation. 66 to 133 damage. So it does 100 damage tick for 8 seconds. Pretty cool. It's a nice AoE. It does a lot versus single entities. And then you move on. And then you go on to... oh, I think our opponent's ready. Sick. And then you move on, right? And then what you see is you see, like... What's it? Where is it at? Skaven. Ruin. Then you see this. Okay. It's 24 seconds and does 50 damage a second. Oh, and look at that. Spicy. Minus armor. How interesting. Where you see stuff like this, which is even worse. You see the green skins? Like, Foot of Gork. Overcast, 72 damage, 33% damage ratio. And we go over to the Lore of the Maw. You go to the Lore of the Maw. Oh, look at that. 72 damage, 33% armor piercing ratio. Would you look at that? That's about the same AoE radius and cast time. It's a little bit. I don't know how I feel about this. It feels like a lot of the things where it's like this spell is specifically good versus chariots, right? You can actually talk about how like, oh, this spell, it's really weird. Like Traitor Kin. Traitor Kin was a really interesting spell in that it would overkill versus infantry, and it wouldn't do that much versus heroes, and it ended up being one of the best anti-cavalry spells in the game. And it was specifically only good against cavalry and not many other units. That was sick. That was sick. Nowadays, it's like you have a spell that is either good. Like here's the thing, right? Because of the way they reduce the number of types of spells. So it's either good versus units with 25 models, or it's good versus single entities. And maybe there's a bit of fanciness on whether it has armor piercing or not. That's like the only thing that makes spells, damage spells, really interesting nowadays. And there's not really much else after that. Which is why I really want CA to put out more stuff like Missile Mirror and the like. Just because that would... What's the map? The map is Arnheim. Yeah, that's why I really want CA to have stuff that... I really want them to have sick sort of things in that fashion. I want them to have spells that are like good versus 4 models or below, you know? Just increase the space a bit. Maybe make buff spells interesting. It's really good if you put it on a unit with crazy high DPS, right? Or increase your melee attack. So it's really good for units that have high damage, but not necessarily just units with high DPS, right? You can put it on nasty skulkers, and then it's interesting. At the moment, though, buff spells are sort of weak sauce. Check Soul Sealer versus Final Transmutation. Yeah, no, there's a lot of overlap. But Lizardmen. Lizardmen are an interesting one. I'd say, am I really that worried about fighting lizardmen? They don't have that many things that'll really cause me issues, I think. Let's see here. What are we worried about for lizardmen? Kite, maybe? Maybe a little bit of kite. They can have some chameleon skinks, I guess. Fun fact about lizardmen, they actually hate chariots, and they hate losing the mobility game. If you can have cavalry against lizardmen, or any mobile monstrous unit that won't terror out, they really start to suffer. So I think that's what we're mostly going to be focusing on in this battle. Skink meta, yeah. Yo, skink spam is pretty freaky. Skink spam is quite strong. Are dual wielding corn warriors good, for example, against lizardmen? I'd say they're probably quite good. Against stuff like Saurus and such. I'll probably run a few of them. Dogs can also be okay. I'd say Furies are probably less strong against lizardmen. Minotaurs. Minotaur with great weapons. Are they good against lizardmen? You really need to babysit them is the problem, right? If you give those Minotaurs a bad matchup, they will die so fast. You don't even know it. So you have to be a little bit careful about who you end up running into. I don't think the lizardman kite is that crazy though. I'm pretty sure we don't have to worry about that. Lizardman single entities aren't the worst either. You can't sort of deal with them. So just based off of that, I feel like a build like this is looking pretty good. I'd say we have a nice build for ourselves. Let's do it. Thankfully, corn builds are really easy to make. You love the furry builds. Man, furry and fury. Two different things. Very different things. I should change my banner color so that we don't match too. There we go. Let's go hot red. Is Lizardman Cavalry too expensive? I feel like they're a little bit too squishy almost. It's not even like they're that expensive. They're actually quite good in terms of the cavalry tier list. Because they have armor piercing, unlike stuff like Empire Cavalry. I believe they're a bit slow though, if I remember. But like they have primal instincts. For all intents and purposes, they are decent cavalry. But in Warhammer, usually the meta is decent is not enough, sadly. Decent is not enough. Am I just doing another interview? Am I just doing another unit interview? Yeah, decent is, like, you know, if you're gonna fight against a Hellstrider, it's not really gonna help you out. If you only trade slightly up against Empire Cavalry, it's not really gonna do it. Yeah. So, like, either, and they don't really do that well if they're overwhelmed. I don't know if that's just a problem with leadership or something, or low melee defense, but regardless, it's a pain for them. But alright, here's the plan. So, I'm thinking what we do is we go all in on the high ground and push low ground, right? Because what I can do as a follow-up is summon Fleshhounds over here. And so to just send them in. So, like, that way, right? We have the Minotaurs in here in the forest. And we're pretty well set to win the high ground fight if we do this. A single warrior with shields can hold off, you know, just millions of waves worth of skinks. So I think these guys almost love being here. And the only downside of going here is that usually you would have a lot of ranged that could potentially surround you. Usually they would only go like this far. Because if you go here, you're just asking to get flanked like so. So I think in a sort of a melee style, we're fine. Also, I got Scarbrand, guys. We got the big boy himself. He's here to kill off Dread Saurian in case we see it. Alright, he's ready. Minotaurs, do they get forest hide? I don't know. No. Oh, yes. Yes? It doesn't say on their thing, but they are hiding in the forest right now. It might just be because of the hill, though. Alright. So let's see how this goes. We're going to park our infantry right over here, right on the edge of the point. Want to make sure that they cannot capture it while I'm killing them. Seems like he's gone for a low ground deployment with a couple skinks, not a problem. And we just sort of chill. The thing about this choke point The one downside about this choke point is that you can only fit 2 units down it at a time. And that can lead to a lot of issues. Thankfully for me, corn units tend to be rather expensive. And this is just enough to fit down the ramp at the same time without losing efficiency. What's that? Feral Bastillodon. Interesting pick. That's an anti-armor option, but I'm not that worried about Feral Bastillodons. I'm not gonna lie. Seems like he's gone for very heavy infantry style of build. Let's get a Fleshhound. Fleshhound is just gonna sniff out any skinks, and then we'll use the javelins to get the real work done. Should be good. Should be good. And then I can get a little bit of poke done early on these Saurus Spears. Should be a nice early trade for me. I have to not forget about these Minotaurs though. They're a little bit important. Oh my gosh. He went max Saurus. This guy builds Saurus, man. It's actually a misplay for me to summon the Fleshhounds and the Cavalry then. I actually need I guess it's not the worst, right? The Horseman can get some early poke if he has no counter skirmish. Had he a single skink, this would have been a misplay, but... Alright. This is really good for me then. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. We have the Minotaurs, right? We can cycle charge them like crazy. And then I can get another one of these guys, and then we'll just poke him down to death. Yeah, this'll be real rough, because he's basically opting to take a melee fight against me. I guess if I had max cavalry, it would be a little bit sketchier. But given that I actually do have a fairly committed fighting force here, I'm not that worried about the fight. Some Temple Guard gets summoned, but they'll take a while to show up. So let's just get the warriors over here. Get Scarbrand in there. Get ready for some 6 cycle charges. And then I think we should be good to go, chat. In the meantime, I do have to worry about what I'm doing on the infantry front. I guess Chariot is probably the best way to go. Chariot is great for blasting through massive amounts of infantry without support. And in this case, he is very, very unsupported on the infantry front. I just have to be a little bit careful about how I take my engagements. And there we go. A point is getting captured. Looks like he's deciding not to contest it for fear of my units over here. But it's going to be a little bit... he has to take the fight at some point. So we'll see how that pans out. Looks like the Bloodletters do get in there. And the Chariot is away. So I have to be very careful about taking fights with guys that are... I have to be very careful about taking unoptimal fights here. Like, if my Minotaurs and such just get caught out without support, they could end up taking a lot more damage than I would hope for. So just gonna park them over here, be nice and safe, use a Fleshhound to catch these guys. And then I guess we just worry about in case he summons cavalry. Because, like, I'm not like, my one Chariot is enough versus the infantry here. That's not exactly a problem. Much bigger is I need to make sure that, like, a unit of cold ones doesn't pop on the field that I have to end up fighting. Surrounded, summon. Are you backseating me playing right now? Usually I can't, I don't look at chat very often until after we've started pulling a decent lead. But yeah, I'm not too worried about this situation. Scarbrand's a beast. Scarbrand's a beast, and we can even start cycle charging these guys. Lizardman leadership is fairly, it is fairly susceptible to getting, you know, broken. And I think if we just do this with the huge extra damage boost, I believe it shouldn't be any problem. There we go. We got another Fleshhound summon. Just to, I guess, chase off that Bastillodon. It's a mass route over here, thanks to Scarbrand. And it's basically just one unit of, Temple Guard to kill. I believe Exalted Bloodletters kill those guys pretty quickly, but I haven't experimented that as much, so maybe they'll live it. We all backseat in our head? That wasn't in your head, though. That was most definitely in chat. It's most definitely in chat. Look, I don't mind it that much, but I will call you out if... I have no qualms calling you out if you're gonna be that involved. We'll see though, we'll see. I think I mostly followed what you were asking for. Oh man, but my poor Minotaurs. I let my poor Minotaurs take a bit too much damage. Problem with glass cannons. If you don't babysit them, they will die. I was actually babysitting my chariots a lot there. That's gonna be a bit rough. Regardless, it seems like that should be fine. And then I think what we do now is we just start spamming out these guys. Just spam out the warriors for some faster capture rate, and just so that they can... Just a couple guys that can clean up and steal capture points a bit faster. Scarbrand is fine in this area. And I think one big charge with the chariot should be fine. Backseating the world champ. I'm a previous world champ. We're not currently the world champ. Very important distinction. But there we go. Looks like the Bloodletters did okay. They actually did worse against Temple Guard than I would have thought. A little bit disappointing for me. Let's get our Marauders going over here. Temple Guard on the high ground. I actually didn't realize they were Temple Guard. That was a bit of a misplay on my part. And you know what? I'm just going to put an end to these Temple Guard. I'm sort of just done with them. I'm sort of just done with the Temple Guard. I don't really want to deal with them anymore. We're just going to hit them with the big old sword. Charge them in the back. Hopefully Scarbrand can get a terror out there. And then we'll just keep spamming out these guys. He's bringing in a lot of infantry, which is actually rather scary, as I don't have the best tools for killing them right now. Looks like the Temple Guard are getting low. Come on, you darn guys. Wow, that leadership actually holds. That's quite terrifying. I gotta say, it's not over just yet. I need to get my infantry really activated here. And then once they are cleaving through, life should be a little bit easier. But it do be a little bit sketchy. High ground Temple Guard are going down though. But he does have the capture points. I guess if we get a few Flesh Hounds, now that they are sort of more worn down, we should be able to mop up a lot of them. Actually, do I even want to go for middle when I can just go for flank instead? I think that's just a better option while I'm managing my situation here. And while we capture this point, trading up, I can sort of keep up the good trades elsewhere with the rest of my army. Like, you know, we can get a few picks here on the Saurus Warriors. We can maybe get a few doggos up on the high ground to get some cleanup action going. Looks like the point is being held. Sick. Nice. Alright. A little bit sketchy, but I think if we can get like one unit of dogs here just to run them off. And then I think my shielded warriors win on the high ground. And it's mostly just chasing down their units. I really wonder how well my Marauders do. I don't actually know. I don't actually know how well my Marauders do. I don't play Khorne that often, but it seems like they should be pretty nice. And so far they are trading up. We've taken the low ground. Sick. Is there anything else we can do? I guess summon some Furies. Summon a couple Furies. Get Scarbrand to kill that skink beast caster over there. Looks like these guys are going down. And then Furies are just going to camp here to deal with this cavalry. So that way if the cavalry decide to make a play, I can just charge them in the back and that should take them out. I gotta say though, it's a little bit scary. It's a little bit scary. He does have a trading advantage here. He does have a trading advantage. But I think with my Marauders, it's looking like it's just mostly Saurus Spears here. And I believe the Marauders win this handily. I'm pretty sure. Though I'm not... no guarantees, chat. No guarantees. Looks like there's the cavalry over there. We're just going to charge them with the Furies early. Bring my chariots away, and then we'll just see if we can win this area. Scarbrand has a lot of work cut out for him. He's going to snipe out their caster over there. Looks like my cavalry's doing fine. And we're just going to summon another unit of Flesh Hounds, as they are very hard to deal with. Let's go ahead and also deal with the Bastiladon, because it could cause me a lot of issues later on. And we'll see. We'll see. The Furies aren't doing great against those Cold One Riders over there. It really depends on how well this middle area goes. I guess Scarbrand is doing great. And yeah, my dual axe Marauders are just too sick. They're doing great. Thank goodness for dual axe Marauders, guys. If it wasn't for them, I would not really have the infantry clearing power to win this. But with Scarbrand moving on in, we charge the Saurus. We charge the second line of Saurus to make sure that Scarbrand gets a sort of chariot effect going. And that should terror out these guys off the battlefield. And indeed it does. Now, you can tell I'm sort of abandoning the high ground here. He's actually committed quite a bit. So I don't really want to be sticking around here. And instead we're just gonna focus on this area. I also have 7 Minotaurs somehow that are coming back. They somehow rallied. Maybe they'll pay for themselves. I don't know if they will, but fingers crossed, guys. And nice. As long as you just keep on warding off that Bastillodon, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Come on, Minotaurs. This one's on you. You were built for this. How's the trading going? It's going okay. Trading's going okay. I really need to kill his caster, though. I really need to kill his caster, and I really need to take this point. We'll get the D-summon on these guys. He's taking the high ground, but there is his lord, hopefully going down now by the likes of Scarbrand. I guess I could get more dogs. I'm gonna get the Flesh Hounds instead, though, just because they're a bit better. And here we go. Lord down. It takes a 1 hit. 1 smack from the Scarbrand, and he already shatters. What a sad time for the Lord there. Oh my gosh. That is absolutely brutal. Alright, nice. Looking pretty good. My confidence is restored. He has quite a few guys on the high ground, but the plan is to block them up and Blade of Corn them. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm hoping that we get here just in the nick of time to catch out the Feral Cold Ones, to stop them from capturing. And nice! That is a very dead Lord. That is a very, very dead Lord. He's gonna get Scarbrand here in a second. Scarbranded. And then, I don't know, what else is good here? I guess I could go for more Furies, but I feel like, honestly, at this point, honestly, Furies are not bad. They're great for dealing with his, for his cavalry here. Alright, can I actually kill off that Lord, though, is the real question. Minotaur Great Weapons coming back in. The Minotaur Great Weapons are gonna be, cleaning up over there. And let's see if we can deal with these guys. I'm gonna do this. I actually want Unbreakable Marauders there. Just because they will hold against those feral guys pretty well. Those cold ones. And I think I should be able to steal this point back real soon. I'm gonna bring in some dogs. Just because I think we're at the point where we really just want to capture as much as possible. Rather than just focusing on trade. So we're gonna go all in. Pool in as much as possible. I think his lord just died. So that's one issue I don't have to deal with anymore. And then, with the big dive in over here, I think that's no more skinks. Where's my Minotaurs at? Man, the rallied Minotaurs legit are gonna win it here, I think. It's still a little bit close, though. It's still a little bit close. We have the point getting captured, but the skink cohort are doing pretty nice for themselves. Let's get the Flesh Hounds on these guys. We do get the Terror Route. I'm gonna get a Chariot now and get it on that point because we need the capture weight. Oh, and he resummons his Lord. He resummoned the Lord just ASAP. That's a pretty good play. Not gonna lie, that's not actually too bad of a play, but Minotaurs returned. Gonna be holding down the fort. We should retake this, and then we just have to hold 2 points to be good. Oh, and he goes for a resummon on the Manticore. That's actually pretty sick. I gotta say, my opponent has the sick plays over here. But can his Spear Infantry do enough here? I have a lot of guys that can chase off his units. I have a lot of Furies, a lot of non-large threats for him. So it's by no means gonna be easy for him. And of course, Scarbrand is an absolute beast too. We'll see though, we'll see. Doggos have done well. Scarbrand doing alright. Chariots are in there. Let's just get another Flesh Hound. I will say it is a little bit sketchy with him spamming out these spears everywhere, but... Oh, you know what I could do? I could use my doggos to kill off his lord over here. Oh, but that leadership though. That leadership dropping. It's not over yet, guys. It's not over yet. Oh my gosh, the Manticore with the big route. Yo, this is actually a pretty spicy game. It's not over until yeah, it ain't over. He's got a lot of guys here pulling onto the point. I don't have that many remaining, except for basically just the chariots who have to hard carry here. Ha! Look at those skinks. Oh my gosh, it's a lot of skinks. Okay, I gotta kill those guys ASAP. So we're just gonna pool on top of them. Get the Flesh Hounds. Get them in there. Get them in there. Beat them up. And then get another unit of chariots to stall over here. I wonder... You know, he might win this. He might win this. I might say that he might win this. Just based on this situation, we're getting triple capped. Like, we're killing off these guys that are showing up, but it really depends on if he steals this point, I guess. We'll let him have the middle. And by we'll let him have the middle, I mean he will take the middle. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, look at that. Scarbrand not really looking too hot anymore. Let's see here. I'm gonna get myself a unit of these guys and try and steal this last point over here. Take out those marauders. Oh my gosh. Oh, I overchased with some flesh hounds. That's terrible. Oh man, I could have had a whole extra unit of flesh hounds. That's brutal. Oh, okay, but we do catch out his lord, so we're stuck in just a double cap situation. That's not the end of the world. I can live with being double capped. And now we can be okay with that. Let's go ahead and pull over here real quick. Finish off the rest of these little skinky boys. Okay, re-secure that point over there. And then we're going to pull onto the high ground and try and take this capture point. I don't know if I have to do a triple cap on him, though. Oh my gosh, we're going to lose to the lizardmen spam. The dreaded just infinite units. Scarbrand didn't have enough oomph in him to kill everything. Oh my gosh, honestly, that was a pretty cool lizardman build, I gotta say. I think he's won it though. Yeah, ain't over till the lizard dino sings. He actually won it. He won it. Oh my gosh, I'm really surprised. The Saurus warriors were great. I think his build was sick. I guess what I would have needed just more infantry, I guess, and just taken a crazy infantry fight with the support of Scarbrand, but unfortunately it seems that shall be it. The mass lizardmen infantry, too much for us. I actually had a lot of flesh hounds, which also ended up causing me issues, but GG, well played. Wow, we won one game today. The brutality, I will say though, pretty sick game. The dreaded skinks. GG, well played. Yeah, I think the Skink Priest play was pretty cool. He got some nice Manticore summons. Did the Minotaurs really do well? Not really. If you look at the real winners here, it was like the Exalted Bloodletters. What I really needed was like a second unit of Exalted Bloodletters. Like, even if you look at my infantry, if I had just spammed infantry myself, we definitely would have won it. Yeah, Surf City again. Regardless, it's been a long stream day. I'm happy to call it the end for now. Man, look at that. There's just Saurus and Temple Guard into the horizon with a couple cavalry units. Pretty spicy. I needed more, I think I needed more Exalted Bloodletters. Yeah, no, it's a best of one, I think. There's no losers bracket here, right? Yeah, there's no losers bracket, so it's just best of one. GG. I think if I were to change the build, I would do something like this. Get rid of the Flesh Hounds. I would still want the Scarbrand, but instead of chariots, I would have something like this, right? Just like have a couple Bloodletters, have like the Brutes of the Hound, and then that would probably be enough since my infantry can win it reliably. The Flesh Hounds don't really tear apart the Lizardmen, especially if it is just mass Saurus. So, unfortunately,